Chapter 1051. Hearing a loud bang, a burst of terrifying magic powerful enough to destroy a mountain range suddenly tore through a corner of the magical barrier of Mark's eye, and rushed into Nobby to be violent. After all, Mark's eye was just a magic defensive cover formed in a hurry, and Dumbledore and others had mental arithmetic and unintentional. Naturally they easily tore a corner of the magic defensive cover of Mark's eye. Cool Tiger, Nob Weston suffered a devastating blow. Many newly built castles suddenly collapsed, and many wizards and elves who had no time to escape were directly overwhelmed under the ruins. Help! What happened? How could this be? Many Nobby students screamed in panic. When they saw this scene, they thought it was the end of the world. The buildings that Nobby had just built have collapsed one after another, splashed with countless stone fragments. Many hapless wizards and elves who had not had time to escape have been buried by huge rocks, and they seemed to be dead. Seeing this situation, Marks McClown's face inevitably became hard to look. The two giants, Dumbledore and Howard 397 Gwarts, were too caught off guard. If Mark's eye felt a little more sensitive than ordinary people, and discovered Dumbledore's intentions in time, I am afraid that Nobs would be destroyed once again. But despite this, Mark's eye only took action to protect a part of the Nobby building and the area with a lot of people, and the rest was still very severely destroyed. The old thief, Dumbledore, would sneak attack on Nobby. This was something Marks McClown did not expect. Marks McClown knew that the establishment of Nobby would inevitably attract attacks from the two giants Dumbledore and Hogwarts. After all, this is the magic school jointly built by Mark's eye and Slytherin. It is clear that it will fight with Hogwarts. How can it not arouse the anger of Dumbledore and Hogwarts? I just didn't expect that Dumbledore, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, who have always claimed to be just and fair, would actually choose the method of sneak attack. Sure enough, people are forced to an extremity to see their nature. However, Marks McClown didn't say anything about this. It was indeed Dumbledore and the others' method, and it was their great effect to have such an effect. On the contrary, it was the flushing of Slytherin's face that he realized later, not because of excitement or happiness, but a state of excitement and anger that was uncontrollable. Plus Cool Tiger. Slytherin felt unusually angry with Dumbledore and others for destroying Nobby. This was something that Slytherin could not see before. In the past, Slytherin was indifferent to everything, and it could even be said that Slytherin didn't care about anything in particular. Slytherin's secret room was destroyed some time ago, and Slytherin will not be a little angry. I have never seen such an angry situation like today. It can be seen that Slytherin is indeed very concerned about the newly built Nobby. Dumbledore, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. Slytherin shouted these three names fiercely with hatred. Dumbledore and the others condensed their eyes at the same time. They were naturally familiar with Slytherin, and they felt tight when they saw Slytherin in this state. Slytherin said fiercely, "You dare to do my Nobby." Gryffindor took a deep breath. Although he felt that Slytherin's appearance in this state was very magical, he couldn't be overwhelmed in aura at all. "I have destroyed it so badly, and even killed Hufflepuff. Do you still have the face to live in the world?" Slytherin hummed heavily, and said, "I really regret Hufflepuff's death, but in the final analysis, you are ignorant and follow Dumbledore to do things that hurt the world." Gryffindor was about to refute, but Dumbledore said coldly, "Gryffindor, don't talk to him anymore. The way is different. Since we have chosen to oppose this kind of thing, I can't tell." Gryffindor heard it. The final truth was written by the victors. As long as they won the final victory, everything would be fine. Gryffindor turned to look at Mark's eye and snorted, "Mark's eye, I won't let you off easily this time." There was no smile on Marks McClown's face, and she said coldly, "Then I will wait and see how you don't let me go." At this moment, the people of Nobby also found that the situation was not good. Northway hurriedly organized the retreat of students, wizards and elves. Judging from the fight just now, their battles are not something ordinary people can do. Meddling, raising hands and feet is the power of destroying the world, which is simply scary. Although Northway was very worried about Slytherin and Markseye, and wondered whether he could fight Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and the so-called Dumbledore, Northway understood very well, relying on him can't be Slytherin's help. If you continue to stay, it will only become a burden. The best way for them is to retreat immediately and cut off the troubles of Slytherin and Markseye. Dumbledore and others did not pay too much attention to the personnel retreating from Nobbit, just as Markseye and Slytherin also let Hogwarts classmates go. It would be a nightmare if they really attacked ordinary people at this level, and it would inevitably cause a big killing. So they usually leave the way for ordinary people to survive. As for Dumbledore, they didn't kill the people in Nob at the beginning, and now they don't have the face to make a second move. It would be a shame for them to continue to attack. Chapter 1052 Terrible Mental Attack. Soon, Northway led everyone in Nobva to withdraw from Nob while Markseye, Slytherin still confronted Dumbledore and others, and the two sides had waited very tacitly until now. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore said coldly, Marks McClown, you are indeed a careerist with evil intentions. You came from Hogwarts, but you will oppose Hogwarts in every situation. Knowing that Nobby does not exist in history, you still to persuade Slytherin to build Nobby. Your wolf ambition is simply disgusting. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also looked at Markseye with anger. In their opinion, Markseye was indeed single-minded to destroy Hogwarts. Otherwise, how could they oppose Hogwarts again and again? Marks McClown laughed dumbfounded. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as Dumbledore. Obviously Dumbledore forced Markseye with his own hand. If it weren't for Dumbledore, would Markseye be involved in this time and space? If Dumbledore hadn't urged the Hogwarts Big Four to fight against Markseye, would Slytherin leave Hogwarts early? Will Hufflepuff die by Markseye? Just like before, Markseye had no idea of opposing Hogwarts at all, but Dumbledore targeted Markseye and led the school's senior officials to capture Markseye, and even led the Ministry of Magic to wipe out the Marks family. Plus cool, Tiger. Under such circumstances, could Marks McClown be caught with nothing but resist? Dumbledore used his power to drive Marks McClown to a dead end. If Marks McClown did not resist, then the accusation placed on Marks McClown would never be washed away, and the shame of the Marks family being destroyed would never be eliminated. Naturally, Marks McClown could not sit still and could only fight back against Dumbledore. What followed became clear. Marks McClown relied on her own strength and strategy to escape from birth again and again, and even went to war against the Ministry of Magic in order to get justice. However, what Marks McClown did was slandered as being anti-Hogwarts and anti-Ministry of Magic, but no one paid attention to the root cause of all this. In fact, Dumbledore was the culprit of everything. Markseye didn't explain so much. Just like Dumbledore's thoughts, things are never explained clearly. Only the victor has the power to right the wrong and right of history. Let everything be over today. Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, Dumbledore, your ability to tell right from wrong, not distinguishing black and white, is really admirable. It's enough to toss about everything. Today I will figure out the account here. The expression on Dumbledore's face stagnated for a moment, and he could hear the resolute killing intent in Markseye's words, and Dumbledore, who was already a little vain, couldn't help but hesitate. Cool Tiger. In the past many times in his confrontation with Markseye, Dumbledore's mentality has always been that he cannot let Markseye go, and must kill Markseye this time. However, as Marks McClown escaped again and again and Marks McClown's strength increased, Dumbledore's mentality gradually changed, and even now he has a thought of sacrifice. But now, after hearing Marks McClown's words, Dumbledore realized that Marks McClown had also secretly made up his mind to ask himself for the things he had done in the past. Marks McClown stopped talking nonsense. Two wands, one black and one white, appeared in his hand at the same time, watching Dumbledore's eyes full of killing intent. When Slytherin saw this, he also drew out his wand and looked at Dumbledore and the others. From the time Dumbledore, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw attacked Nobbit, Slytherin had already severed all ties with them in his heart. and there was no psychological burden to do anything with them. Slytherin said coldly, "Mark's eye, it's still the same as last time. I hold Gryffindor. You deal with Dumbledore and Ravenclaw. Are you okay?" Marks McClown smiled faintly, and said, "No problem. I am still worried that you have no opponents to deal with." Slytherin was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't understand what Marks McClown meant by saying this, but after Marks McClown finished saying this, his figure moved, and he leapt directly towards Dumbledore and the others. Slytherin didn't dare to neglect, and quickly followed Marks McClown's pace, closely following Marks McClown's side. Middle dot middle dot find flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. Dumbledore and the others condensed their eyes, looked at the direction Mark's eye rushed over, and shouted, "Hands!" Gryffindor and Ravenclaw drew out their wands at the same time, staring at Mark's eye and Slytherin. After fighting against each other so many times, the two sides have a deep understanding of each other's strength, and they also know that Marks McClown is not an opponent to be underestimated, especially with the addition of Slytherin. It is even more difficult to chew. But they are not afraid in their hearts. They are the giants of Hogwarts. How could they be frightened by Mark's eye? They still want to avenge Hufflepuff. Marks McClown took the lead, and the two magic wands exploded with amazing power at the same time, followed by Marks McClown's terrifying spiritual power, which turned into sharp spiritual needles and appeared in the air, exuding people-feel-tingling sensation. Dumbledore and the others looked at the spirit needle floating on Marks McClown's head in surprise, showing an incredible look. He already knew that Marks McClown's strength was very powerful, and his spiritual power was also Marks McClown's killer. In order to deal with Marks McClown's spiritual power, they even spared no effort to refine and strengthen Occlumency, although the final result was not good, and even later it had no effect on Marks McClown. But in their hearts, Marks McClown's mental power probably had a consideration, but in their impression, Marks McClown's mental power hadn't reached the point in front of them. Dumbledore and others did not doubt that if they dealt with Marks McClown's mental power and unknown, he might not be able to escape Marks McClown's mental attack even if he tried his best. It can be seen how powerful and terrifying Marks McClown's mental attack is to them. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 1053. One person suppresses the audience. Marks McClown didn't care about this. The naked eye mental needles launched the most fierce attack in a flash, rushing in the direction of Dumbledore and others. Each of these mental needles contains powerful spiritual power. Spiritual shock. Don't talk about ordinary people. Even Dumbledore will suffer great damage if they are hit. These mental attacks are no joke at all. Marks McClown did not simply attack with spirit. The two magic wands were also waved at the same time, and the terrifying magic wave swept everything nearby. Two huge golden holy swords appeared on both sides of Marks McClown. They're extremely sharp swords. She even cut through the space with conspicuous spatial cracks. The power of these three golden holy swords is more than one level stronger than the golden holy swords before Mark's eye. Marks McClown's magic power level has also been fully improved during this period of time, much stronger than before. In contrast, Slytherin, who should have been equally dazzling, is so ordinary, not even noticed. A terrifying number of mental needles had already hit Dumbledore and the other three, and their faces changed at the same time. These mental needles threatened them greatly. If one is not careful, it is very likely that they will be hit hard. Dumbledore and others gritted their teeth, desperately avoiding these mental needles. Fortunately, these mental needles are so strong that they are even visible to the naked eye, so avoiding it will not be particularly difficult, even because they can be seen. It can also predict the direction of the attack in advance, making it easier for Dumbledore and others to avoid it. Cool Tiger, this can be regarded as some minor drawbacks of Mark's Eye Horror's spiritual power enhancement. However, despite this, the three of Dumbledore had been forced into an embarrassment at the same time they fought, and even seemed to be out of order. At the same time, Marks McClown rushed into the trio's battle circle with two magic wands in his hands, and the magic power that was powerful enough to destroy the world surged out, and immediately flooded the entire area, with powerful spells constantly blasting. To the three of Dumbledore, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw were suddenly caught off guard by Marks McClown. After all, the spirit needles released by Marks McClown were flying all over the sky, posing a great threat to the three of them. At the same time, Marks McClown's curse is not something that can be underestimated. Two people must work together to block a curse, otherwise one person will be attacked by Marks McClown's curse, and it will inevitably cost a lot of money. Dumbledore screamed, "Stay your mind and don't mess around." Gryffindor and Ravenclaw woke up at the same time. In terms of strength alone, Marks McClown was still insufficient to deal with the three of them alone, and it was impossible to force them like this. They were just caught off guard because Marks McClown's spirit was too strong and there was a trace of fear in his mind. If this goes on, it will be very detrimental to them. Dumbledore, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw are worthy of the top wizards, and soon stabilized their minds, and the fight with Marks I immediately returned to the balance of power from a disadvantage. After all, the three of them represent the pinnacle of wizards in their respective eras. No matter how strong Marks McClown is, there is only one person. It is still a bit difficult to fight one against three. However, due to the interference of spiritual power, Marks McClown and the three have the power of World War I. In addition, Slytherin stood outside the battle circle with an uncomfortable look. Originally, he was going to deal with Gryffindor to share the pressure for Marks McClown, who knew that Marks McClown would circle all three of them as soon as he shot, and it was short. An advantage was formed within time, and there was no room for Slytherin to intervene. Slytherin repeatedly wanted to be a strong action player to help Marks I, but the battle between Marks I and Dumbledore and others was too fierce. If Slytherin joins forcibly, it will inevitably affect Marks I. At this time, even one small mistake can affect the situation of the battle, and Slytherin naturally does not dare to intervene recklessly. But Slytherin looked anxious from the outside. He was suffocated by the destruction of Nobby. Now that he has no chance to vent, how can he not be anxious? Actually, Slytherin can't be blamed. It is Marks I who wants to try his own strength, so as soon as he takes a shot, he puts Dumbledore in his own circle, so that Slytherin cannot intervene. In the fierce battle with the three of them, Marks McClown was also slowly fighting and experiencing the feeling of improving her strength during this period, adapting to her soaring strength, which made Marks McClown slowly fall into a kind of selflessness realm. This realm makes Marks I stronger. Dumbledore was more and more frightened by the Vietnam War. He didn't expect that he would be able to tie Marks McClown not long ago. Now he is fighting Marks McClown again, and he actually combines the strengths of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, worthy of a draw against Marks I. Marks McClown is simply a pervert. How could her strength grow so fast? Dumbledore was desperate at this time. Although he didn't want to admit it, Dumbledore knew that the gap between him and Marks I would be widened, and he could no longer catch up with Marks I. With the passage of time, Marks McClown could only throw herself away more and more, and she could no longer see Marks McClown's back. Dumbledore took a deep breath. He didn't want to see that kind of time. He couldn't accept the fact that he could not accept this fact. Instead of slowly suffering from his heart, he might as well fight hard. When his strength and Marks I did not reach the difference between the sky and the earth, he fought to death with great vigor. That kind of belonging is what Dumbledore wanted. Dumbledore suddenly yelled, and his whole body burst out with unprecedentedly powerful magic power, and immediately smashed Marks I's curse, and his body suddenly rushed toward Marks I's golden holy sword. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were stunned at the same time, and they didn't notice why Dumbledore broke out suddenly, and it was still a desperate explosion. Chapter 1054, Desperate Dumbledore. But Dumbledore broke out like this. As the giants of Hogwarts, there is no reason not to try their best. I saw Gryffindor and Ravenclaw trembling slightly, their faces flushed, and waves of stronger magical power erupted from them. It can be seen that they are also exploding power by consuming their bodies. After this battle, whether they win or lose, their bodies will be affected. Plus cool Tiger. Dumbledore had already rushed to Marksey's golden holy sword at this time, and the two old ones were directly on the Marksey golden holy sword. The extremely sharp golden holy sword immediately lost all its sharpness and became extremely dim. Dumbledore's eyes were bloodshot and he slammed magic power into the magic wand. The huge magic power immediately rushed into the golden holy sword. The golden holy sword burst into a huge explosion without any suspense, and countless magic power escaped in the air. Knob on the ground. The Vice building was once again devastated. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth, and his original elegant white hair was in a mess on both sides of his shoulders. At this time, Dumbledore was like a madman. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw worked together to smash Marksey's other golden holy sword, and it was naturally much easier when they joined hands, but they could see that their expressions did not relax, and Marksey still gave them a lot of pressure. Marks McClown's eyes condensed. Although Dumbledore, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw smashed his two golden holy swords, it did not do much to him, but the determination of the three made Marks McClown feel a little threatened. Marks McClown is not clear about the change in Dumbledore's mentality, but Dumbledore's decisive attitude is to make Marks McClown focus on Dumbledore. Since you are so determined, then I don't have to let you go anymore. A horrible magical aura spread from Marks McClown. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore and the three of them with sharp-edged eyes. Dumbledore stared at Marksey, also showing a sharp look. Slytherin finally found the opportunity to come to Marks McClown, standing side by side with Marks McClown, 2 to 3, looking at Gryffindor and Ravenclaw in their eyes full of fierceness. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw couldn't help but froze for a moment when they saw Slytherin. They had fought Marks McClown for so long, and they ignored the Slytherin on one side. After all, Slytherin hadn't been the just now participate in the battle. They suddenly realized that they were able to hold each other with Marksey only because they were 3 against 1, and Slytherin did not intervene at all. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw thought about this at the same time, and they couldn't help but hesitate. The 3 of them could only stand by Marksey together. If Slytherin intervened, they might not be Marksey at all. Opponent. Dumbledore showed a miserable smile. He can naturally think of what Gryffindor and the others can think of. He also understands that it is impossible to defeat Marksey, but in this final battle he must show the most powerful strength, use the strength that can show his identity to fight to death. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw shook their heads helplessly at the same time. Faced with this situation, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. Why did they follow Dumbledore's words again? Marks McClown said indifferently, Slytherin, let's take action together. Slytherin paused for a moment and nodded slowly. The difference in strength between the two sides was also evident in Slytherin. The 3 of Dumbledore simply didn't have any vitality at all. Marks McClown slammed his heels, and carrying the spirit needles and terrifying magical power fluctuations, he rushed to the 3 of Dumbledore. Behind Slytherin, a giant python formed, and a gloomy magical aura permeated all around. Closely following the steps of Marks McClown, Dumbledore smiled miserably, and faced the Cloud Knight. 2 old ones were held tightly in his hands, bringing together Dumbledore's most powerful magic power. A phoenix of fire and water covered Dumbledore's body. Huang's breath surging out. Even if Dumbledore used his strongest strength, in front of Marksey, Dumbledore's magic power was still very weak, and it was not comparable at all. At this time, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw could only bite the bullet and rush forward, gathering their most powerful magical powers, forming a lion and a goshawk, closely following Dumbledore. It seems that Gryffindor and Ravenclaw have also tried their best, but if someone of their level is present, you can definitely see that Gryffindor and Ravenclaw have actually become timid. In other words, even though they have exhausted their strength, they are far inferior to Dumbledore and Marksey in terms of aura. In this case, even if they exhausted all their strength, They are only capable of fighting. Their hearts were already full of despair at this time. They knew the strength gap with Marks McClown. With 343, the three of them could not defeat Marks McClown and Slytherin. Their current behavior was nothing more than death. Knowing this inevitable consequence, how can they use their full strength? And Dumbledore was already desperate, and the potential burst out in despair was able to complete the final breakthrough and form his most powerful and peak combat effectiveness, which was not comparable to the other two. There was no Gryffindor and Ravenclaw in Marks McClown's indifferent eyes. Instead, he stared closely at Dumbledore. This hypocrite who had been pressing him for a long time was finally about to accept sanctions today. Two magic wands, one black and one white, exploded with the greatest power, and Marks McClown's hands seemed to have become world-breaking hands, exuding dazzling light. Crystal clear. The sky-filled spirit needle suddenly closed near Marks McClown's hands, and actually blended into Marks McClown's hands. Marks McClown's hands exuded an aura of ruining the world, as if it could split the world. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1055, You Are That Man. Open the world. Marks McClown slowly said. Cool tiger. Marks McClown stretched out his hands, like a divine residence, looking up at sentient beings. At this time, Dumbledore's dragon, Gryffindor's lion, and Ravenclaw's goshawk had already descended, and three wild beasts slammed into the front, fiercely soaring into the sky. And Marks McClown's hands and Slytherin's python also fell from the sky, and violently collided with the three wild beasts. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire valley shook violently, and the mountains collapsed, and the sun and the moon were dark. Sure enough, the five top wizards fought against each other, and even the heavens and the earth would tremble. The earth broke apart vigorously, exposing a vast abyss, and Nobvit, which had been badly damaged, collapsed. All the buildings were torn by the earth and fell into the endless abyss. Fortunately, the previous students, wizards and elves, have retreated in time, otherwise, if they wait until now, they will not survive alone. The powerful magical powers collided fiercely in midair, making terrifying rumblings, and the space collapsed piece by piece, revealing terrifying space cracks, large pieces exposed in the air, and the tyrannical magical power continued to damage the surroundings. This scene can be called the end of the world. Ravenclaw's giant eagle took the lead in the collapse. Among the five, Ravenclaw's strength was weaker, so it was Ravenclaw who couldn't hold it first. Ravenclaw's face changed drastically, and she tried her best to instill her magic power into the wand, desperately trying to maintain the existence of the magic eagle, but her magic power was nothing in this kind of fight, just a drop in the bucket. The giant eagle is still rapidly collapsing at an unquestionable speed, and the entire body of magical power is covered with hideous cracks, which can no longer make up. There was a huge sound, and the great eagle burst out with a loud bang. The great eagle formed by the magical power of Ravenclaw's whole body collapsed instantly, and countless magical powers scattered and splashed in the air, causing even more violent energy fluctuations. Ravenclaw's face turned pale, and he shot out immediately, shot into the ground, and he was going to suffer great damage. After Ravenclaw withdrew from the battle circle, Dumbledore and Gryffindor were unable to support the confrontation with Marks-Eye and Slytherin. The magic of the two retreated steadily, and they were about to be defeated by Marks-Eye and Slytherin. Lettering's magic crushed over. Dumbledore had closed his eyes, he had used his most powerful force, and he had achieved the ultimate. All he was asking for now was death. As for Gryffindor, his face is desperate. As one of the Big Four at Hogwarts, he should have been teaching at Hogwarts with boundless glory and respected by thousands. But just because he was careless for a while, he listened to Dumbledore's nonsense, which led to this end. Although Gryffindor regretted it, but now, he has no choice but to resign. Just when Dumbledore and Gryffindor were about to lose their support, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, It was Mark's Psy. Marks McClown skipped Gryffindor directly, and stared at Dumbledore with cold eyes, as if Dumbledore and Marks McClown were the only two directly. Marks McClown's crystal clear hands slowly lifted, and as his hands moved, the spatial energy fluctuations also continued to rise and fall, surging. Dumbledore also felt the existence of Mark's Psy, and suddenly opened his eyes, but Dumbledore could not move his whole body at this time, so he could only watch Mark's Psy slowly covering Dumbledore's head with his hands. Seeing this situation, Gryffindor could only turn his head away and couldn't bear to look any further. The power filled with Marks McClown's hands was devastating, so covering Dumbledore's head, the consequences can be imagined. Boom! Suddenly the world was spinning, and the whole world seemed to be twisted into a ball. Dumbledore stared at Mark's Psy dully, and Mark's Psy stared at Dumbledore coldly, and everything around him suddenly changed. Gryffindor suddenly disappeared after turning away his face, and the energy fluctuations of the original tyrannical fanaticism also disappeared, and the two seemed to have fallen into another world. There is a blank space around, and it doesn't seem like a normal world at all. People can feel a strange feeling when they are in it, which is the feeling of time. In this space, time seems to be stagnant, but it really makes people feel it is passing, but the speed of passing is very slow. 1 second seems to be as slow as 10,000 years of normal time. In the surrounding blank world, some scenes slowly appeared, forming some buildings that Dumbledore felt familiar. This is King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Dumbledore looked around suspiciously. The surrounding area was still white, but this scene was indeed King's Cross Station, but it was rendered strangely white. Marks McClown stood indifferently in front of Dumbledore and looked at Dumbledore calmly. Marks McClown knew that this was his spiritual world. Marks McClown wanted to launch a final blow to Dumbledore and personally behead Dumbledore, the culprit. But when Marks McClown's mental power hit Dumbledore's head with his palm, it suddenly happened. The change. Dumbledore also woke up at this time, always good, and said, "This is your spiritual world." Marks McClown did not answer this sentence, but looked at Dumbledore faintly, and said, "Albus Dumbledore, you lost. You want to use the inertia of time to defeat me, but you did not expect me to be able to break through the inertia of time and even change history." Dumbledore stared at Marks McClown with dissatisfied bloodshot eyes, and said, "I knew that you wanted to change history so arbitrarily that you had your plan. You are a demon through your head, lunatic." Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore, with the pity of the poor man in his eyes. Chapter 1056 Regret. Professor Dumbledore, don't you understand all this yet? The really hateful person is not me, but you. You have never understood this, so you have been living ignorantly, and you think you are noble and great. In fact, the most pitiful and most sympathetic person, it is you. Dumbledore laughed ha-ha and said, "Marks McClown, you are really funny. Who do you think you are? What do you know about this world? I, a man who has lived for more than 100 years, knows far more than you. Do you still want to teach me?" Marks McClown shook his head helplessly, and said, "Your knowledge of living for more than 100 years is not as good as mine. It can only show your failure, your incompetence, and pity. You are actually proud of it. Being proud is simply helpless!" Dumbledore roared, "Marks McClown, stop talking nonsense. I think it's bad luck for you to surpass mine. You are the winner and I am the loser. I also recognize it. But you can never go back to Harmer times. People, I am still great and noble." Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore, who was hoarse and sighed. Although Dumbledore looked full of power, he looked like a 310 poor bugs desperately defending his weakest thing, which made people feel very sympathetic. Marks McClown slowly said, "You are still obsessed with your stubbornness, your thoughts, and your actions. You are the saddest person in the world, and the saddest thing is that you still don't know this, and you don't think so. You still consider yourself proud." Dumbledore shouted angrily, "Marks McClown, you are simply turning right from wrong. The poorest person in the world is you. How could it be me? The word pity has nothing to do with me. Marks McClown smiled faintly, and said, the poorest person is that he doesn't even know that he is poor. Dumbledore happens to be such a person. Dumbledore blushed and stared at Mark's eye, as if he wanted to rush up to play with Mark's eye, but Dumbledore couldn't do it casually in this white world, so he could only think about it. Marks McClown continued, to be honest, you are actually very similar in this world to the original era, do you know? Deng BBDH Bully hummed repeatedly, and did not mean to answer. Marks McClown said to herself, in the original era, you believed in the prophecies. You believed that Harry was the savior. That's why you targeted me and prevented me from getting better, because you were afraid that I would change the future. Plus cool tiger. Dumbledore sneered, just what do you compare with Harry? Harry is the son of heaven, and you will be eliminated by the times after all. Marks McClown's eyes narrowed slightly, and said, you believe the prophecy, Harry is the savior, but the so-called savior is just defeating Voldemort. But now Voldemort has been killed by me. Dumbledore frowned, grunted heavily, and said, this is nothing at all. Maybe Voldemort is just lurking. Marks McClown slowly shook his head. Dumbledore was really stubborn and unbelievable. He had 10,000 defamatory words for Marks McClown's contribution, but he had countless praises and praises for Harry. Marks McClown said, now that you and I have come to this era, we are all in the future. People know what will happen in the future, which is equivalent to knowing the fate after this era and the prediction of the future of this era. Dumbledore looked at Mark's eye and didn't seem to figure out what Mark's eye wanted to say. Marks McClown continued, both are a destiny for you. A destiny solidified in your mind. What you have in your mind is how to continue the destiny you think, and it doesn't matter if you give everything for it. Dumbledore frowned, seeming a little thoughtful. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore and said solemnly, but, is it really bad to change your fate? Dumbledore's face changed drastically. His pupils shrank sharply, and he stared at Mark's eye, whose words touched Dumbledore's heartstrings and hit Dumbledore's heart heavily. Dumbledore thought countless times, if he hadn't targeted Mark's eye and hadn't attacked the Marks family, would things get so bad? Probably not. Dumbledore shook his head violently, forcing himself to forget this idea, and constantly persuaded himself that it makes sense to deal with Mark's eye and Mark's family himself. This is necessary, for sure. Marks McClown waved his hand slowly, and a picture appeared behind Marks McClown. It was a picture of many students crowding in a large hall noisily. This picture is very similar to the picture of Hogwarts starting school. The students are all excited and very excited and happy. However, this scene is not Hogwarts, but a picture of Nobby. The student in the picture is the newly reported Nobby student. Dumbledore stared at the scene in front of him, staring blankly. It's not that he has never seen this kind of scene. Every year there will be such a scene at Hogwarts opening ceremony, but it is the first time that he has seen a school opening ceremony in Hogwarts besides Hogwarts. So similar. Marks McClown slowly said, no one knows what the future development of Nobby will be, but no one knows whether Nobby will grow into a prestigious school like Hogwarts and cultivate countless talents. It is possible that you want to kill such a school for your so-called destiny, for the so-called prediction and future. Dumbledore recalled the horrified faces of the students when he attacked Nobbies, as well as the crushed innocent elves, wizards, etc. In Dumbledore's mind, these people all turned into the people of Hogwarts were mercilessly slaughtered and tortured by themselves. No. Dumbledore put his hands in his long white hair, looking at a loss. Chapter 1057, Completely Defeated. Indeed, in this era, Hogwarts is still a magic school with an unknown fate, not much higher than Nobby. Cool tiger. No one knows what will happen after Nobby. Whether Hogwarts develops according to history is also unknown. Who can guarantee that Hogwarts will last forever? And who can guarantee that Nobby will not leapfrog the dragon? Mark's I can't, neither can Dumbledore. The so-called destiny, the so-called prophecy is just a little revelation and inspiration from the future to reality. The future is still full of variables and unknown. It's just the most stupid way to walk, just as you think in the prophecy. Dumbledore moaned in pain. From Mark's eyes words, he kept covering up in the past, and the hidden innermost thoughts were slowly unearthed and enlarged infinitely. Could it be that what he did, everything in the past did it wrong? Impossible. I can't be wrong. You are just arguing. Dumbledore fell to his knees, screaming in pain, and now Dumbledore looked as if he had been several decades old, no longer the radiant face he had before. Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, "Your so-called destiny is nothing but your own imagination. You want to change the whole world with your stubborn ideas, and the development of your ideas is the same, so you will continue to work on it, doing things that shouldn't be done. Just like you attacked Nobby. You want to maintain the track of history, but in fact you are killing a brand new future. What is the difference between your approach and Voldemort and the Dark Lord?" "Do not talk," Dumbledore roared hoarsely. His mind was in chaos now, and he couldn't think of any words to refute Marks McClown. Plus cool, tiger. Dumbledore stood on the spot with his hands in his pale hair. His chest was constantly rising and falling because of excitement. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were full of hideousness when he looked at Mark's eye. This is a Dumbledore who is so embarrassed, and he is totally different from the Dumbledore whom Marks McClown has in his impression. Dumbledore stared at Mark's eye and said, "You are talking nonsense. You are deceiving the crowd. Everything is caused by you. I am not wrong. I am not wrong at all." Marks McClown's eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was no wave in Dumbledore's eyes. Although Dumbledore had lost to Mark's eye, and even now he did not admit his mistakes, Mark's eye did not mean to blame Dumbledore. Plus cool, tiger. People like Dumbledore looked graceful, but in fact they didn't even understand the most basic things, so they were the poorest people. For this kind of Dumbledore, Marks McClown didn't have any mood to be angry or complain. There was no need for this. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore and slowly said, "Dumbledore, you don't want to change your destiny, but follow your destiny, just like you know that Harry is the savior, which means you know the future. You think you can control the future, which is very in line with your desire to control, right?" Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Mark's eye with a look of surprise in his eyes. Marks McClown continued, "You think this is the future you can control, so anything and anyone who wants to change the future you control is rebelling against what you mean and is beyond your control. You must never allow this to happen. This kind of thing, and this is to maintain your poor, pathological desire for control." With a single sentence, Marks McClown said Dumbledore's deepest thoughts. This is what Dumbledore has not discovered but has been doing. The pathological desire for control, the future, Mark's eye, Harry, etc. Past plots flashed through Dumbledore's mind constantly. He saw what he was doing, everything that seemed to be taken for granted to him. Now it appeared again how domineering and unreasonable. Dumbledore shook his head frantically and shouted, "No, no, you are lying to me, it's not true." Marks McClown slowly approached Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes were full of fear and panic when he looked at Marks McClown. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore plainly and said, "You are so shameless, so mean, but you still don't understand. Make mistakes and make mistakes. Why do you still live? Find flowers. Middle dot 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 middle dot." Dumbledore suddenly sat down in the white world, and everything around him changed rapidly. There was a downpour in a pale world, and many people appeared around them. Among these people, Marks McClown knew and some Marks McClown did not know, but without exception, they were all people Dumbledore knew. These people walked by Dumbledore indifferently, their cold faces without a trace of emotion, and each of them carried a strong suffocation, which was incompatible with this world. "This is my spiritual world, This is my friends, my relatives. Dumbledore suddenly realized that this was his own spiritual world, and it was Mark's-Eye who broke into his own spiritual world. But why can't I move in my own spiritual world, and why do these people who live in their own spiritual world dismiss themselves? Albus, you shameless person! A scream rose sharply, and a woman suddenly roared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's pupils shrank, and this woman turned out to be the dearest sister, but she was already dead. Albus, you disappointed me so much. A heavy male voice sounded, and this person Mark's-Eye knew it was Grandvux. Albus, what right do you have to take my life away? Albus, you humble babe. Shameful bitch. These people Dumbledore had known each other suddenly pointed at Dumbledore and continued to insult them, as if Dumbledore was their enemy. Chapter 1058 The End of the Era. Dumbledore looked at the people around him blankly. At this moment, Dumbledore was like a kid who did something wrong, very pitiful. Cool tiger. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore in front of him and sighed helplessly. Although this is Dumbledore's spiritual world, Mark's-Eye's spiritual power crushes Dumbledore. It is undoubtedly not a difficult task to control Dumbledore's spiritual world, so it is also the cause of all this. Of course, the more important thing is because of Dumbledore's own inner change. Otherwise the spiritual world cannot be distorted to such a degree, and there will even be people deep in the heart that only Dumbledore knows. Dumbledore looked at everything around him. He couldn't bear it at this time, and even the corners of his eyes had become moist. In the spiritual world controlled by Marks McClown and Marks McClown's words, Dumbledore's original stubborn heart finally showed a crack. At this moment, Dumbledore finally understood the mistakes he had made in the past. Dumbledore seemed to be several decades old in an instant, and his whole body was decadent, muttering, "I was wrong." The crowd around Dumbledore instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the entire white world was also collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was because Dumbledore's spiritual world was rapidly destroyed by Mark's-Eye. This was not something Marks McClown did only now, but came from the previous peak blow that was mixed with mental power. The reason why he entered Dumbledore's spiritual world was also because of the peculiar reaction changes that occurred. It's just that the time in this spiritual world is almost wirelessly slow. Until then, the blow of Mark's-Eye from the outside world has just begun to formally exert its effect, destroying Dumbledore's spiritual world. Dumbledore didn't feel the pain from the spirit at all, and his whole old face was wrinkled together, regretting the fault of his life. Even when Dumbledore's sister was mistakenly killed, Dumbledore did not have the remorse, so much pain and suffering like today. Dumbledore is in the last moment of his life, bearing the regret of the mistakes he made in his life. Dumbledore's spiritual world was tumbling down, and downpours, accompanied by the collapse and heavy rain, covering Dumbledore's thin body. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore's figure, sighed, and said, "In the next life, stop being so stubborn." As soon as Mark's-Eye's voice fell, Dumbledore's entire spiritual world collapsed, and Dumbledore's figure was drawn into an endless vortex, spinning like an unimportant trash, and was never seen again. Is this the end of him? All the grievances and hatreds are over. Marks McClown slowly opened his eyes. He just entered Dumbledore's spiritual world. Now that Dumbledore's spiritual world had collapsed, Marks McClown naturally returned to the real world. At this time, Marks McClown's palm was on Dumbledore's forehead. Dumbledore's eyes widened, and his eyes were covered with hideous bloodshot eyes. However, all the expressions in these eyes that have experienced vicissitudes of life have already lost all the looks. Looking at Mark's-Eye blankly, the owner of these eyes has already lost his soul. "Goodbye, Albus Dumbledore." Marks McClown's palm gently flipped, and a magic wand appeared in Marks McClown's palm, touching Dumbledore's forehead. Fierce magic power burst out, like a dam breaking a bank. Magical power envelops Dumbledore, and Dumbledore's shattered every inch under the violent magical rush, and even the two old wands in Dumbledore's had followed Dumbledore to ashes. Marks McClown let out a sigh of relief, and Dumbledore finally got rid of it. This man, who was also an enemy of himself and his teacher, today finally ended his stupid and ignorant life. Thinking about it, there is still a little feeling. After all, Dumbledore has been the principal of Hogwarts for so long. Although he is personally paranoid, he has made a lot of contributions to Hogwarts. Moreover, he was once Marx McClown's professor, but he didn't expect to end up in Marx McClown's hands. It's really fooling people. But I also blame Dumbledore for his own crimes. If he doesn't do so much, I am afraid that he can still be a principal at Hogwarts, and Marxi and him can get along with each other peacefully, and jointly carry forward Hogwarts. But who made Dumbledore so stubborn and rigid? His morbid desire for control is the most important reason that led to Dumbledore's end. Not far away, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw saw Dumbledore annihilated in Marxi's magical attack, until nothing remained, and they were so surprised that they could not speak. They have been with Dumbledore for so long, and they know how Dumbledore's strength is. Even if the two of them work together to deal with Dumbledore, they dare not say that they can stalemate. But this is Dumbledore. Was it directly killed by Marxi? Slytherin sighed as he watched Dumbledore's fading body. Slytherin still has feelings for Hogwarts. Dumbledore, as the principal of Hogwarts after a millennium, was actually killed by Marxi in front of them. Slytherin also had a hint of helplessness and sigh in his heart. Marx McClown retracted his magic wand and frowned deeply. It's about to start. Dumbledore was resolved in 3.9. And Marxi felt a strange and powerful force around him constantly squeezing him, as if he was protesting and repelling himself. Time and space repulsion. Sure enough, at the same time Marxi killed Dumbledore, the time and space repulsion of this era strengthened again, expressing strong dissatisfaction with Marxi, and wanting to expel Marxi. Although Dumbledore did not belong to this era, Dumbledore's arrival in this era also had an undeniable influence on this era. Chapter 1059 Crush Gryffindor. But now Marxi's killing of Dumbledore is equivalent to inheriting the influence caused by Dumbledore, and the repulsive force of time and space on Marxi is increasing. Plus cool Tiger. Marx McClown could even feel the time-space repulsion force that he had to open the door of time-space shuttle and absorb herself in, but the door that Marx McClown looked forward to did not open, but it was still a little bit different. It was just a bit of time-space repulsion force. The rejection of oneself in this era is not enough. Marx McClown squinted his eyes. Since the repulsion of time and space is not enough, then continue to increase the force of time and space repulsion. It's almost a knock. Marx McClown turned back abruptly, his gaze directly locked on Gryffindor. This time the Hogwarts Big Four will work together with Dumbledore. Among the Big Four, Gryffindor will undoubtedly contribute the most. As the founder of Hogwarts Gryffindor College, Gryffindor inherits his pride and confidence 11 and teaches students to have courage and fight against everything. This is a very good essence. But Marxi must use practical actions to tell Gryffindor that it is a good thing to have pride, self-confidence, and courage. But there will be retribution if you do something wrong with this excellent essence. And Gryffindor's retribution is Marxi. Ravenclaw screamed, "Gryffindor, run!" Ravenclaw had already sensed Marxi's killing intent on Gryffindor and couldn't help but remind him. Gryffindor could naturally feel Marxi's resolute killing intent. Of course he wanted to escape from this area, but his body was frozen around, unable to move at all, let alone escape. Although the strength of the Big Four of Hogwarts has reached the god-level realm of Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort 1,000 years later, they are also divided in this realm. Today's Marxi, although the level of magic power is almost the same as that of Gryffindor, Solomon's magical control methods beyond the limit are even higher. It is necessary to know that the magic power level and the magic control method beyond the limit are one of the two major elements of the advanced god-level wizard. so Marks-I can stabilize Gryffindor with this alone. Not to mention that Marks-I now has two strongest double dragon wands that are comparable to the old wands. The spiritual level and physical level are also overwhelmingly stronger. The combination of various factors has created Marks-I's terrifying strength against the world. Therefore, Gryffindor's ability to dominate the crowd was nothing more than sparseness in Marks McClown's eyes at this time. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown wanted to suppress Gryffindor, but it was simple and uneasy. Ravenclaw struggled to rush to Gryffindor, and the two teamed up to fight Marks-I, and there was still a battle. If Marks-I was allowed to attack Gryffindor, it would be a nightmare. However, as Ravenclaw worked, Marks McClown's body had already come to Gryffindor. In terms of speed alone, how could Ravenclaw compare to Marks McClown, not to mention that Ravenclaw had been injured before. Slytherin saw this situation and could only take a step back and sighed helplessly. If Marks-I attacked Ravenclaw, Slytherin might still obstruct Marks-I, but Marks-I is now fighting against Gryffindor, Slytherin's old enemy. Slytherin did not do anything at all. The meaning of helping hands. There was no love between the two of them. Even if Gryffindor was killed by Marks-I, Slytherin would not feel any guilt in his heart. Gryffindor looked at Marks-I in horror. The self-confidence and pride in his mouth disappeared at this moment, not to mention the so-called courage. In the face of life and death, Gryffindor revealed his most authentic side. The truest aspect of this is being scared to speak and unable to move. Marks McClown looked up at Gryffindor condescendingly, without any emotion in his indifferent eyes. For Marks-I, there is no psychological burden on Gryffindor about to be shot, just like dealing with a dog waiting to die. The reason why Marks McClown thinks this way is indeed understandable. After all, Gryffindor is the one among the Big Four Hogwarts who has always had the most opinion on Marks McClown. The biggest reason why the Hogwarts Big Four would follow Dumbledore's words is also because of Gryffindor. So in Marks-I's mind, Gryffindor is the most damnable of the Big Four of Hogwarts. At this time, Gryffindor's heart was also covered by endless fear. Looking at Marks McClown in horror, unable to react at all. There has never been a moment that Gryffindor can understand so deeply. Nothing can be done with courage, especially unable to make up the decisive strength gap. The two magic wands in Marks-I's hand moved forward slowly, carrying huge fluctuations of magical power, and with a single tap, they touched Gryffindor's forehead like a dragonfly. Gryffindor trembled, looking at Marks McClown's eyes full of despair, fear and unbelievable 343. He didn't react the moment before he died. It turned out that he was here today. Puff. There was a muffled sound, as if a big watermelon had been smashed to pieces. Gryffindor's broken body smashed to the ground weakly, making a sound of broken leather falling to the ground. The Big Four of Hogwarts, Gryffindor, was originally the hero of this era, and was originally the top existence of this era. But now they are dead, so plain, even unremarkable. Gryffindor, fall. Ravenclaw stopped his body abruptly. His eyes widened, and he watched Gryffindor's body fall on the ground in horror. Marks-I was in Ravenclaw's eyes at this time, and he was from hell. Satan, the devil, came to reap their lives. Even Dumbledore and Gryffindor, such a powerful person, died in Marks-I's hands. If Ravenclaw rushed forward, it is estimated that the result would not be much different. Chapter 1060. Slytherin saw the scene where Gryffindor was knifed by Marks-I, and couldn't help sighing secretly. Although he had already guessed it, he still had an indescribable feeling when he saw Gryffindor falling. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown turned his head and took a deep look at Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw suddenly trembled, as if being watched by death. He didn't dare to look directly into Marks McClown's eyes. You know, not long ago, the Big Four of Hogwarts and Dumbledore smashed Marks McClown and fled. Marks McClown couldn't compete with their strength. Who knows that now, the Hogwarts Big Four are dead and rebellious. In the end, Ravenclaw is the only one left. and his attitude towards Marks McClown has also undergone tremendous changes. It's really fooling people. Marks McClown glanced at Ravenclaw and didn't mean to Ravenclaw's labourers. Marks McClown knew in his heart that it was Dumbledore and Gryffindor who really had enemies with him. Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even Slytherin are all innocent, bewildered by Dumbledore's myths, and led by Gryffindor in the wrong direction. The most important point is that now only Ravenclaw and Slytherin remain in the Hogwarts Big Four. Slytherin has decided to leave Hogwarts and devote himself to building Nobby. Ravenclaw is the only surviving giant at Hogwarts. If Mark's Eye disposes of Ravenclaw, chances are that Hogwarts history will change as a result, and it will not be able to last for thousands of years. This is not the result that Mark's Eye wants to see. Mark's Eye is a student of Hogwarts after all, and her affection for Hogwarts will not be weakened by Dumbledore in a small area. Of course, Mark's Eye will not want Hogwarts' thousand-year heritage. Something went wrong. However, these reasons are secondary. The most important reason is that Mark's Eye feels that the power of time and space repulsion has reached a peak. This era can no longer accommodate the unstable factor of Mark's Eye, so the powerful repulsive force will repel Mark's Eye. A time crack opened silently behind Marks McClown, a powerful suction exploded with terrifying power, and Marks McClown was about to be absorbed. Slytherin and Ravenclaw watched this scene in shock, a little bit unsure of what was going on. Marks McClown explained with a smile, "This is the repulsion of time and space in this era. It seems that time and space cannot allow me to change history in this way, so I must forcibly send me back to the original time and space." Cool. Slytherin didn't react a little, and was surprised. "If you say that, you are leaving?" Marks McClown nodded slowly, and said, "I am not a person of this era after all. I always want to return to my own era." A trace of loss inevitably flashed in Slytherin's eyes. Although the time spent with Mark's Eye was very short, Slytherin found his shadow in Mark's Eye, and Mark's Eye had also changed a lot in many ways. For Slytherin, Marks McClown is not only his friend, but also a good teacher who taught him many things. If there is no Marks McClown, Slytherin would not know how to resolve the relationship between himself, Gryffindor and Hogwarts. Contradiction. If it weren't for Mark's Eye, Slytherin had never thought about recreating a magic school, let alone going to war with Hogwarts. Marks McClown allowed Slytherin to find his true self and did what Slytherin wanted to do most. Slytherin took a deep breath and said, "Since this is the case, I can only say goodbye to you." Marks McClown smiled and shook his head and said, "I won't see you again." You don't have to think so much. I'm just a passerby in this era, and a passerby in your life. You still have a long time in your life. Remember to be good. To build Nobby well, I hope to see the glory of Nobby after 1,000 years. When Marks McClown was talking, the repulsive force of time and space was continuously strengthened and then strengthened. Even Marks McClown could not resist this mighty force from the nature of time and space, and was slowly sucked into the cracks of time and space. Seeing Mark's Eye was about to disappear, Slytherin nodded heavily and said, "I will definitely." Marks McClown's figure slowly disappeared in the cracks of time and space, and no figure was seen again. The location where Marks McClown was located was empty, as if Marks McClown had never appeared before. If it weren't for the traces of the war still remaining on the ground, and Gryffindor's corpse that hadn't been cold, they would have doubted whether Marks McClown really existed. Slytherin sighed helplessly. Mark's Eye's arrival in this era has changed his life a lot. Although he is very grateful to Mark's Eye in his heart, Slytherin can't tell whether Mark's Eye is doing right or wrong. Anyway, everything has its own later history clarified. At this time, there were only Slytherin and Ravenclaw left here, and Ravenclaw stared at Slytherin warily, as if he was ready to do something with Slytherin at any time. Slytherin glanced at Ravenclaw and said, "Do you still want to continue fighting?" Ravenclaw was taken aback for a moment and didn't seem to expect that Slytherin would ask her that. From the bottom of his heart, Ravenclaw was naturally unwilling to continue the fight. After all, The price they paid was already very heavy. Good money. Slytherin took back his wand and said with a faint smile, "I don't want to continue playing anymore." "And you?" Ravenclaw saw that Slytherin had retracted his wand. It was a bit unbelievable, but he soon put down his wand and said with a wry smile, "I'm not a fighting demon, so how come I like to fight?" Slytherin opened his hand and said, "There is no grudge between me and you have to go back and look at Hogwarts College. No matter who wins or loses in my battle with you, there will be no good results. It is better to let go of grudges. Live in peace. P.S. Please give me a reward." Chapter 1061, Cloud Night in the Principal's Room. Ravenclaw said with a solemn expression, "What about the dead?" Ravenclaw was actually not reconciled. After all, Hogwarts died of 2 giants, and even Dumbledore died. Such a heavy price is too unacceptable. Slytherin said calmly, "Are you sure you want to continue our grievances?" Ravenclaw was taken aback, looked at Slytherin, and was speechless for a moment. Slytherin continued, "Gryffindor and Dumbledore were responsible for their deaths, while Hufflepuff was an accident, but their results are all because you chose Dumbledore, right? Now that Dumbledore and Markseye have lost the battle, is there a problem with you as the facilitator in making the corresponding price?" Ravenclaw's heart sank. She naturally understood what Slytherin meant. They chose Dumbledore at the beginning, and they were still Dumbledore's helpers until the moment Dumbledore died. As Dumbledore's helpers, they lost to Marks McClown, and it was natural to pay the price of their lives. Why would they not listen to Sly 487 Plim's advice, or even study the ins and outs of the matter? Slytherin said coldly, "I don't want to fight with you, but if you hold on to this matter, don't blame me for turning my face." Ravenclaw sighed and said, "I don't want to fight anymore." Ravenclaw was originally a well-known figure in the wizarding world, because she was tired of fighting in the wizarding world, and she chose to establish Hogwarts with Gryffindor, Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Want to live a life that you want to live in the last time of life? Who knows that there are still turmoil, and in the end, their Hogwarts Big Four are falling apart, dead and walking, very desolate. Ravenclaw was really tired and didn't want to fight anymore. When Slytherin heard Ravenclaw say this, his face also slowed down a lot, and said, "Go back. Hogwarts needs you." "I will stay here and run my knob." Ravenclaw took a look at Slytherin, turned slowly and was about to leave. Although she didn't want to fight Slytherin again, she still couldn't forgive Slytherin. If it weren't for Slytherin's rebellion, I'm afraid they would deal with Marks. Night was not such a result. Slytherin played a huge role in it. Slytherin suddenly stopped Ravenclaw and said, "Ravenclaw, although I have left Hogwarts, I don't want Hogwarts to decline. I hope you can manage your Hogwarts well and don't get caught." "Go down my knob, Visby," Ravenclaw said coldly. "It is you who should be careful. Hogwarts will definitely survive as in previous history. On the contrary, it is you who do not know the so-called knob. Don't screw yourself up." With that, Ravenclaw stopped staying, turned around and left without any hesitation. Slytherin looked at the back of Ravenclaw's departure and couldn't help sighing. From now on, the two will lead completely different lives, and the rivers and wells of each other will not be offended by each other, which is also embarrassing. After Ravenclaw left, he began to vigorously build Hogwarts to stabilize the situation at Hogwarts. Although the original situation of the coexistence of the Big Four turned into Ravenclaw as the principal of Hogwarts, after Hogwarts got through the initial maladjustment, he was still on the right track, thriving, and with great momentum. Regarding Markseye's matter, Ravenclaw did not make it public. It is a disgrace to Hogwarts, but Ravenclaw wrote it into the secret history of Hogwarts. Very few people know it. The momentum of Slytherin's knob is not weaker than Hogwarts. The two even compete with each other and compete with each other. They have become famous magic schools on the land of England and even attract many outsiders to apply for admission. The two magic schools, it has also become a prestigious school in the world. In the office of the principal of Nobva School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, In addition to a huge portrait of Slytherin, there is another portrait hanging on the opposite side. It is a portrait of Markseye, but this portrait of Markseye is not, it moves, hanging quietly like a mole painting. This hanging is 1,000 years of history. In modern times, a lonely figure sits in a cave in a wasteland on the outskirts of Lincolnshire, Nevada. Tourists or travel friends who pass by see it as just a tramp, and don't pay much attention. But how did they know that this slop-looking homeless man was the one who caused the New Haven tragedy and destroyed Merlin, the great demon of the U.S. Ministry of Magic? Merlin opened his eyes slowly, and his deep eyes seemed to carry a charm that made people indulge in it. He sucked in deeply, and finally lost himself in these eyes. Since Merlin absorbed the power of the U.S. Ministry of Magic, Merlin's magic power has undergone transformation. This is why Merlin disappeared from the United States after destroying the U.S. Ministry of Magic. It is because Merlin has to digest this huge force well and integrate it. At this time, Merlin has already completed this process and has more than doubled the quality and strength of his own magic power. It can be said that it has surpassed the peak strength of Merlin in the past. Transformation to a brand new stage. Merlin looked down at his palms. He only felt that these hands contained suffocating energy, as if as long as Merlin wanted, even the world had to surrender to Merlin's hands. Merlin should stand on top of the world. That person. Merlin laughed suddenly. He could feel the powerful energy surging in his body as if to overflow. Chapter 1062 The Magic God is born. With this energy, it is enough to make Merlin the master of the world. The tourists and travel friends passing by looked at Merlin in the valley in surprise, with a trace of malicious ridicule in their eyes. In their opinion, this is a tramp who is maddening. Plus cool, tiger. Some travelers even want to come forward and teach the homeless man a lesson. After all, homeless people, as the lowest level of society, are born bullied. But before they showed their superiority, Merlin was slowly floating in the air, looking at these people with eyes like ants. The passengers and travelers stared at Merlin floating in midair with horrified eyes. They never thought that Merlin could float in the air. Isn't he a tramp who is bullied? But before they could come back to their senses, Merlin slowly raised his hand and shook his palm lightly. The entire ground suddenly churned up, and this area seemed to have collapsed suddenly. Dozens of travelers among them were instantly swallowed by the collapsed land, and the ground formed a palm and suddenly closed. Caca, the sound of chick sounded from it. Dozens of lives passed away suddenly, and even the exclamation for help was not heard. Merlin had already deprived them of their lives. Plus cool, tiger. Merlin let out a sigh of relief. Still, this kind of murderous feeling is very comfortable. At this time Merlin is like a god between the heaven and the earth, and it can destroy the heaven and the earth in understatement. If there is a sharp-eyed wizard present, it will inevitably be discovered that Merlin doesn't even use a magic wand at this time. He can directly control the magic of heaven and earth with his hands. This is no more than one hand in the wizarding world. With a gentle swipe of her hand, Merlin suddenly collapsed. The giant hand formed on the ground, and the dust that was about to splash was also suppressed, and the whole ground seemed to be restored to its original state. Merlin took a deep breath, looked in one direction, and murmured, "Since the strength has been integrated, it is time to explore the so-called area." Merlin's direction is the 51 restricted area of the United States, which is one of the most advanced military bases in the United States. The restricted area is not only because it is a military base of the U.S. military, but the most important thing is that there have been many occurrences there. The mysterious power fluctuates and produces many unexpected consequences. This is also the real purpose of Merlin's coming to the United States. He wants to find something, and such a thing is very likely to exist in this 51 area. Merlin's figure slowly disappeared in place, and the place returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. No one knew that the lives of dozens of people here just died in vain. The United States has caused an uproar due to the New Haven incident and the Ministry of Magic incident. The U.S. government attaches great importance to this matter. However, even if the U.S. Ministry of Magic is completely annihilated, The US government cannot do anything about it. Although it is an investigation, it depends on the United States. The power of magic couldn't do anything. American society and public opinion have reported various reports about the New Haven incident, requiring the government to give a reply. Therefore, the US government is in a state of exhaustion at this time, and it is even more ignorant of this Merlin lurking in the United States. Area. Due to the turmoil in the domestic situation in the United States and the various actions of the United States government, the military alert here has also deepened a lot. Many Americans are fully armed to prevent accidents. And Merlin's figure also slowly appeared in the high air of Area 51, looking down at this place where it was extremely likely that there was something he wanted to get, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. The Americans stationed here do not have any threat in Merlin's eyes, but Merlin is observing whether he can directly find what he wants. But of course it's not that Merlin can detect any abnormalities just by looking at it this way. He still needs to go in and find out in person. Let's start then. Merlin's figure dimmed again, and he appeared again at the gate of the 51 restricted area, looking indifferently at the hundreds of beautiful people in front of the gate. Find flowers. Middle. These beautiful people were also shocked at the same time. Why someone appeared in front of them for no reason? Could it be a spiritual event again? But when they saw Merlin dressed as a tramp, the Americans breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they were distracted, so they didn't notice that a tramp came here. Immediately, a beautiful woman walked out, preparing to rudely drive the tramp away. Civilian, get out of here quickly, this is not where you can come. Two American policemen with live ammunition aimed at Merlin's forehead with the M416 in their hands, trying to force Merlin to leave. But Merlin looked around with blurred eyes, like an ignorant child, looking at the world curiously. This look made the two beautiful people feel very strange. Is this person sick? Didn't see them use the gun pointed at his head. Merlin slowly said, is this Area 51? The two beautiful people are even more vigilant. The person in front of them is either insane or malicious. Anyway, it is definitely not a good thing for them. A beautiful woman took a step forward. The M416's spear tip had reached Merlin's forehead, and he shouted angrily, get out of here now, or don't blame me for blasting your head. Merlin frowned a little, looked at the beautiful woman in front of him as if looking at a corpse, and said, I don't like being pointed at with a gun. Go to death. As soon as Merlin's voice fell, his face flushed. He only felt that the blood from his whole body surged to his head, and then made the sound of a watermelon bursting. Boom! The head of the beauty burst into the air, and countless blood rushed into the air like a fountain. Chapter 1063, An Human Realm. There were countless blood mists flying all over the sky, but none of the blood drops on Merlin's body. Plus cool, tiger. A little later, the beautiful people saw everything in front of them, and they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. But the reaction as a soldier was to squeeze the trigger immediately, and they would tear the demon to pieces. With the rapid sound of needles, dozens of bullets were shot out instantly like a torrent of steel, and it seemed that Merlin's seemingly fragile body was about to be shot out of blood holes. However, Merlin smiled coldly. These bullets shot halfway through, suddenly stopping the path of advancement, slowly floating in midair, looking very strange. How could this be? The beauty stared at all this in a daze. He finally reacted. The 413 person in front of him, no, should be called a demon. It is not something ordinary mortals like him can resist. But this regret seems to come a bit late. Merlin waved his hand. The bullet floating in the air seemed to have found the target again, and shot towards the position of the beauty. Puff. 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 Puff 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 puff. After several muffled sounds, blood holes appeared on the American soldiers. The poor soldier looked at the blood hole in his body in shock, and fell unyielding to the ground, no longer alive. Woo. 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 The US military base in the district finally discovered what was happening here, and the harsh and loud sirens immediately sounded throughout Area 51. Hundreds of American soldiers were completely agitated, wearing bulletproof suits, receiving guns and ammunition, and some ran violently, go to the tank warehouse, as if being alarmed by ant dens. The American soldiers who were stationed on duty were on the edge of the base and put on the appearance of the war of resistance. All kinds of long guns and short guns went into battle, and the unanimous goal was directed at Merlin. Although the area lies deep in the interior of the United States, it is a restricted area for U.S. military affairs after all. Therefore, the soldiers stationed here are all veterans who have been dispatched out of the country and who have experienced many battles. There is no panic in the face of the sudden alarm. For a short time all the preparations for war are ready inside. If the army of other countries attacked the military base in Area 51, it would cost at least 2 to 3 times the number of casualties of the U.S. defenders to capture here. After all, the U.S. military is already the most powerful army on the planet. This weaponry and technology is also world-leading. But this is only for the military of other countries. In the face of a humanoid monster like Merlin, even a huge U.S. Ministry of Magic is not its opponent, let alone an ordinary army. Merlin walked slowly towards the military base in Area 51, and suddenly countless artillery blasted through the sky with red lines of fire, and bombed in the direction of Merlin. Merlin didn't seem to see it. His pace did not stop at all, and he still strode towards the 51 restricted zone military base. When these rockets were still quite some distance away from Merlin, their powerful momentum seemed to be suddenly cut off, suspended in midair, rolling weakly, and then bursting apart. And it can be seen that the bursting sparks exploded brilliantly in the direction away from Merlin, and the direction facing Merlin seemed to be an indestructible protective shield. Even the sparks could not break through. Hundreds of rocket launchers made a violent bursting sound one after another, fragments of fire light all over half of the sky, and the Merlin in it still walked freely in it, like a god. What's going on? How can the rocket launchers have no effect? The commander of the military base in the restricted zone shouted in shock. He has commanded many battles. Under his command, the U.S. military team often beat the enemy militants and fled in embarrassment. The U.S. team suffered very few casualties. However, he has never seen such a terrifying picture after all the battles. With the power of one person, through countless war artillery shells, is this still a human? Sir, what should we do now? The messenger with a panicked face stood behind the commander and looked at the commander anxiously. But at this time, the commander has already had no master. How could he know what to do? At this moment, Merlin had entered the range of the U.S. military team. Thousands of American policemen were not stingy with their bullets. They slammed the trigger, and countless bullets shot towards Merlin. If I were an ordinary person, I would have been torn into pieces by bullets of various calibers, but in front of Merlin, these bullets were nothing but toys. I saw Merlin lightly wave it, and thousands of bullets were contained, staying on the advancing momentum, then fell to the ground in the smoke of gunpowder. Impossible. Is this still a human? He is a ghost. He is Satan. He is a demon. How can ordinary people do all this? Facing Merlin's various superpowers, these beautiful and resolute spirits were completely shaken. They are brave and good at fighting against people, but how about demon fighting? Merlin slowly approached the restricted area of Area 51 step by step. The surrounding Americans were already full of fear for Merlin. Because of the fear in their hearts, they kept tilting the ammunition in their hands to the position of Merlin. However, these ammunition still failed to achieve their goals. Merlin was still advancing leisurely, unaffected by the ammunition at all. The continuous roar sounded continuously, but to Merlin it was just a mosquito-like 4.4 cry. Merlin frowned slowly. Although these ammunition had no effect on him, Merlin also felt that the sound at first was too harsh and made Merlin feel irritated. Merlin slowly raised his hand and pinched his wand in his hand. The magic power of the whole world suddenly stirred for a moment, and the ground burst out suddenly, and the beautiful people on the ground had no time to resist, and they were instantly wrapped in countless sand and stones, bursting out a cloud of blood mist. Devil, who can kill him? Chapter 1064. Destroy the military zone alone. At the gate of the restricted area base, hundreds of American soldiers lost their lives in an instant, and Merlin slowly walked into the military base in Area 51. At this time, all soldiers at the gate had been wiped out by Merlin, and only blood was left everywhere. Merlin ignored the mess around him, but didn't continue to go deep. He knew that if he wanted to investigate the situation well, he had to solve all these annoying beauties, otherwise it would not be that simple. Merlin slowly cast his gaze to the restless military camp not far away. Although Merlin solved hundreds of American soldiers, this is only the defensive force at the gate of Area 51. In fact, there are thousands of defenders. The rumbling sound came from the barracks, and a pair of American soldiers charged with guns rushed out at the fastest speed, and dozens of huge tanks were still driving behind them. The black bullet holes were pointed directly in the direction of Merlin. Not only that, dozens of fighters were also preparing nervously at the airport behind the barracks. The pilots and logistics personnel were doing various tasks and trying 11 aircraft. Rising. In the center of the district military base, the military commander looked at the horror at the gate of Area 51 in shock. The palms of his hands were already sweaty. A group of American police officers behind him looked nervously at the commander's back, seeming to want the commander to give an order to make a living. Cool Tiger, but how can the commander solve Merlin? Faced with this kind of demon, human beings are not opponents at all. Notify Washington, right away. Hearing the commander's words, the faces of the surrounding officers also turned dark. They already knew that the commander had no choice but to seek assistance from Washington, but no matter how Washington assisted, they could not change their current reality. They to be slaughtered. After hearing a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared at the airport in the restricted area of Area 51. The location of the original pit was where dozens of F-35s stayed. There were also places where many pilots and logistics personnel were busy. The commander's face flushed. After seeing Merlin's strength again, he had no luck in his heart. Facing the devil, they had no chance to escape. Anyway, it was death. It is better to die in the battlefield as the soldier's most honorable mission! The whole army attacked. Stop the invaders. The commander ordered belonged to him. The troops at the military division base in the restricted zone finally knew what opponent they were facing. Just like the commander thought, it would be better to die in such a wasteful way than to die in battle. Thousands of Americans, like wild horses running off the rein, took up their weapons one after another and charged towards the direction where Merlin was, trying to cause even the slightest harm to the intruder. Cool Tiger, the commander groaned, and said, "The cloud explosive bombs and white phosphorus bombs in the base's inventory, please use them all." The surrounding officers were taken aback for a moment, and looked at the commander in shock. One officer couldn't help but said, "That's not good. The cloud explosive bombs and white phosphorus bombs are too powerful. It's okay to use them elsewhere. If they are used in the base, I'm afraid it will hurt many people by mistake." The commander said coldly, "Now do you think we can escape? If we don't try it, we will only have the whole army wiped out. Carry out immediately, this is an order." Hearing the commander's cold command, the surrounding officers looked at each other, but there was no way to defy the commander's order, so they had to order and use these powerful ammunition. Suddenly, several rocket launchers filled with cloud explosive fuel and the core of the white phosphorus bomb were ready, and swish rushed towards Merlin with sparks. Boom! 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 A loud noise rang around Merlin. However, similar to the previous ammunition, the cloudburst and white phosphorus bombs were as lethal as they were. But they did not even break through the magic defensive cover outside Merlin. Instead, they accidentally injured many beautiful people. After all, the cloud explosive bomb is terrifying, and the white phosphorus bomb is flammable, which is very troublesome. These ants are so annoying. Looking at the troops rushing out of the barracks, Merlin couldn't help but shook his head slowly. He was already impatient. Merlin lifted the magic wand lightly and pressed it down heavily, only to see the space collapsed suddenly, and the terrifying magic tore through the constraints of the space, pressing down like a tens of thousands of catties. The entire 51 area military base suddenly became extremely silent from the complicated noise. Shattered. The military base in Area 51 was continuously shattering at a rapid and determined speed. The buildings, armored vehicles, tanks, and even a living individual of the military division base were shattered and shattered in this terrifying magic. Merlin slowly closed his eyes, and only less than 10 seconds passed. Except for Merlin's standing position, Area 51 was completely destroyed, leaving only a large ruined wall and a puddle of extremely bright blood on the ground. Merlin opened his eyes again, but the situation before him was completely different from the two worlds before he closed his eyes. If the world just now was described as chaos and restlessness, then the world today is dead and quiet! The military base in the restricted zone of the United States was wiped out. The White House in Washington, USA. This symbolizes the supreme power of the United States. No matter when, even during World War II, this place looked safe, but now it is full of chaos and noise. Dozens of generals against the stars on their shoulders stood anxiously outside the door, rubbing hands, talking on the phone, and the White House door was like a vegetable market. The internal chaos of the White House was also abnormal. Various information and intelligence were continuously transmitted to the White House. The staff inside were extremely busy, shuttled through the courtyard of the White House. In the office of the President of the White House, a respectful man stood in front of the President, holding a document and constantly telling him something. Chapter 1065, Man's Strongest Trump Card. The President frowned as he heard some terrifying news. The President slowly said, "Are you sure that the strange man who attacked Area 51 was the initiator of the New Haven incident? The Ministry of Magic was also destroyed by him?" The man nodded and said, "Except for this man to explain everything, other conditions can't explain the whole thing clearly, and from New Haven to the U.S. Department of Magic to Area 51, it happened to be the attack route of this weird man. It must have come to the United States with some unknown secret." The President frowned further and said, "What's going on in Area 51? Can you stick to it? When will our nearest army support the past?" The man said with a bitter face, "I can't support it. Area 51 has been out of contact for almost 2 hours. It is estimated that all have fallen, and according to the surveillance aircraft we sent, it seems that Area 51 has been razed to the ground." The President clenched his fists sharply. Merlin's actions have seriously affected the safety of the United States. Therefore, the President could no longer contain his excitement. He slammed a hammer on the table, scaring the man in front of him. But I have never seen the President so angry. The man whispered, "Mr. President, what should I do now?" The President took a deep breath and said, "Where is that weirdo now? Is he still in Area 51? The man glanced at the information and said, "It should be true." The reconnaissance plane detected only one heat source activity in Area 51 10 minutes ago. It is estimated that it is the devilish weirdo. Cool Tiger. The President stood up and said coldly, "Using nuclear weapons, such people cannot survive in the world, they must die." The man took a deep breath and said in surprise, "Mr. President, you have to think twice. Are you planning to use nuclear weapons on our country? The public will definitely have a big reaction." The President said coldly, "Is it still time to consider this? If this demon is not removed, our entire United States will be over. Even if I was ousted from power with nuclear weapons, I cannot tolerate the continued existence of such horrible people in our United States." The man's chest was undulating, and he had to say, "Mr. President, I understand." With that, the man spoke a few words into the small microphone beside his clothes, walked to the side of the President's desk, and pressed a button. A small button appeared on the President's desktop with a sophisticated electronic lock. The President took a deep breath and approached the electronic lock. The electronic lock automatically issued a red line and scanned the President's eyes. The program automatically unlocked, revealing one of the red buttons. Plus Cool tiger. And this button is exactly the start button for US nuclear weapons. The president solemnly said, using large-scale nuclear weapons to lock the heat source in Area 51, we must ensure an absolute hit. The man nodded solemnly, his eyes full of helplessness when he looked at the president. He knew that the president would receive condemnation from the people for doing so, and the president's official career would end here, but it seems that there is nothing else to do. Way out. The president no longer hesitated, and pressed his finger hard on the red button. Suddenly, the entire White House flashed red, and the harsh alarms spread throughout the White House. The generals outside the White House were surprised one by one. They certainly know that this means the activation of nuclear weapons, but why does the president want to activate nuclear weapons? Is it going to go to war on the country on the west bank of the Pacific, far away in a secret missile launch base in the Great Plains of the central United States? The American soldiers of a missile launcher were taking good care of the vehicle. But suddenly a red light on the vehicle suddenly turned on and pierced the ears. The alarm sounds. The American soldiers at the scene looked at each other in disbelief. Why suddenly there was an order to activate this missile launcher, and as soldiers of this missile launcher, they naturally knew that the missiles in this missile launcher were not ordinary missiles, but missiles with nuclear warheads! Exclamation mark. Is it wrong? Why did the White House order us to launch? An American soldier immediately opened his mouth and said, "We didn't go to war against any major country." Could it be that a nuclear bomb was fired at Iraq? Oh my God, the location that ordered us to launch is not a foreign country, it's a domestic launch. What? Is the president stupid? How could he launch a nuclear bomb at home? For a while, the soldiers of the missile launcher spoke one after another, expressing their incredible belief in this matter. At this time, an older soldier captain said coldly: "Don't talk nonsense, prepare to launch immediately, and then dispose of nonsense directly by military law." As soon as the words came out, the other American soldiers dared not talk nonsense. They immediately took action. In less than half a minute, the missile launch vehicle was ready, the long missile was erected, and the burning exhaust continued. The ground was brewing from behind. "Captain, do you really want to launch? This will not be an oolong." A soldier couldn't help but approached the older captain and asked. The captain said coldly, "The mission of a soldier is to obey orders. Don't think so much, launch." With that, the captain pressed the launch button. This long missile suddenly burst into suffocating flames, rushing to the sky and whizzing towards the direction of Area 51. Good kings. The ruins of the district. Merlin is searching for this ruin with enormous mental power, wanting to see if what he wants is in this mysterious 51 area. But the result was not what Merlin had expected. Apart from some strange elements and fluctuations, there was nothing Merlin was looking for. And these strange fluctuations are just some trace elements of alien planets. It should be that meteorites from alien planets once landed on the current location of Area 51. Although there have been some rare situations on Earth, they are not what Merlin expected. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1066. The biggest and worst desperate event in American history. Merlin lowered her head, pondering, isn't the thing he thought of here? At this moment, Merlin raised his head fiercely, and he found an extremely powerful threat swiftly approaching here. This feeling even Merlin felt a deadly threat. Merlin stared at the direction where the nuclear warhead missile was flying, and muttered, "Is this a Mull weapon? It really is so extraordinary." But soon Merlin showed a cold smile and said, "But it's not that simple to solve me just by doing this." Merlin drew out his wand, knowing that since Merlin annihilated the US Ministry of Magic, he hadn't used it many times. After all, with Merlin's current strength, he can destroy a city alone, rarely encountering situations that require him to be forced to use a magic wand. However, Merlin had to use a magic wand to deal with the nuclear warhead launched by the US government. I saw Merlin lift up his magic wand, and the surging magic power brewed in the high air, immediately destroying the entire plane of time and space. If there is a wizard here, you will be surprised. because this is not some 337 unknown magic, but because Merlin's magic power is too large and terrifying. It causes a completely mutated apparition after being used. A huge space-time vortex suddenly appeared in the high altitude of Area 51, and countless space-time lightning was brewing in it. Every lightning seemed to carry the ability to destroy the world. Merlin's body slowly hung in the air beside the time and space vortex, coldly watching the light slowly appearing on the horizon. Merlin said coldly, "Want to deal with me? Also see if you have this ability." A nuclear missile carrying a dazzling flame has already landed in the high air of Area 51, and the target is directly at Merlin. Merlin smiled coldly. His body directly plunged into the space-time vortex, and the other side of the space-time vortex was connected to Washington, USA. The roaring nuclear missiles followed Merlin, also blasting into the space-time vortex. Apparition. The Great Lawn of the White House, Washington, USA. The American president in formal suit had a solemn expression, followed by a large group of staff and generals, bowing neatly in the direction of Area 51. It turns out that the President of the United States knew that launching this nuclear bomb would destroy the devil. It would also affect many people, and even cause many people to lose their lives or become disabled for life, and it would affect the abilities of many people's offspring. Plus cool Tiger. But in order to solve the people behind the New Haven incident and avenge the Ministry of Magic, the President of the United States has no choice. Mr. President, don't do this anymore. You are also to protect our American people. Even if people all over the world don't understand you, we can appreciate your greatness. A staff member could not help but comfort the President. The President just sighed and did not speak. And at this moment, there was a rumbling over the White House. A giant black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless black lightning roared. The wind was violent, and the entire Washington was trembling with the roar. "What is that?" someone yelled in horror immediately. The White House suddenly panicked, and the troops outside the White House also drew out guns and ammunition, staring at the black hole in their heads. "There is someone there." Soon someone found a figure from the edge of the black hole. Of course that figure was Merlin. The President shouted angrily, "What's going on? Do those guys in the Air Force eat dry food? How come there is such a thing here?" The aides and generals around looked at each other, but they couldn't give the President an answer at all. They didn't know how this black hole came out of their heads, let alone explain to the President. Merlin laughed and said, "Aren't you going to kill me? You are too naive if you want to kill me, and you are not even ready to pay a price." The President was startled and shouted angrily, "You are the devil. Aren't you in Area 51? How come you are here?" It's no wonder that the President is so surprised. After all, in the President's impression, Merlin, the great devil, should have been shattered by a nuclear bomb in Area 51. How could it be here? Merlin laughed and said, "What's the use of knowing so much for the dying person?" Hearing Merlin's words, the President's heart trembled. Looking at Merlin in disbelief, he seemed to understand what Merlin meant, but he was not sure and believe it. At this time, a dazzling light appeared in this black hole of time and space. There is no doubt that it was the missile carrying a nuclear warhead. The President shrank his pupils and murmured, "It's over, America is over." I saw the missile shot straight into the ground, exposing a huge cave on the ground, and fire gushing from it, and the whole world was silent for a moment. Merlin smiled coldly. His figure disappeared into the black hole of time and space again, and the whole world underneath was destroyed. The terrifying explosion was so powerful that it overturned the ground, and large pieces of stratum broke apart, and endless storms swept across the city. High-rise buildings, subways, city rails, and cars were instantly swept away by the hot steam. After being burned into steel bars, black charcoal. Many people have not even realized what happened. They were directly bombarded by the terrifying heat, leaving only black marks symbolizing death and despair. The storm of the explosion destroyed everything even more. and even the time and space vortex created by Merlin could not withstand this force and twisted and shattered. This frightening force spread rapidly around the White House, and the city of Washington was destroyed and disappeared overnight. Boom! With the sound of a cannon, Washington, a city that was the heart of the United States, was completely destroyed. It is not only the tens of millions of people in the cities who have died, but most of the government agencies and political parties in the United States were destroyed in this big explosion. Chapter 1067 Mark's Eye returns. It is conceivable that the United States without the US government will cause much shock. Cool Tiger, as the initiator of the whole incident, Merlin had already returned to Area 51, as if it had nothing to do with the whole incident. Merlin was in Area 51, still using a strong mental power to search the entire Area 51, but this time the situation was no different from before, and Merlin could not search for anything. Merlin sighed. The so-called mysterious things here in Area 51 are things left over from aliens. For the mole world, they are indeed worthy of research, and they can even affect the entire world. But these things were not what Merlin was looking for. They had a little effect on Merlin and they didn't. Merlin shook his head disappointedly. He didn't expect that he would go all the way to the United States, even destroying New Haven, annihilating the US Ministry of Magic, and finally destroying the city of Washington. I want to try to see if I can find what I want, but I still have to go back empty-handed. Merlin let out a sigh. Although he didn't find what he wanted in the United States, Merlin from the US Ministry of Magic was able to absorb a lot of power from New Haven. Not only has his strength restored to its original level, but it has also been greatly improved. Merlin can even assert that no one in the world can be his opponent. Even Marx McClown, who is very optimistic about him, is definitely not his opponent. Merlin J.E.G. sneered. Although Mark's Eye was involved in the rift in time and space by Dumbledore, Merlin never felt that Mark's Eye would die because of it. You know, Marx McClown is the person who impressed Merlin the most. If it weren't for Marx McClown, I'm afraid that Merlin is still recuperating from the vampire family. Marx McClown actually broke Merlin's plan, not only expelling Merlin from the vampire family, but also taking the vampire family as an ally. For many years, Merlin has not suffered such a loss. But for this matter, Merlin would also like to thank Marx McClown. If Marx McClown hadn't rushed to rescue the vampires, I am afraid that Merlin had not lifted the seal. Not to mention that you can restore your own strength like now, and even make so much diligence. All of this is strictly due to Marx McClown. Therefore, Mark's Eye naturally became a goal of Merlin. If Mark's Eye's goal was dealt with by a person who was not afraid of Dumbledore, I am afraid Merlin would be disappointed. Merlin looked around. He had determined that there was nothing he was looking for in Area 51, so to find such a thing, he still had to go back to England. Merlin murmured, "Sure enough, do things related to that world only appear in Britain?" Merlin took a deep breath. In that case, it doesn't make any sense for him to stay in the United States. He will return to Britain after all. But at this moment, Merlin raised his head fiercely and looked in a direction, which was exactly where Britain was. Merlin can obviously feel a strange wave appearing in the direction of Britain, and this wave Merlin can tell that it is a wave of space-time power. Merlin smiled knowingly. Marx McClown didn't disappoint him, and he managed to get Dumbledore back. Merlin didn't even think about whether Dumbledore would solve Marx McClown's ending. He knew that Marx McClown's strength would not let him down. Merlin's figure slowly disappeared from the place, and the direction in which Merlin disappeared was facing the direction of Britain. Merlin is about to leave the United States and return to the United Kingdom. But the disaster that Merlin caused in the United States has just set off a huge storm. The New Haven incident has already set off a huge storm in the United States. An entire city has been massacred and there is no half alive. This kind of thing is unforgivable no matter which country it is placed in. Not to mention the most powerful America in the world today. However, after the New Haven incident, the US government did not have any reasonable explanation except for blocking the news. This state has caused people to maintain a state of extreme distrust of the US government, And it also has a problem with the New Haven incident. Various guesses. Find flowers. For example, New Haven was captured by aliens, or captured by demons, or even involved in a conspiracy with a powerful country in East Asia. There is no reasonable explanation for the New Haven incident. Washington was suddenly attacked by a nuclear bomb, and the entire city disappeared. Even the US government and the White House were all martyred in this accident. The most unacceptable thing is that Washington was attacked by a nuclear bomb, and the source of the nuclear bomb was the United States itself. So this matter is no longer simple. It has risen to a major event of life and death in the United States. Many governors of American states have moved their minds and felt that the central government has been destroyed, and the demise of the United States is coming. And many careerists have begun to act. Get up and come alive with slogans of revenge for the United States. This is the activity of the American mochi, and the American wizarding world is setting off a revolution that is not inferior to the world of the mochi. Compared with the mochi, the American wizarding world understands that this is because a mysterious wizard attacked the tragedy caused by the United States. New Haven, the U.S. Ministry of Magic, the Area 51 exclusion zone military base, including Washington, was attacked by a nuclear bomb. All wizards in the US wizarding world knew very well that this was a wizard who could destroy their entire United States. The American wizarding world is simply unable to fight against this powerful and mysterious wizard, nor does it want to fight against such a demon. Therefore, the situation in the American wizarding world is similar to that of the Magi world. They are all clamoring for evolution and resistance in the wizarding world. But in fact, there is no. The man shouted the slogan to find Merlin. They knew that they did not have the capital to fight against Merlin, and the chaos that Merlin gave, they just wanted to take advantage of it, and the rest was not in their consideration. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1068, The Shock of the World. When the American wizarding world became a sensation because of this incident also spread, and the whole world was shocked by this incident. After all, the US Ministry of Magic is not considered the most powerful Ministry of Magic, but in the world, the US Ministry of Magic can also rank in the top 3. Such a powerful Ministry of Magic was completely annihilated overnight, and was wiped out by a mysterious wizard. How could such an explosion incident not arouse the intense attention of other countries' Ministry of Magic? Temple Ministry of Magic, Rome, Italy. The strength of the Italian Ministry of Magic can be said to be comparable to that of the US Ministry of Magic. It is also ranked in the top 3 in the world. If it weren't for the United States' national strength many times stronger than that of Italy, it has also cultivated many powerful May, 4, and 3. I am afraid that the strength of the Italian Ministry of Magic will be stronger than that of the US Ministry of Magic. At this time, the Ministry of Magic and the Minister's office in the Roman Temple are now full of a large group of wizards in white robes. Most of these wizards are over half 100 years old and have grey hair, but their bodies contain extremely powerful magic waves. Looking around, they are all extremely powerful wizards. An elderly man sitting at the main table of the minister's office has a profound imprint on his white wizard robe, which is the mark of the most famous family in Italy, the Romancea family. And the current head of the Romancea family is the current minister of the Italian Ministry of Magic, Romancea Kaiser. Romancea slowly tasted the glass of red wine in front of him. His face was very serious, and there was no sound for a long time, and the high-level wizards of the Italian Ministry of Magic around him also stood quietly on the side, with a solemn face, no daring to hit the meaning of breaking Romancea. Plus cool, tiger. After a long while, Romancea slowly said, "Has the affairs of the US Ministry of Magic been investigated?" A high-level wizard from the Italian Ministry of Magic hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Report to the minister that the situation in the United States is too chaotic now, so we can't find out anything at all. The only thing we can know is that this mysterious wizard is very likely from Britain." Romancea frowned slightly and said, "How do you judge this?" The high-level wizard of the Ministry of Magic said, "It is not my judgment, but after the New Haven incident, many American public opinions have been discussing this matter and have been investigated. Before the New Haven incident, a British ship came to New Haven, and this ship was treated the same way!" Romance frowned, and said, "But now the British Ministry of Magic is also unable to protect itself. How could it be the hands and feet of the British Ministry of Magic?" Hearing Romance's words, the high-level officials of the Ministry of Magic around Italy also thought about it. The strength of the Ministry of Magic in the UK can be said to be the best in the world, and it is normal to even say that it is ahead of the Ministry of Magic in other countries. So it is understandable that this kind of scary wizard appeared in the UK, but the situation of the British Ministry of Magic is now known to the world. In the British Ministry of Magic appeared a more defying figure, step by step to overthrow the rule of the British Ministry of Magic, and even broke out the Great Wizarding War. At this time, the British Ministry of Magic did not have any spare capacity to care about foreign affairs. But how does this mysterious wizard from the British steamship explain? Romance sighed and said, "Now the world of wizards in the world is getting more and more chaotic. If this continues, I am afraid that we old folks will not last long." The high-level wizards of the Italian Ministry of Magic around them also bowed their heads and sighed helplessly. These wizards are indeed powerful in Italy and have a great reputation, but they are nothing compared to those truly powerful wizards. Just like the United States Ministry of Magic, it can be regarded as the world's top 3 Ministry of Magic, but even so, what can it be? It is not directly destroyed by a mysterious wizard. Even the British Ministry of Magic, which can be called the best in the world, is constantly showing up. A Voldemort appeared more than 10 years ago, and now there is another Cloud Knight. It is still the result of inevitable destruction. Does all this mean that the younger generation is constantly replacing the older generation? A high-level wizard said, "Mr. Minister, what do you think? Both Britain and the United States have had troubles one after another. We need to take some actions." The rest of the high-level wizards also nodded. Now there are only a few Ministry of Magic countries that are recognized as strong in the world. Both the United Kingdom and the United States have problems one after another. It is the time when the Italian Ministry of Magic fished in troubled waters. Romancia also nodded and said, "You are right. Now that the British and American wizarding circles are in extreme chaos, you will immediately send people to the wizarding circles of the two countries to recruit powerful wizard resources. You can also send people to collect their magical resources in the wizarding world. Their chaos is when we are strong." The high-level wizards of the Italian Ministry of Magic all around sneered. They are really fooling people. Originally, the Ministry of Magic of Italy is no better than the Ministry of Magic of the United Kingdom and the Ministry of Magic of the United States. How about becoming the most powerful Ministry of Magic? Just as there was a burst of cheers from the Ministry of Magic in the Italian temple, Romance's face became gloomy again and said, "But there is one thing you have to remember." 0.8 The high-level wizards were all taken aback, looking at Romancia in confusion, not knowing what Romancia was going to say. Romancia's expression became extremely serious, and said, "If you encounter strange and mysterious people, you must not offend, even if you don't need that little benefit. I don't want to provoke terrible enemies to the Italian Temple Ministry of Magic!" The high-level wizards were awe-inspiring and understood what Romancia meant. P.S. Seeking flowers, rewards and automatic subscription !! _3 Chapter 1069. The Chosen Person. Indeed, although the Ministry of Magic of the United Kingdom and the United States have been destroyed, but the mysterious wizard, I, and other terrifying wizards like that in the United Kingdom and the United States do not know how many these big figures are not they can provoke. The Italian Ministry of Magic is regarded as a major power Ministry of Magic, so it can fish in troubled waters and even strengthen itself when there is such a chaos in the wizarding world of Britain and the United States. However, with the exception of a few large countries' Ministry of Magic, most of them are smaller Ministry of Magic, Just like the Israeli Ministry of Magic, Israel's Ministry of Magic itself is not strong, especially after the Voldemort rebellion. Not only the domestic wizarding world appears insignificant, but also a lot of wizards who have mixed into the Israeli wizarding world are secretly making chaos, making the Israeli wizarding world the atmosphere keeps declining. However, such a result is better than the consequences of the entire Ministry of Magic being annihilated by Voldemort. The headquarters of the Israeli Ministry of Magic, due to the previous Voldemort's rebellion, is still under construction and restoration. Only a few places have been successfully rebuilt. Among these places, there is the office of Israeli Minister of Magic Norwich. At this time, in Norwich's office, there were a dozen high-level officials of the Israeli Ministry of Magic. Compared with other countries' Ministry of Magic, the 10-odd high-level officials are already a very small number. However, the Israeli Ministry of Magic faces there is no way in this situation. Plus cool, tiger. After all, Voldemort had just slaughtered in the Israeli Ministry of Magic before, and the team that can survive this is quite good. Norwaymanch looked serious and said, "What is the situation in Britain and the United States now, and why are such big things happening?" A high-ranking Israeli Ministry of Magic said, "Mr. Minister, Britain is now the war between Marxi's rebels and the British Ministry of Magic. It is said that the victory has been determined. Marxi's rebels have overthrown the rule of the British Ministry of Magic." Norwaymanch nodded slowly, and said, "I have long felt that Marx McClown must have great luck. Whether it is strength or character, Marx McClown is the best choice. This kind of person selected by heaven will not be mediocre." The high-level Ministry of Magic frowned and said, "Mr. Minister, you don't know." Although Marx McClown led the rebels to overthrow the rule of the British Ministry of Magic, but Marx McClown was also unknown by Dumbledore and his whereabouts are still unknown. Norwaymanch was taken aback, and said in a stunned, "Marx McClown is missing?" The high-level Ministry of Magic nodded and said, "At least I can't hear any news about Mr. Marx McClown now, and even Marx McClown's subordinates don't know where Mr. Marx McClown is now." Norwayman curiously said, "I believe Marx McClown will have no problems. After all, he helped us overcome the difficulties of our Israeli Ministry of Magic before. This time he will definitely not have any problems." The rest of the Israeli Ministry of Magic officials nodded one after another. Although they had been with Marx McClown not long ago, they all knew Marx McClown's strength and personality, and they had a blind trust in Marx McClown. Norwayman wondered, what about America? The high-level Ministry of Magic pondered for a moment, and said, "I heard that it was an unknown wizard, with a high probability of being from the United Kingdom. He destroyed the two cities of New Haven and Washington, as well as the U.S. Ministry of Magic and the military base in Area 51. The strength is terrifying." Hearing what this senior said, another senior from the Ministry of Magic hesitated and said, "Marx McClown disappeared in Britain, and at the same time a powerful British wizard wreaked havoc in the United States. Will it?" Everyone heard what the wizard meant, but many people immediately shook their heads. They didn't believe that Marx McClown would put down his subordinates and go to the United States to cause such destruction. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Mr. Marxi be such a person?" "No, it's not that. It's said that Mr. Marxi was disappeared by Dumbledore using some means without knowing it, so I said this." For a while, the high-level officials of the Israeli Ministry of Magic were so angry that they pointed the finger at the high-level Israeli Ministry of Magic who had said the wrong thing, making this high-level face flushed and dare not speak anymore. Norwaymanch had no choice but to speak. "Well, he didn't mean it, so don't talk about it." Now that Norwaymanch said so, the rest of the Ministry of Magic dared not speak anymore. Norwaymanch sighed and said, "The evil wizard in the United States must not be Mr. Marxi, but I did not expect that after Voldemort, there will still be more powerful evil wizards." The world of wizards in today's world is indeed worrying! The surrounding Israeli Ministry of Magic officials couldn't help sighing. Voldemort passed by, And now there is a more powerful wizard. As the Ministry of Magic of a weak country, it is indeed very powerless. Norwaymanch pondered, now the world of wizarding is in constant chaos, and Mr. Marx 343 has been missing for so long, we must stabilize the domestic situation and not allow some villains to take advantage of it. The senior officials of the Israeli Ministry of Magic responded at the same time, but the faces of everyone present couldn't help but darken. This is indeed the sorrow of their small country Ministry of Magic. They can only defend against some clown-like characters. If they really face strong men such as Voldemort and mysterious wizards, they must be defeated. Of course Norwaymanch also noticed the thoughts of his subordinates, but he could not help it. Although he was the minister of the Ministry of Magic of Israel, but in terms of strength, he was just an ordinary wizard, unable to change anything. Norwaymanch pondered for a moment, and said, don't think too much about it. Since we can escape the disaster of Voldemort, we will be fine this time. Don't worry about others. Others may not be worthy of our Israeli land. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1070. What about a novice like me? Norwaymanch is not wrong in saying this. Although small countries are weak, small countries also have a way to survive. Others may not really think of Israel as a small place that cannot be smaller, but this sentence is also true. A trace of inferiority complex. Plus cool, tiger. This is the survival of the Ministry of Magic in the small country. After all, the world is still a world where the weak and the strong eat the strong, and this will never change. London, England, in a valley. At the original location, a strange spatial distortion suddenly occurred. It was a kind of strange energy of time and space, constantly radiating from it, and a small vortex appeared in the space. A figure was suddenly spit out from it, as if being targeted and disdainful by the power of time and space. This person looked a little embarrassed when he came out, and for this person, the power of time and space around him seemed very manic, as if it had a great deal of influence on this person. Opinion. This person is naturally Marxi, who was rejected from 1,000 years ago. Because there is so much history that has changed, even the power of time and space can't stand Marx McClown, and it is alive to repel Marx McClown from 1,000 years ago and transmit it back to modern times. Of course, the means of transmission are not too gentle. Had it not been for Marxi's extremely good physical fitness, I'm afraid that another person would have died in the strange space-time power. Plus cool, tiger. Marx McClown staggered, and almost fell to the ground unsteadily. His body was full of signs of embarrassment, and many places were damaged by time and space forces, causing blood stains. Even Marx McClown's tyrannical self-healing ability would be relatively slow when he recovered the wounds caused by this space-time force. It can be seen that this space-time power is powerful. Marx McClown smiled bitterly and shook his head. As the bearer rejected by the forces of time and space, he naturally has the most say in this painful experience. But all the costs are worth it. As long as he can come back, a little bit of suffering, it's nothing. The space-time power twisted violently in front of Marx McClown for a while, as if warning Marx McClown about something, and quickly disappeared slowly, and he could no longer feel this strange energy. The space-time energy that appeared just now seems to be Marxi's conjecture. Marx McClown patted the dust and blood on her body, stretched her waist greatly, and finally returned to this era. Marx McClown finally showed a comfortable smile on her face. She was the most comfortable in her own time. Even if Marxi stirred the situation 1,000 years ago, no matter how strong, there would be no people and things that Marxi worked hard for in the entire era. For Marxi, it was just a feeling of loneliness and loneliness. What Marx McClown cares about is not the era, but whether there are people and things that she cares about in this era. Marx McClown spread his spiritual exploration a little bit and determined that his location was Britain. When he was about to find the vampire family and the Marx family, Marx McClown suddenly felt that the land in front of him was very familiar, as if he had only seen it not long ago. Marx McClown looked at the valley in front of him. A name suddenly popped out of his mind. Nobve. Isn't this the location of Nobve School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? No wonder Marks McClown thinks this place is so familiar. After all, when Marks McClown was still in time and space 1,000 years ago, she saw this valley was built into a magnificent castle. That is, the newly built school in Slytherin. Buvis. What the hell is going on? Marks McClown frowned tightly. 1,000 years ago, he and Slytherin Ming personally established Nobve. Why did Nobve disappear after 1,000 years? Is it possible that what happened in it has caused Nobve to decline or even collapse? Marks McClown looked around and determined that there was no Nobve School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and any ruins nearby, and then left here with serious doubts. And Marks' current destination was the island where Azkaban was, where the war was erupting when Marks left last time. Marks McClown was actually not worried about that war. After all, even if Marks McClown was not there, there would still be top combat powers like the three ancestors of vampires such as Marks Fan, Marks Sixuan, and Lilith. Apart from Grindelwald and Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic, there are not many people who can put it on the scene. Compared with the lineup on Marks' side, it is even more incomparable. Marks McClown wouldn't suffer too much, because the hard power was placed here, so there wouldn't be a big loss. But who can tell the world clearly nowadays? Not afraid of 10,000, just in case. And Marks McClown's most worried about Merlin is still missing. This kind of dangerous person will inevitably pose a great threat. Therefore, Marks must grasp what is happening now. Marks McClown's figure kept flashing, and the phantom shift was used to the fullest by Marks McClown. Marks McClown's figure stayed in place for no more than 1 second, and immediately appeared in the sky thousands of meters away in the next moment. Soon Marks McClown appeared in the sky above Azkaban. Azkaban, one of the most famous wizarding prisons in Europe, once its name spread throughout the world. Many wizards and criminals couldn't help feeling chills when they heard this name. That is not something that one can expect for a long time. Local. But today's Azkaban is a bleak goodly zoo. The originally magnificent prison castle is now shattered, and many buildings have even been razed to the ground. There are already dark bloodstains everywhere. You can see the last time the war caused great damage to this land. However, Marks smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth when he saw this situation, because he saw the British Ministry of Magic logo that was originally engraved on Azkaban Castle, which had been destroyed. You know, Azkaban is the last place for the British Ministry of Magic, but there are no traces of the British Ministry of Magic. This point can shed light on many problems. Harry Potter's Most Powerful Wizard Chapter 1071 Unify the British Wizarding World. Before Marks McClown slowly landed on Azkaban Castle, several wizards stationed on it rushed around, thinking that Marks McClown was an intruder. Cool Tiger. However, Marks McClown didn't take any action, because he obviously saw a familiar seal on the wizard robes of these wizards. Marks' family crest. These wizards rushed in front of Marks McClown. They were stunned, and immediately recognized Marks McClown's identity. They were overjoyed and bowed respectfully, worshipping young Master Marks. Marks McClown smiled and said, "What is the situation now? Where are the Marks family members and the vampires?" Immediately an elf wizard from the Marks family came out and said, "Young Master, now the Marks family has mastered over half of the British wizarding world, and the British Ministry of Magic is already dead in name." Marks McClown didn't have any surprises about this. In his imagination, as long as there is no strong external force to obstruct it, Marks' defeat of the British Ministry of Magic is a certainty. Marks McClown said, "Where are my parents and vampires? Have they already gone back?" The resident wizard of the Marks family nodded quickly and said, "The young master is right. The world of wizarding in Britain is still in chaos. Many wizards are unwilling to obey the management of the Marks family. Therefore, the master of the family and the patriarch of the vampire family are trying to solve the problem with the 320 method." What about this? Cool Tiger. Marks McClown frowned slightly. The British Ministry of Magic had been destroyed, so there were wizards with short eyes who would dare not obey the Marks family's rule. However, Marks McClown quickly became relieved. After all, there are a lot of careerists in this world, and there are also many people who fish in troubled waters. As long as the Marks family does not show convincing dominance, this kind of xiao will continue to appear. And to show the dominance of the Marks family, Marksai is the key. I want to come to Marksai to kill Nilma, Voldemort, and Grindelwald one after another, and now even Dumbledore is buried in Marksai's hands. These names are famous for the entire British wizarding world and the entire world, but without exception, they are all defeated and killed by Marksai. The name Marksai has undoubtedly become the most deterrent symbol. Marks McClown said lightly, "Where are they now?" The Marks family wizard hurriedly replied, "At the site of the Marks family headquarters. The patriarch has already spoken, and the headquarters of the former Marks family headquarters will be established to rule the British wizarding world." Marks McClown nodded lightly and said, "I see." Cool exclamation mark hash. The wizards of the Marks family peeked at each other, and the eyes of Marks McClown were full of worship, as if they were looking at their idols. A wizard plucked up the courage to ask, "Young master, you were ripped away by the villain Dumbledore before, don't you know where you went?" "You," Marks McClown interrupted, "he has been resolved, you don't need to know much about other things." Naturally, Marks McClown couldn't say that she was teleported by Dumbledore to 1,000 years ago when she saw someone casually, so she interrupted him directly. These wizards didn't notice this, and showed expressions of surprise and joy one by one. What they focused on was what Marks McClown said about Dumbledore being resolved by Marks McClown. As people in the British wizarding world, they know very well what Dumbledore's name represents to the British wizarding world. But even if it is so, it is not solved by their Marks family's young master. Marksai is the darling of this era. Marks McClown didn't pay attention to the thoughts of these Marks family's subordinates, and said, "Stay well for the Marks family this piece of land. The Marks family will not treat you badly." With that said, Marks McClown's figure slowly disappeared in place, never seen again. The remaining wizards of the Marks family looked at each other. They didn't seem to think that Marks McClown would suddenly disappear, but they thought that this was their most powerful young master of the Marks family, and they soon released BBBB. Marks McClown's current destination is naturally the place Marks McClown grew up with, the most familiar place. The Marks family headquarters, a manor near London, England. It used to be the home of the famous pure-blooded family Marks family in the British wizarding world. But after the invasion of the British Ministry of Magic, it was razed to the ground. Even some time ago, here is still a ruined wall, overgrown with weeds, and deserted. But some time ago, the Marks family finally had the most difficult time. After successfully defeating the British Ministry of Magic, a new popularity was born here. The Marks family bought a variety of rare magic materials from all over the world at a high price, and gathered a large number of elves and wizards to rebuild the Marks family headquarters. Of course, this Marks family headquarters is not only the Marks family headquarters, but also the political center of the British wizarding world in the future! The figure of Marks McClown slowly appeared in front of the Marks family headquarters, and this obvious behavior immediately attracted the attention of the wizards stationed in the Marks family headquarters. Immediately there was a wizarding team consisting of a dozen people surrounded Marks McClown heavily, but although this wizard team was wearing the Marks family wizard robes with the Marks family crest, it had a strange face and Marks McClown had no impression. The leader of the Marks family squadron drew his wand and pointed it directly at Marks McClown, and said in a deep voice, "Who is coming? This is the Marks family headquarters. Ordinary people are not allowed to come near." Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, and quickly reacted. Now Marks McClown's body is in tatters, and there are even a lot of blood stains all over his body, which indeed looks very embarrassed. In addition, these Marks family squads in front of them should be wizards newly recruited by the Marks family, so it is normal not to recognize Marks McClown's identity. In other words, this is also the headquarters of the Marks family. There are real big figures in the Marks family, and there is no big problem with some newcomers. Unlike Azkaban, which belonged to the strategically important place conquered by the Marx family. The old team of the Marx family must be used. Marx McClown said indifferently, "Call your leader to come out, and you will know what's going on when you see me." The leader of the Marx family wizard squadron disdainfully said, "Who do you think you are? This is the Marx family. How can you be qualified to see our leader based on your identity?" Chapter 1072, I won't let you leave me again. If you know, get out of here, or don't blame me for taking your life here. When Marx McClown heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help showing a smile. He didn't expect that he was so much IRL'd outside, and now he would be treated like this at home, which made Marx McClown feel a little funny. Marx McClown said indifferently, "Are you sure you don't let me in?" Faced with Marx McClown's attitude, the leader of the Marx family wizard division became even more arrogant and directly shouted angrily, "Get out!" Marx McClown's eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying magic power rushed out violently, but this magic power was only aimed at the leader of the Marx family wizard squad, and the people around could not even feel it. The leader of the Marx family wizard division's face suddenly tightened, and his whole body rushed to the ground, splashing a puff of smoke, and it could be seen that the strength of the leader's pounce was not weak at all. This pounce was at least a blushing end. Marx McClown's cold voice suddenly spread throughout the Marx family headquarters, "If Marx McClown can't enter the Marx family, who can enter the Marx family?" The voice of Marx McClown spread throughout the entire Marx family headquarters, and the entire Marx family headquarters fell silent for a while. But in the next instant, unprecedented agitation immediately spread to the entire Marx family headquarters. Countless wizards from the Marx family, and familiar vampire warriors sprang from the Marx family headquarters. These are all life and death warriors who followed Marx McClown's campaigns from the south to the north. They are not at all like the previous division wizards. People can be comparable. The name Marx-I means too much to the Marx family. It can be said that if there were no Marx-I, the Marx family would have already perished, let alone now annihilate the British Ministry of Magic and even control most of the British wizarding world. The team leader of the Marx family who offended Marx McClown just now was bloodless. He looked at Marx McClown in shock. He couldn't think of anyone who offended him, and actually offended Marx McClown, the most lofty member of the Marx family. Marx fan Marx Yuan and his wife also appeared in the sky above the Marx family headquarters at this time, supporting each other and smiling at Marx McClown in the distance. Although they are now the masters of the Marx family who control most of the British wizarding world, the days without Marx-I made them suffer very much. Much more than when they were in Azkaban. Lilith and the two ancestors of the vampire clan were hovering quietly in the high air, without happiness or sadness, but Lilith's trembling body could tell Lilith's uneasy mood. On one side, a wizard of the Marx family in plain white robe rushed out. It was Marx McClown's uncle, Marx Jan. When Marx Fan and his wife were still being held in Azkaban, it was Marx Jian who picked up the burden and led the remnants of the Marx family to fight. Marx Jian is also a high-powered existence in today's Marx family. Marx Jian knew what was going on as soon as he looked at the situation. Marx Jian's face was gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, the Marx family wizard on one side directly swarmed him, and dozens of magic wands were aimed at the Marx family team leader who had offended Marx McClown just now. Without giving him a chance to react, dozens of spells instantly bombarded the captain's body, and the poor man was immediately severely injured and fell to the ground unconscious. Marx Jian said coldly, "Drag away. I don't want to see this person in the Marx family in the future." The leader of the Marx family wizard division had no idea of his end. He originally thought he joined the Marx family and hugged a thigh. Who knew his stupidity had offended people who shouldn't be offended? Marx McClown looked at the leader of the Marx family squadron who had been dragged away, and said, "Uncle Jian, although the Marx family has risen, I don't want such a mess to appear at the same time as the Marx family becomes stronger." Marx Jian quickly and respectfully said, "Young master, I know. Marx Gian is the witness of Marx McClown's resistance to the Ministry of Magic from beginning to end, and also witnessed the rise of Marx McClown step by step. Although Marx Gian's status is higher than Marx McClown's, Marx Gian has long been recognized by Marx McClown's strength and means. Impressed, very respectful of Marx Marx McClown nodded faintly, and looked behind Marx Gian. Marx Fan and his wife did not know when they had come behind Marx Gian, and they looked at Marx McClown lovingly. Marx Gian retreated, knowing that it was the time for Marx Fan's family to reunite. And of course he couldn't interrupt this wonderful time. Seeking flowers. Marx McClown showed a big smile. It has been a long time since Marx McClown showed such a comfortable smile. This is also Marx McClown's most relaxing smile since the accident at the Marx family. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Marx McClown said softly. Marx Sixuan couldn't help but miss the tears anymore. The crystal tears came out, and he threw away Marx Fan and rushed to hug Marx McClown. At this moment, Marx Sixuan was not a witch with superior strength at all, but just an ordinary mother who had not seen her son for a long time. Marx McClown hugged Marx Sixuan homeopathically. From Marx Sixuan's arms, Marx McClown felt warm after a long absence. Marx Sixuan couldn't cry. McClown, I really want to die. I finally met. It's been a long time since the Marx family's accident. The last time Marx McClown led the Marx family's army to attack Azkaban, they had rescued the Marx Fan and his wife. After being teleported to the Millennium, this meeting was delayed for so long. Marx McClown patted Marx Sixuan on the back and smiled and said, "It's okay, Mom. Haven't I come back?" Marx Sixuan hugged Marx McClown for a long time, unwilling to let go for a while, as if holding a rare treasure. Marx Fan also walked behind Marx Sixuan and looked at Marx McClown and said softly, "Xio, it's fine to come back. Let's take a good rest this time." Marx Fan looked like there was no abnormality on the surface, but the red eyes had already betrayed Marx Fan's mood. Marx Fan couldn't calm his mood at all in the face of Marx McClown that hadn't been seen for a long time. Marx McClown smiled and said, "Dad, I won't let you leave me anymore. I already have this strength." Marx McClown's ordinary words instantly hit the softest part of Marx Fan's heart. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 1073 Shocking Experience. Marx Fan hurriedly turned his back, unwilling to let Marx McClown see his tears, trying to maintain his dignity. But Marx Sixuan had already sobbing, clinging to Marx McClown, and refused to let go. Marx McClown stood quietly, looking at his parents, letting Marx Sixuan hold him for a long time. And the Marx family and vampires who were onlookers also retreated sensibly and gave this area to the Marx Fan family. After a long time, Marx Sixuan let go of Marx McClown reluctantly. His eyes were already crying red. Marx Fan adjusted his emotions, and looked at Marx McClown calmly, as if the things that had just gone wrong had not happened. Marx Sixuan gently touched Marx McClown's face, and said with satisfaction, "McClown, you have grown up." Fortunately, this time the Marx family has 3-4-0 otherwise we may not escape this disaster. Marx McClown smiled and said, "I am also a member of the Marx family. How can I ignore the Marx family's affairs? As long as I am here, I will not let the Marx family have an accident." Marx Sixuan nodded again and again. Unconsciously, Marx McClown had become another backbone of Marx Sixuan, even more important than Marx Fan. Marx Fan looked at Marx McClown with satisfaction, and said, "I heard that Dumbledore used a time-space converter at the time to send you to another time-space. How did McClown come back?" Marx McClown frowned slightly, and did not hide it from his parents. He told Dumbledore and Grindelwald about the transfer of Marx McClown to 1,000 years ago, and even the details were not omitted. Plus cool, Tiger. The Marx Fan and his wife became more alarmed as they listened. They didn't expect Dumbledore to have so many methods, and even the Big Four, the founder of Hogwarts, invited them out. You must know that even for the Marx fan couple, the four giants are all legendary characters, and their hearts will only be full of admiration. Who dares to fight against them? Moreover, the strength of each of the Big Four is one of the best in the world, let alone dealing with the Big Four at the same time. Even if any one of them is released, they are extremely powerful and cannot be confronted at all. And Mark's eye not only was able to deal with the Big Four and Dumbledore at the same time, but eventually even strategized against Slytherin and killed Dumbledore, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Such record is simply terrifying. The more Marx fan and his wife listened, the more frightened they became. Marx McClown's experience 1,000 years ago was simply too thrilling. As long as Marx McClown relaxes his vigilance a little, I am afraid that Marx McClown will never come back to see them. Plus cool, Tiger. Marx Sixuan hugged Marx McClown even more distressedly, full of fear in his heart, for fear that Marx McClown would suddenly disappear in front of him. Marx fan said, "It's okay, just come back. Sixuan, don't worry about it anymore." Marx McClown also nodded and said, "Mom, don't think about it anymore. I won't leave you easily, and I won't let you leave me again." Marx Sixuan nodded repeatedly, but still clenched Marx McClown's palm. Marx fan said, "Xio, you just came back. You need to know about the situation of our Marx family recently, or I will gather all the people to report to you." Marx McClown was taken aback, and smiled. "Dad, you are the master of the Marx family. Before you were absent, I crossed you to summon the strength of the Marx family. Now that you are back, everything about the Marx family is up to you." Marx fan smiled and shook his head, and said, "Smelly boy, I know my own affairs. I can barely be the patriarch of a wizard family. But now the Marx family commander of most of the British wizarding world is different now. Either talents are beyond reach." Marx McClown still wanted to say something, but Marx fan waved his hand and said, "Besides, you have gathered powerful organizations such as the Vampire Family and the Alchemy Association. Even if it is my superior, they will not agree with me in their hearts." "I understand. Now it's yours, and we should retreat behind the scenes." Marx Sixuan touched Mark's eye's head and smiled lovingly. "Xio, your father and I will silently support you behind your back, although we can't do much." Marx McClown shook his head lightly and said, "Parents, you guys are the driving force that keeps me struggling. Without you, what would I do to fight?" Marx fan smiled and said, "Okay. Let's say it slowly after you. Keep these words. Your subordinates have been waiting for you for a long time, and they probably expect you to come back for a long time." Marx McClown nodded and said, "Okay, then we will meet them. I miss them too." Marx fan, Marx Sixuan, and Marx McClown walked into the Marx family headquarters. The former Marx family headquarters was just the headquarters of a wizard family, so the style is biased towards a home, giving people a casual feel. However, the Marx family headquarters now tends to be a government style. There are various offices and reception halls everywhere. The whole is magnificent and magnificent. There are busy wizards and elves everywhere. Marx McClown looked at the changes in the Marx family now, and she was a bit stunned. Marx McClown had never thought that such a big change would happen in the Marx family. Even if she told Marx McClown now, "This is not the Marx family headquarters, but a country's the Ministry of Magic," Marx I would believe it. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Marx McClown, looking at Marx McClown with a magical smile. Marx McClown was taken aback. Looking at this black figure, she couldn't help showing a comfortable smile, and said, "Spinning dog, you are not dead yet. It really makes me feel sorry." The figure that rushed out was Marx McClown's Wave Dog 1.3. After the Marx family's accident, Wave Dog and Marx fan and his wife were kept together by the Ministry of Magic. Now they finally see the sky again and meet Marx McClown again. The dog gave Marx McClown a disdainful look, and said, "I still believe you so much. It took me so long to rescue us. It really disappointed me. You almost missed Dumbledore's hands. You are really coming. The worse it gets, "Do you want to be made into a dog meat pot again?" Marks McClown smiled and scolded and walked forward and gently kicked the dog. Chapter 1074 Two Big Questions. Marks McClown knew that this was a fluctuating dog talking nonsense, so he didn't take it to heart, and said, "You stupid dog, hasn't seen you for too long." Now it's owed. "Cool tiger." Marks Fan stepped forward and said, "Small Knight, you don't know that the dog likes to talk nonsense. The dog is still taking care of us during our time in Azkaban." Marks McClown glared at the dog with a terrifying warning, but the dog didn't care at all, and left arrogantly, as if it was just to mock Marks McClown. Marks McClown couldn't help laughing. This fluctuating dog would really find things for herself. But Marks McClown also understood that fluctuating dog was also loyal to the Marks family, otherwise he would not take care of his parents for so long. It's just that the dog likes to pretend to be garlic. Marks Fan patted Marks McClown on the shoulder. The wave dog has long been integrated into the life of the Marks family. Everyone knows the character of the wave dog, and there is not much feeling about it. Marks Fan leads Marks McClown towards the conference room of the Marks family headquarters. Go. Soon, Marks I saw the brand new Marks Gia conference room. It really took a lot of effort to build this place. It is magnificent and at the same time carved with countless exquisite statues. The cowhide sofas are neatly arranged on both sides. The huge conference table is shaped by mahogany, and the atmosphere is elegant and cloudless. One of the top conference rooms I have seen in the past few years. Marks McClown TSK exclaimed, "It's well built here, it feels so good." Marks Fan proudly said, "No, this is the conference room I designed." Marks McClown said, "Come on, I'm going to know what happened recently. I have been away from here for so long, and I don't know what major events are happening in the world now, and I have become ignorant." Indeed, Marks McClown has been away from modern times for so long, and the world is changing every moment, so Marks McClown is eager to know what is happening now. Marks Fan and his wife also understood Marks McClown's urgency, and quickly ordered all important members to come over. Soon, some familiar faces appeared in front of Marks McClown one after another, and they were Marks McClown's partners who have always struggled together. The three ancestors of the vampire family, Lilith, Cain, and Dracula, Marks Gian from the Marks family, and Fugilis, Barnes, Ency and others from the Alchemy Association, appeared in front of Marks I one by one. With these familiar faces, Marks McClown couldn't help smiling. Lilith joked, "I thought you would have to enjoy the warmth of your parents before you see us. How can you handle it so quickly?" Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, "It's still important to do business. Now that I am back, the Marks family has also risen, and I will spend more time with my parents in the future." Lilith and others all looked at each other and smiled. They sat on both sides of the conference table, while Marks Fan took the initiative to let Marks McClown sit in the middle position. This small move immediately made the people at the table understand something, but at the table none of the people showed dissatisfaction, but as a matter of course. After all, the most important reason for the rise of the Marks family is due to Marks McClown. Marks Fan only took command of the Marks family when Marks McClown was away. Now that Marks McClown is back, the right to talk is still in Marks McClown's hands. Marks McClown said, "Come on, let's talk about it. Recently, there is something that needs our attention." Lilith said immediately, "Let me just say it first. Since Marks IU were disappeared by Dumbledore's tricks, we led the Marks family's army to capture Azkaban, and the British Ministry of Magic has been destroyed." Marks McClown nodded and said, "I know this. I have already visited Azkaban. By the way, Azkaban is also one of the 3 major prisons in Europe. Azkaban is repaired, then this prison will be used by us." Lilith remembered it in her heart and said, "Marks I, you have been to Azkaban, but you definitely don't know one thing." Marks McClown was taken aback, and said, "What's the matter?" Lilith said, "The officials of the British Ministry of Magic, including Fudge, are detained in Azkaban. What should they do? Marks McClown frowned. Facing officials from the Ministry of Magic such as Fudge, Marks McClown did not have any good solutions. To say that they offended Marks McClown, this is inevitable. The entire Ministry of Magic sections to annihilate the Marks family and the continuous pursuit of Marks McClown all show that the grievances between Marks McClown and them are beyond words. But Marks McClown also knew that the most important reason why they did this was Dumbledore's deceitful words to confuse the crowd, otherwise Fudge would not be so active in targeting Marks McClown and the Marks family. If they were all imprisoned or put to death because they had offended Marks McClown, then it would undoubtedly hurt the vitality of the British wizarding world, and Marks McClown naturally didn't want to do such a thing that would not pay off. But letting them all go, it would be too cheap for them. The Marks family and the vampire family have paid a great deal of life and price for this, and the world must see the fate of offending the Marks family. Marks fan also saw Marks McClown's mood, and said, "Why not like this? Fudge, as the Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, is the culprit who attacked our Marks family. If he can't let it go, he will be detained in Azkaban until his old age. As long as the rest of the Ministry of Magic officials are willing to set up curses for our Marks family, they will all be spared." What do you think? Marks McClown thought about it. Marks fan said this is actually the best method for 1.7. If the Marks family wants to control the British wizarding world, it is impossible to have no relevant talents, and the ready-made officials of the British Ministry of Magic are Marks McClown's best resources. Marks McClown nodded and said, "Okay, just do what my dad said." Lilith continued, "Okay. Then there is nothing wrong with the remnants of the British Ministry of Magic, and now there are two issues that need our attention." Marks McClown wondered, 2 questions. P.S. Ask for a reward and automatic subscription. Chapter 1075 Created a new world with your own hands? Lilith's face became extremely solemn, and said, "One is the tragedy in the United States, and the other is the attitude of the British government." Cool Tiger, having said that, the faces of all the people present became extremely heavy, as if this was a terrifying thing. Marks McClown said, "Let's listen to it." Lilith said, "The first is the tragedy in the United States. Some time ago, the entire city of New Haven was slaughtered, then the U.S. military base in Area 51, and finally Washington was attacked by a nuclear bomb. The entire U.S. government was destroyed." Marks McClown's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was extremely shocked. What shocked was not just such a big tragedy in the United States, but the person who caused this tragedy. I am afraid it was the Merlin that Marks McClown had in mind. Lilith took a deep look at Marks McClown, who had rescued the vampire family from Merlin, and both of them had a deep impression of Merlin. I am afraid that Lilith is also wondering whether this is Merlin's deeds, but Lilith did not say it. With so many years of experience in cooperating with Marks I, she knows that Marks I must be able to understand her meaning. The other people present 11 were whispering, although this incident happened in the United States, but they are all top wizards. It is natural to see that this tragedy was done by wizards. And many rumors are going crazy that this was done by wizards from England, which had to make them doubt something. Marks fan said coldly, "Dumbledore used the time converter to transmit Xio during this period of time to 1,000 years ago. This matter has nothing to do with Xio, so please stop guessing." Marks Gian immediately stood up and said, "I believe that the young master is a man, and the young master will never do such a thing." Although Fuggles and other members of the Alchemy Association were still a little skeptical, after all, the time when Marks McClown disappeared and the time of the tragedy coincided, but they believed in Marks McClown's character and immediately stated that they believed in Marks McClown. Marks McClown was silent. He knew that this matter would definitely not be easy. Perhaps it was still a great threat to the Marks family, so he had to deal with it carefully. But Marks McClown also knew that now he didn't know much about the situation there. He was blaming the enemy in the dark, so he still couldn't act rashly. Lilith glanced at Marks McClown and knew that Marks McClown was very upset about this matter, but Lilith couldn't say anything to comfort Marks McClown, so she could only change the subject and said, "There is one more thing that deserves our attention." "One thing?" "Plus cool, Tiger." Marks McClown nodded slightly, motioning Lilith to continue. Lilith groaned. "Since the British Ministry of Magic was destroyed, the British government has been looking for opportunities to contact us, and what they meant was to cooperate with us, but the reason for cooperation was harsh." Marks Fan also nodded and said, "I was the one who communicated with the British government during this period. I know this thing best. I think the British government's attitude is to intervene in the affairs of our wizarding world while you are away, so as to unify the management of Wizards' World." Marks McClown narrowed his eyes and said, "The British government wants to intervene in the wizarding world?" Marks Fan said, "This is interesting, but you can see that they are still very afraid of your name Xio. After learning that you have disappeared, their attitude became arrogant." Marks McClown understood what Marks Fan meant. The British government was still very jealous of himself, otherwise there would be no such attitude and reaction. However, Marks McClown didn't feel anything about it. He wanted others to be afraid of the Marks family, not just being afraid of him alone. But Marks McClown didn't intend to let it go easily when he encountered such a person who brazenly provokes his Marks family. Marks McClown nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. Let me negotiate with the British government. I would like to see how a group of moles still want to deal with our wizarding world." Marks Fan said, "Well, they are also very afraid of your existence anyway. It is best for you to come forward." Marks McClown glanced at the outside of the headquarters and asked, "Dad, do you remember what I told you about 1,000 years ago?" Marks Fan nodded and said, "Naturally remember, you just said it for a while." Marks Fan didn't know why Marks McClown brought up this incident suddenly. Marks McClown said, "Does that Nobby really exist in this world?" Marks Fan was stunned for a moment, and said, "Anyway, there is no news about Nobby in our world, and Slytherin has also retired and disappeared in history. And there is no news of his new school." Everyone was a little confused as they listened to the conversation between the two, not knowing what they were talking about. Marks McClown frowned. He was suspicious of this as early as when he appeared in Modern Times. Marks I appeared at the location where Nobby was built, but there were no traces on the spot. If Nobby did appear, even after 1,000 years, at least some traces were nearby. However, Marks 890 McClown did not find anything that could prove the existence of Nobby, which could actually prove a lot of things. Could it be said that the influence of Marks I 1,000 years ago did not affect modern times? If so, how could the power of time and space reject Marks I and send Marks I back to modern times? There is only one statement that can explain all this. That is, Marks I did change history. But Marks I influenced history to create another parallel time and space. That is, to create another world. Today's world is still the world where Marks I was originally, and nothing has changed. As for why this happened to Marks I, then Marks I is still unknown. However, Marks McClown did not entangle this issue anymore. The experience 1,000 years ago was just a section of Marks McClown's life. Whether it had an impact on the world was not important to Marks McClown. The others looked at each other, a little confused and not sure what the conversation between Marks McClown and Marks Fan meant. Chapter 1076 The British government does it? Marks Fan just smiled faintly, without explaining too much. Just when everyone was a little confused, there was a sudden bang on the door outside the meeting room. Marks Jian's face became cold. Now they are having such an important meeting, how can anyone disturb them for no reason? Marks Jian said coldly, "Who is it? Don't bother us if there is nothing important." But the door to the meeting room suddenly opened, and it was a Marks family wizard with a panic expression. Everyone in the meeting room cast their eyes outside the door. Most of them looked bad. Marks Jiandu had already said that there is no important thing to disturb, but the wizard still broke in. This wizard also realized that he shouldn't be so reckless, but he received extremely important information, and he had to report it immediately. So he couldn't take care of that much. Seeing that the wizard of the Marks family was very nervous, Marks McClown and Yan said, Is there something urgent? Tell me. The Wizard of the Marx family calmed down a bit after seeing Marx McClown's and Yan's appearance, and said, something has happened. A Malami appeared in Diagon Alley, facing the Wizard in Diagon Alley. The Malami claimed to control the opposition. In Gyeoksiang, there are conflicts with the local wizards, and battles may break out at any time. Cool Tiger, what? Marx fan slapped the tabletop suddenly, and said angrily, those mulls dare to attack our Diagon Alley. Where is Johnson? The Marx family wizard said, we have already seen it, and Mr. Johnson is gone. Listening to the conversation between the two, Marx McClown probably could understand that Johnson should be the person sent by the British government to communicate, but who knew that Marx McClown had only returned? The British government couldn't help but take action. Marx McClown sneered and said, these mulls are supposed to see such a big thing happening in our wizarding world. They can't help being greedy, but fortunately, we should let them see the current master of the wizarding world. Lilith and Marx McClown's former subordinates also laughed. As long as Marx McClown takes a shot, these mulls will definitely regret their actions. Diagon Alley. The British government army with live ammunition made a huge momentum. Various tanks and armored vehicles were neatly lined up. The black muzzles and muzzles were aligned at various positions in Diagon Alley, and they were in Diagon Alley. It is the British wizard in various wizard robes. Faced with so many hot weapons, these arrogant wizards did not dare to raise any arrogance and shrank in the shops of Diagon Alley. Cool Tiger, it's not wrong that they are wizards, but with their wands, it is undoubtedly an act of seeking death to fight against the armed forces. Not everyone has the level of Marxi and the Dark Lord. They face a modern army that is going all out, and it is more likely that they will be beaten into a sieve before they can recite the spell. Among the British government forces, a British general with dozens of badges in his military uniform looked at Diagon Alley with a sneer. He placed the trumpet in his hand and shouted loudly, you evil humans, listen to me. Raise your hands and surrender immediately. The British government treats the prisoners preferentially. Those who do not surrender will be shot on the spot, and will not tolerate it. The surrounding British government troops were also laughing arrogantly. They didn't know that Britain was still a wizard, but as the tragedy in the United States broke out, everything was directed towards this little unknown crowd. In the hearts of these British mulls, these wizards are undoubtedly evil and dark. Otherwise, they would not do things like the American tragedy. As the British government army, it is naturally a lofty task and mission to wipe out these evil wizards. Is a messenger of justice. Therefore, the British government army has no affection for these wizards. If the wizards do not surrender, it will only be a matter of bullets. A man in a suit who did not appear to be a member of the army had an ugly face and said, General William, I remember the staff only sent us to take over Diagon Alley, and did not ask us to use force. Otherwise the Marx family would have serious consequences. The man known as General William said coldly, Mr. Bentley, that is your staff's own thoughts, but Mr. Marshall said, these evil wizards can be eradicated as much as they can. Don't save them face. The person at home has been missing for so long, who knows if he still has his life back. Bentley dissatisfied: I don't accept your opinion. If you act rashly, the Marx family will not give up easily. The Marx family has wiped out the Ministry of Magic's existence. The strength is not something we can easily provoke. William said angrily, this is England. The English government has the final say. Everything else must be surrendered to England, even the Ministry of Magic and the Marx family. Our task is to remove all obstacles in England! Bentley was speechless by William's rebuttal. Although he was a member of the staff, for the army, the staff was just a dispensable existence, and the British army was ultimately in power. William snorted when he saw that Bentley had nothing to say, and said, the order goes on, ready to move forward. As long as there are rebelling wizards, they will be executed. Immediately there was a messenger who passed William's words Goodzao, and all British soldiers were ordered to hold their guns tightly, control armored vehicles and tanks, and move forward slowly. Just when the wizards of Diagon Alley were in panic all day long, Suddenly a group of wizards with darker tones and black-style wizard robes broke out from the other side of Diagon Alley. Most of these people were ragged or oddly shaped, and they seemed to have them anyway an unpleasant taste. It's those weird people in Rolling Alley. What are they doing here? The wizards in Diagon Alley immediately recognized the origins of these people. It was the strange wizards in Rolling Alley. Chapter 1077, Riot. Although Rolling Alley and Diagonal Alley are very close to each other, they are completely different worlds, and they look down on each other. Generally speaking, there is no intersection. Suddenly such a large number of Rolling Alley wizards come to the corner like today. Lane is very rare. Cool Tiger. The British government army also unkindly looked at the wizards of Rolling Alley who suddenly appeared. Compared with the wizards of Diagon Alley, the wizards who appeared now fit the image of the wizards in their hearts as evil people. They immediately used countless guns. Talk to these evil wizards. A tall wizard dressed in strange clothes resolutely walked out of Fanwan Alley. The wizard's appearance was very strange, but it was obvious that there was a delicate pattern carved on the wizard's collar, which was actually the symbol of the Marks family. It's the people of the Marksai faction in Fangun Alley. Why did they come here? I heard that they are only acting under the name of Marksai. In fact, they have nothing to do with the Marks family and Marksai at all. This kind of fox fake and powerful people are actually dare to stand up at this time? The wizards in Diagon Alley were whispering privately, looking at the Marksai faction's eyes full of doubt. But they also contained a little expectation of 343. They don't want to accept the British government's jurisdiction, but they don't want to be the leader of the troubles. They can only stay behind and expect someone to lead them to resist, even if this person is the Wizard of Rolling Alley. The Wizard of the Marksai sect walked out and looked at William with disdain in his eyes. My name is Philipson. I am a member of the Marksai sect. We in the wizarding world have always maintained our own world. Water, why do you take over our place? Hearing Philipson said this, the people in Diagon Alley trembled slightly. Although they were very disgusted with the wizard in Rolling Alley, but now that the wizard in Rolling Alley dared to stand up for them, this is also a remarkable embodiment. William sneered and said, "What kind of thing are you, low and evil wizards? If you don't let the government take over you, you will turn the sky upside down. You are British maggots, rubbish, hidden dangers. You should be imprisoned by us!" Hearing William's words, Philipson's face was full of anger. Not only Philipson, but also the wizards in Rolling Alley and Diagon Alley were bad-faced. In the minds of wizards, moles were inferior to them, but now they are being abused by moles, which is simply a challenge to their bottom line. Philipson shouted, "My fellow citizens, we wizards have been standing in the world for so long and have been weather-beaten. Their history is unknown how long it is in England. Our wizarding world is a world of its own and is not under the jurisdiction of successive governments. We want to rule our wizarding world. Just came to ask about the magic wand in our hand." The wizards in Rolling Alley also raised their wands and shouted loudly. Regardless of whether they are the wizards of Rolling Alley or the wizards of Diagon Alley, as wizards, they have pride in their hearts that moles can't feel. If they want to rule, they must get their approval. If they don't agree, even if they die, I want to stand on top of them. The wizards in Diagon Alley were also affected by the emotions of the wizards in Rolling Alley. One by one, they walked out of the streets of Diagon Alley, and their wands were exposed, raised to the top of their heads, staring coldly at the British government army, with a big disagreement. The meaning of going to war. When William saw the battle in front of him, he was a little scared. Although the British ministry ordered him to control Diagon Alley, if someone resisted, he could be shot on the spot. But now this is not as simple as someone resisting, but a big riot. Something happened. William took a deep breath and said, "You rubbish. Let me hear clearly. If you resist the government in a daze, there is only a dead end waiting for you." William wanted to emphasize that a dead word threatened these wizards with fear, but the wizards were turbulent, and they didn't care about the intimidation of William at all. Philipson said coldly, "Diagon Alley and Rolling Alley are our territory. The British government, get out, get out, get out, get out. The wizards shouted one after another, and even some wizards had already moved forward excitedly, trying to force the British government forces to retreat. Bentley said anxiously, "General William, you see that you have aroused the anger of these wizards. This is not easy to deal with. I suggest that you temporarily retreat and report the matter to Congress before proceeding." William's face became extremely ugly, and he said, "How can we retreat in front of this group of garbage? Isn't this embarrassing the government?" Bentley grabbed William by the collar and said angrily, "Then what do you want to do? If you go to war with so many wizards, the nature of this matter will completely change. The government is going to war with the entire wizarding world." William shook Bentley aside and said, "The government could not tolerate the existence of the wizarding world, otherwise it would not send us out. Since we are here, there is absolutely no intention to retreat. Let us solve the entire wizarding world at once!" Bentley was taken aback, but he didn't expect William to say such a thing. Is the British ministry really determined to intervene in the wizarding world? William did not hesitate anymore, waved his big hand, and the messenger was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and passed on William's order. Suddenly, the government forces on the British side started to move, armored vehicles and tanks roared, and the British soldiers also pulled the safety latch, no longer hesitating to prepare to shoot. William whispered something to a British soldier next to him. The soldier quickly ran down anxiously and hid among the soldiers. Seeing the British soldiers approaching, Philip was even more furious, waving his magic wand and saying, "The wizarding world vowed not to surrender. Get out of the British government." The most powerful wizard of Harry Potter Chapter 1078. Desperate wizard. The surrounding wizards were also united, screaming, "The wizarding world swears not to surrender. The British government get out" slogan, and strides forward. Of course, the British government army did not retreat at all, stepping forward. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer, even less than 10 meters apart, suddenly, a loud gun sounded. Philipson's body trembled violently, and the whole person froze in place, looking at the British government army in the distance in disbelief. A blood hole with blue smoke suddenly appeared on Philipson's forehead. Constantly bright blood came out. The wizards looked at Philipson, who was shot, in shock. They didn't expect the government army to actually shoot, and Philipson, who took the lead, naturally became the innocent first victim. Philipson's body became limp, and he fell to the ground, and died before he could say a word. "Damn, fight with them, they just want to kill us. Fight with them, our wizarding world is not easy to bully. Kill these government dogs, kill one to pay for it, kill two to make money." The wizards burst into all their emotions, roaring at the British government forces. While William sneered at all this, the surrounding British soldiers squeezed the trigger without hesitation, and bullets shot at the innocent wizards like a torrent of steel, and a cloud of blood erupted from the wizards. Bang, 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 bang. The wizards naturally showed no weakness, and all kinds of spells burst out in a flash, bombarding the British government forces. Some of the British soldiers ignited a raging fire, some were directly frozen into ice sculptures, and even a little bit directly exploded, blood splashing everywhere. The war between the British government and the wizards officially broke out. Diagon Alley was originally used as a trading place for wizards, but now it is stained with all kinds of blood, gunpowder and wars. One after another, the figures plopped to the ground. A steady stream of blood spread from their bodies, as if thinking to cover the whole land. Grim faces, desperate faces, and even faces that lost their vitality, all are proof of this tragic war. Fire the cannon to kill this group of rubbish, and those who resist the government will die. William roared hoarsely. The multi-barreled machine gun on the armored vehicle immediately sprayed out hot tongues, tearing the figures in front of them into countless pieces of flesh and blood. The long pipes of the tank turret made a thunderous sound, and the ground exploded large pits full of flesh and blood, exuding the stench of roasted meat. Diagon Alley was full of various battles. Curses and bullets flew across the street. One figure fell on the ground. Blood was splashed on the walls of shops. There were dead bodies everywhere. Diagon Alley has become a human room. Hell. As the battle continued, the wizards of the wizarding world retreated step by step. After all, the fighting power of the British Army was much higher than the ordinary wizards in Diagon Alley and Rolling Alley. The death of each wizard forced the wizards to retreat. A large part of Diagon Alley has been occupied by British government forces. Back. Their shells are going to bombard this side. A wizard yelled hoarsely in a shop, but before the wizards could react, a bullet hit the wizard's temple straightly, and a blood flower burst on the wizard's head, and then fell on his head. Down the alley. At this moment, the black shadow of a cannonball shrouded in this area. With a roar, countless stumps and broken arms flew in the air, and dozens of wizards were torn apart by the cannonballs into countless fragments. The wizards in Diagon Alley and Turning Alley can no longer support them. They are just wizards living in the business of Diagon Alley and Turning Alley. They are not the strong men who are mainly responsible for fighting. They are still reluctant to persevere in the face of this kind of battle. But after a long time, it is not an opponent of the British government forces at all. If this continues, we won't be able to hold it anymore. Is Diagon Alley going to give up like this? Find flowers. Middle. What can we do? The more combative wizards here are all dead. What ability do we have to deal with these mole soldiers? Everyone hold on. We must not let moles occupy the territory of our wizarding world. Otherwise the final dignity of our wizards will be lost. The wizards clenched their teeth, but things were not as simple as they thought. The British government army is a genuine army, with a complete range of modern weapons, and it is also a war-hardened army. They are just some wizarding merchants and ordinary wizards. The difference in strength between the two is too obvious. Seeing that the wizards retreated step by step, leaving behind a large pile of corpses, they could only retreat into Rolling Alley. Diagon Alley was hard to defend, let alone regaining the land of Diagon Alley. The wizards were all faceless and miserable. Since the birth of wizards in the United Kingdom, wizards have always regarded the existence of moles with a disdainful eye. Even with the rapid development of mole technology and the continuous improvement of weapon lethality, moles are still relatively inferior in the eyes of wizards. Humanity. No matter how powerful mole technology is, there will also be powerful wizards in the wizarding world to contend with, and most of the things that moles can do can be done by wizards, but moles can never do what wizards can do. Therefore, wizards have always had a sense of superiority in their hearts. They felt that moles could not be compared with such excellent humans as wizards. However, this kind of thinking presents a great threat today. The mole army has actually reached their wizarding world, killing wizards on a large scale, and taking the wizards' turf. This is something that would not happen before, but it is happening in front of them today. Chapter 1079. The Savior Comes. The wizards sighed. Does it mean that the status of moles has risen completely today, and their wizards can only slowly dissipate in the long river of history? Ha ha ha, you evil maggots, didn't you resist very fiercely just now? Come now, I want to see if you have such strength. William laughed wildly. This behavior of conquering the weak greatly inflated William's vanity. The British government troops also laughed ha ha, and the guns and shells in their hands slammed on the wizard's head desperately, seeing that the wizards would be unable to support them, and when they had to retreat to Rolling Alley, Holy Sword revealed. Suddenly, a sword of gold dashed through the sky and plunged into an armored vehicle. The armored vehicle suddenly exploded into countless fragments. Several British soldiers inside were also blown to pieces and died. Can't die anymore. William gave a solemn expression and shouted angrily, "Who dares to hinder our government army?" A figure slowly appeared in front of William, and saw that this person had a handsome face and a calm expression. A black wizard robe was instantly conspicuous. On the wizard robe, There was a mark that William looked familiar to William. It was the Philippine shirt just now. Mark on the robe. Mark's family crest. It's just that the Mark's family crest that appeared in front of William at this time is more obvious and attracts more people's attention. This person is undoubtedly Mark's eye. William said angrily, "Who are you? Do you know what you are doing now?" Marks McClown smiled faintly, and said, "This is Diagon Alley. You such a humble mull appears here. It seems that you don't know what you are doing." William was angry and took out his pistol, facing Mark's eye. With a loud bang, Marks McClown's figure did not move at all, but one could see a bullet spinning desperately in front of Marks McClown, unable to get close by half an inch. Near Mark's eye's body. William's pupils shrank suddenly. "What's the matter? Why, the bullet is useless." Marks McClown just glanced lightly in his eyes, and the bullet shot back in an instant, directly piercing William's knee, and his kneecap was crushed. William was unstable and fell to the ground with a scream. The British soldiers next to William immediately picked up their guns and were about to fire towards Mark's eye, but their muzzle that was aimed at Mark's eye all deviated from the direction by coincidence, and the front sight was actually aimed at his colleague. Just when they were anxious to stop the urge to shoot, a force they could not resist appeared, pushing their fingers to move. Plus cool, tiger. Boom. 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 Da. Fierce gunfire sounded around Mark's eye, but none of the bullets flew towards Mark's eye. A burst of gunpowder rose, surrounding Mark's eye. Dozens of British soldiers fell stiffly to the ground, their bodies full of blood holes one by one. William looked at all this in front of him, his mouth closed in disbelief. From Mark's eye, he finally experienced the horror of the wizard becoming stronger. Marks McClown's smiled face swept across the diagonal alley that had been reduced to a sea of corpses and blood, where smoke billowed, and countless corpses of wizards and British soldiers piled up there. Of course, the number of wizards accounted for a large part. Although Marks McClown's expression did not change, there was obviously a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he said indifferently, "Are you ready to attack our wizarding world like this?" William dragged his broken leg and crawled and retreated dozens of steps, and said sternly, "Who are you? I advise you not to show off, otherwise, if you can't afford it, you can't stand it." Marks McClown said with a smile, "Why can't I afford it?" When William looked at Marks McClown's expression, a chill came from his heart, and he could feel that Marks McClown was such a tricky character. Even though William had retreated so many steps and the guards behind him had already protected him heavily, William still felt that Marks McClown still had the ability to take his own life at any time. The wizards who fought in the blood behind looked at Marks McClown's back idiotically, unable to speak for a while. The biggest reason why the Malami dare to occupy Diagon Alley this time is because the war between the Ministry of Magic and the Marks family won the Marks family. They wanted to obtain more political chips before they made it. This behavior. But the wizards are so desperately protecting Diagon Alley not because of the Ministry of Magic, let alone themselves, but because Diagon Alley is the territory of the wizarding world. As a member of the wizarding world, they must protect everything in the wizarding world. However, they failed, and they couldn't do this at all with their strength. Just when they were most desperate, Marks McClown stood up on behalf of their wizarding world. At this time, Mark's eye was a representative figure in the wizarding world. It was so many times better than the previous Ministry of Magic to stand up for them and win for them. Marks McClown looked at William, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, and said, "Since it's here, let's stay." The lives of so many fellow wizards need someone to bury them. As soon as Marks McClown's voice fell, a large black shadow fell on one side of Diagon Alley. It is the elite of the Marks family's elite wizards and vampires. These wizards and vampires have long experienced the flames of war. Whether in strength, actual combat experience, or mentality, they are all first-class fighters. William suddenly turned his head to look at these wizards in fright. From these wizards, He clearly felt a huge gap with the wizards who had been slaughtered before. If the wizard who was slaughtered by William before was just civilians in the wizarding world, now he will face the most elite troops in the wizarding world. William was already a little stuttered at this time, and said, "Do you think it's useful to find someone with three-legged cats? I tell you, anyone who offends the British government will not end well." Chapter 1080. The opposite situation. You have blatantly rebelled against the government, and you have been sentenced to death. Marks McClown was not talking. Facing these people, he had only one way to deal with it. Kill. The figure of Marks McClown slowly backed away, and the elite wizards and vampires of the Marks family sneered and drew out their wands and pointed them directly at the British government army. Powerful curses burst out immediately, hitting heavy armored vehicles and tanks. If ordinary wizards, the curse force hits armored vehicles and tanks without causing any damage. After all, the thick armor of armored vehicles and tanks is there. But Marks-size men are not ordinary. After years of battle, the British Ministry of Magic's elite wizards, Death Eaters, Dementors, etc. are all defeated by their men. In addition, they are led by Lilith's superb combat power. The protection of armored vehicles and tanks is undoubtedly made of paper. Boom, 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 boom. 11. With a huge roar, armored vehicles and tanks were bombed into tortoises, and all the ammunition contained in them burst open, blasting the surrounding British soldiers to pieces. The British soldiers hurriedly resisted, sweeping the submachine guns and machine guns in their hands. However, for ordinary wizards, the bullets and shells of thermal weapons may have a lot of effect, but for elite wizards, this kind of thing is simply funny. No bullet could hit the wizards and vampires of the Marks family. Instead, many innocent British soldiers were swept into hornet nests when their teammates panicked. Plus cool Tiger. The Marks family wizards shuttled through the British government army, and each curse harvested a life, and each one wave was the killing moment of several British soldiers. The vampire elite even used their own housekeeping skills, absorbing the blood of all British soldiers wherever they went, and the dead British soldiers could not even shed blood. The battle between the elite wizards and the Mole army took place in a one-sided situation, and it was undoubtedly two completely different situations from the situation just now. The wizards in Diagon Alley and Rolling Alley were shocked to watch the attacks of the elite wizards and vampires of the Marks family. This is the army of wizards, and this is the true strength of wizards. But no wonder the wizards in Diagon Alley and Rolling Alley. After all, wizards are not a group mainly responsible for fighting. Some wizards are good at fighting, some wizards are good at business, and the wizards in Rolling Alley are all wizards who prefer to do business. Where can these wizards who are good at fighting have high combat effectiveness? William looked at everything in front of him with white lips. Just now he was crushing the wizard's attack. Why did Q suddenly become like this? He claimed to be the most powerful British government army in the world and was slaughtered at the hands of these monsters. This is something he never expected. Fake. Everything is fake. All I see are fake, William muttered to himself. He couldn't believe what his eyes saw. Marks McClown glanced at William faintly, but didn't act on William. William, like moles, was simply not worth mentioning in Marks McClown's eyes, but Marks McClown must figure out some of them. Dozens of British soldiers surrounded William in a panic, holding their guns at Marks' eye in a panic, but the guns in their hands did not give them any confidence at all, and the word fear was written on everyone's faces. The wizards of the Marks family and the warriors of the vampire clan also ignored Marks McClown's side. Marks McClown's combat power was so sturdy, there was no Marks McClown that couldn't solve the opponent. If there were, they wouldn't be able to deal with it, so they didn't worry about Marks McClown at all. Marks McClown's eyes crossed dozens of British soldiers, staring at William, and said, "I will ask you a few questions and answer them honestly." Marks McClown didn't seem to notice dozens of British soldiers, and he didn't even look at the British soldiers at a glance. William also felt that he was protected by so many people. Why was he afraid of Marks McClown? William shouted angrily, "What qualifications do you have to ask me questions? Who do you think you are, you humble wizards? Marks McClown's eyes condensed slightly, and the wand danced gently. There didn't seem to be any changes in the surroundings, but a strong magical power suddenly appeared beside William, piercing William's arm directly, bringing out a bloodline. William let out a tragic scream, clutching his injured arm and screaming. He could feel that his arm had been broken, and it was broken completely. The surrounding British soldiers were so scared that they immediately squeezed the trigger. Hundreds of bullets poured out immediately, but for Marks McClown there was no threat at all. These bullets were only shot out of the muzzle less than a few meters away, completely unable to get close to Marks McClown's body. Soon the bullet bounced back, and dozens of British soldiers exploded into a cloud of 373 blood mist. With an incredible expression on their faces, all fell to the ground. In an instant, Marks McClown killed dozens of British soldiers in seconds. Looking at the scene in front of him, William was even more surprised and speechless. Is this still a human? It is simply a demon from hell. Marks McClown walked slowly in front of William. At this time, there were no other soldiers guarding him. The remaining soldiers were either unable to protect themselves, or were escaping for their lives. How could there be time to take care of William? William hesitated and looked around, as if he wanted to find something to strengthen his sense of security, but there was nothing useful. Marks McClown squatted in front of William and said indifferently, "Can you talk to me now?" William was so scared that he nodded quickly. At this time, where did William dare to be arrogant? He knew that Marks McClown could kill himself at any time, and of course he had to be very cooperative. Marks McClown asked slowly, "Why did the British government suddenly act on the wizarding world?" Harry Potter's Most Powerful Wizard Chapter 1081 Extinction Wizard. This is the biggest problem in Marks McClown's mind. The British government and the wizarding world have always kept the water from the well water. Even if there is a situation in the wizarding world, the British government has no reason or motivation to intervene in the wizarding world. What caused the British government to send troops to attack the wizarding world so aggressively? William knew that even if he didn't say it, the wizard seemed to have a magic to pry into his mind, and quickly replied, "It's a wizard named Annie." He said that the wizarding world is now in turmoil, and the Ministry of Magic has been destroyed. The Marks family that is about to take over has never compromised with the British government. If it takes over the rule of the wizarding world, it will inevitably conflict with the government. In addition, Marks I, the most important combat power of the Marks family, has disappeared. The government decided to take action on the wizarding world. Marks McClown frowned slightly. Unexpectedly a wizard became a traitor and persuaded the British government to take action against the wizarding world. The British government officials who had been sent to Marks's house before confirmed that Marks McClown's disappearance, so British government troops would appear here. However, this does not completely transfer the responsibility to the wizard named Annie. If the British government itself had no evil intentions towards the wizarding world, how could a few words from a wizardly district lead to such a big action by the British government? However, in Marks McClown's heart, the wizard named Annie had been secretly sentenced to death, and this wizard was not worthy of living in the world. William saw that Marks McClown's expression was not very good, and he immediately said, "Actually, everything is to blame on Annie. We used to cooperate with the wizarding world so well. How can we attack the wizarding world casually? It's all Annie's fault. It's none of me thing." Marks McClown ignored William and continued, "How many troops did the British government send over this time, and what plans does it have in the future?" William took a sip of water. Marks McClown asked about the secrets of the army. He couldn't say it casually. If the government knew that William would have nothing to eat, Marks McClown would kill himself again if he didn't answer. William hesitated for a while, and finally decided to confess. This time more than 5,600 soldiers were sent to Diagon Alley. Not too many, but it was enough to suppress the wizards in Diagon Alley and Tumble Alley. Originally, he planned to suppress this place. Going to an island, it seems to be called Azkaban, gradually occupying an important place in the wizarding world before going to the Marx family headquarters. Marx McClown snorted heavily. It seems that the British government's heart is still quite big. It wants to take advantage of the riots in the wizarding world to annex the entire wizarding world in one go. But I didn't expect to encounter Marx when I first came to Diagon Alley, only night. Marx McClown said. The last question. If the British government suppresses the wizarding world, what will it do with the wizarding world? William was stunned. He didn't expect Marx McClown to ask such an unstable question. After all, the actions of the British government have just begun. Where does one know how the British government will deal with the wizarding world? However, due to Marx's pressure, William had to answer this question. So he had to think for a while and said, I think the government's attitude towards wizards is not very good, and because of the previous tragedies in the United States, I'm afraid the government will not let the wizarding world continue to survive. After all, the wizarding world is an unstable time bomb for the government, and it is still nuclear bomb level. Marx McClown's eyes condensed slightly, as if thinking about something. William hurriedly said, I have told you everything you need to know. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Marx McClown frowned deeply. He could indeed understand one of the reasons the British government did this. After all, the British government is the absolute ruler of England, and although the wizarding world has nothing to do with muggles, it is also part of England. The British government's desire to intervene in the wizarding world may have had such an idea a long time ago, but because of the existence of the British Ministry of Magic, this kind of violence has never been realized. Now that the British Ministry of Magic is destroyed by Marx McClown, and Marx McClown has not completely mastered the wizarding world for the time being, it is indeed a great opportunity for the British government. So Marx McClown is not at all involved in the matter of the British government's involvement in the wizarding world. Surprised. It's just that I didn't expect the British government to have such a big appetite. Not only wanted to intervene in the wizarding world, but also had the idea of ruling the wizarding world. And most importantly, the fundamental reason for the British government to rule the wizarding world is because of fear of wizards. So their ultimate goal is to eradicate wizards. It is because of this that the British team will drive into Diagon Alley, and there will be this conflict between the wizard and the British team. Marx McClown looked at William in his eyes full of coldness. Although Marx McClown could understand the actions of the British government and others, Marx McClown did not intend to forgive these people. In Marx's view, since they made an attack on the wizarding world, they must bear the consequences themselves. William looked at Marx McClown timidly. Seeing Marx McClown's eyes slowly became cold, William also understood Marx McClown's general thoughts at this time. William naturally didn't want to be killed easily without fighting back. I saw William suddenly got up and took out a pocket pistol from his ankle. No one would have thought that William had hidden a pistol in such a place. If you change to an ordinary person, I am afraid that William's actions will give people unexpected results. But Honuozo is the consequence of ordinary people. And what William is facing at this time is Marx's eye. William squeezed the trigger sharply. There was a bang of gunfire, and a hot flame came out of the muzzle. But no bullet flew out. The pistol exploded automatically, and the bullet shot towards William's forehead with a muffled sound. What? The hideous smile on William's face suddenly stopped, and he looked at Marx McClown with disbelief. He couldn't even think of why the bullet from his pistol would hit his forehead. P.S. Ask for rewards and customization. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 1082. The Turbulent Britain. Marx McClown glanced at William's corpse lightly, and didn't care about William's life at all. This kind of person should die, and other British government troops should almost be resolved. Lilith appeared next to Marx McClown at this time, glanced around her with calm eyes, and said, Marx McClown, what did you plan for? Marx McClown said indifferently, the wizarding world will belong to us from now on. Their attack on the wizarding world is equivalent to attacking our Marx family and vampires. What do you think we should do? Lilith nodded and said, it is not difficult to solve them. I'm just afraid you will have concerns in your heart." Marks McClown smiled lightly. "What are you worried about? Even the British Ministry of Magic will be wiped out by us. What are you afraid of?" Lilith also showed a smile at this time. Since Marks McClown has not changed, this is what she likes to see. These British football teams should indeed have died long ago. Lilith disappeared behind Marks McClown, and the elite wizards and vampires of the Marks family immediately received the order to start a bloody massacre by the British government forces. There is a gulf-like difference between the strength of elite wizards and muggles. This 343 point is of no avail even if muggles have thermal weapons. Before, the elite wizards and vampires of the Marks family did not use their real strength because they did not get the exact order from Marks I. Just after Marks McClown and Lilith explained their meaning, the Marks family elite and the vampire clan no longer had to suppress their own killing heart, and began to massacre wantonly. Thousands of British government forces finally encountered their nightmarish opponents in Diagon Alley, and they were all beheaded. No one escaped. This is also a warning to the British government. Standing on a shop in Diagon Alley, Marks McClown faintly watched the blood flowing in Diagon Alley, without any touch in his heart, and did not sympathize with these dead British government troops. Lilith didn't know when she appeared behind Marks McClown and asked, "All British government forces have been dealt with. Do you regret it?" Marks McClown showed a smile that was not a smile, and said, "What do I regret?" Lilith smiled and said, "Although we have not fully notified the BBC Wizarding World, we are not far from that day. At that time, you were the leader of the Wizarding World. Shouldn't you worry about the attitude of the British government?" Marks McClown narrowed his smile and said, "I don't care about other people's attitudes. As long as I offend me, let alone the British government, I won't give face to the Queen of England." Lilith nodded, admiringly said, "It's Marks I, really brave, but you still have a headache." After speaking, Lilith left with a smile. Lilith is not wrong in what she said. Although Marks I's killing of all British government troops looks very handsome and courageous, the impact of this incident will not be small, and Marks I will inevitably face great problems from now on. But these also bothered Marks McClown herself. Marks McClown took a deep breath. He naturally knew that Lilith was reminding herself to be careful, but Marks McClown didn't regret her choice at all. After all, the matter itself was the British government's first fault. Marks McClown's figure slowly disappeared in Diagon Alley, and the things after Dijiao Alley were handled by the Marks family's elite wizards. In other words, the Marks family has already taken over Diagon Alley and Turning Alley, and has included this area under the management of the Marks family. Regardless of the attitude of the British government, it is an indisputable fact that the Marks family has taken over the Wizarding World. The British government army's attack on the Wizarding World to annihilate the entire army was reported back to Buckingham Palace in London. The officials of the British government were in an uproar, and the senior British government was extremely angry. The British government has never suffered such a big loss, and sent an entire army to be wiped out. This undoubtedly shows that the Wizarding World is provoking and challenging the dignity of the British government. In a secret office in Buckingham Palace, dozens of men in military uniforms were serious and even angry, but all of them suppressed their anger and sat quietly in their positions, as if waiting for someone. The door of the office slowly opened, and an old man appeared outside. Seeing the old man, all the men in uniform stood up and respectfully saluted the old man. The old man seemed to have not seen all of this, and slowly sat above the first place, and said in an old manner, "Is William dead?" A man quickly replied, "The army that went to the Wizarding World has no survivors, and it is estimated that William will not escape this disaster." The old man nodded slightly and said, "It's good to die. Good to die." The faces of all the men in military uniforms twitched, and they didn't expect the old man to say such things, but no one dared to refute them. The old man had a high position in the British Army, and said such words as if they were justified. The old man took a breath and said, "Who made William go to Diagon Alley to kill him?" The men in uniform looked at each other, and did not expect that the old man would suddenly ask, but soon, Many people's eyes noticed one of them. This man is William's immediate supervisor. William's boss gritted his teeth and quickly stood up and said, "I just asked William to take over Diagon Alley, and appropriate force can be taken when necessary. I did not allow him to do such a thing." The old man opened his cloudy eyes and looked at the man and said, "So it's you." Hearing the old man's non-threatening words, the soldiers around him shuddered. They knew what the old man's attitude indicated. William's boss was also anxious, and said anxiously, "No, I can't really be blamed for this incident. I can only blame William for being too stupid. He himself took my meaning wrong. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing?" However, before William's boss could continue to explain, several guards came in outside and drove William's boss out. Chapter 1083. He is very likely. This William's boss is also considered strong, but faced with a few guards who have no ability to fight back, he can only scream and be dragged out. The consequences of him can be imagined. The rest of the uniformed men looked serious and did not dare to stop talking nonsense. Plus cool, Tiger. The old man continued, "I believe you all know about the tragedies that happened before in the United States." The rest of the officers nodded one after another. How could they not know that the American tragedy was so compelling? It is said that it was a wizard who caused the American tragedy. This is also one of the most important reasons for their attack on Diagon Alley. The old man played with the ring in his hand and continued, "The current leader of the wizarding world, Marx McClown, disappeared during the tragedy in the United States. He only returned recently. You know that." The officers continued to nod their heads. "If Mark's eye weren't there, I'm afraid the British government would not send troops to Diagon Alley at all." They knew well that there was still a trace of fear in their hearts for the man who destroyed the British Ministry of Magic. The old man took off the ring, gently placed it on the table, making a crisp clash, and said, "Our British troops were sent to Diagon Alley, and they were all beheaded." "You said, this is a wizard who refuses to obey our human world. Or is it just a personal accident?" The officers' hearts shrank suddenly, and they heard what the old man meant. The previous wizards could only live in the wizarding world in a local manner, not to mention affecting ordinary people. Even if they accidentally come into contact, the wizard will send someone to deal with these hands, so we must ensure the mystery of the wizards. This is their consistent impression of wizards, and this is also the reason why wizards can coexist with the national government for a long time. But nowadays, wizards have repeatedly attacked people. The most famous is that the Israeli Ministry of Magic was attacked. Then the American tragedy. And now the British Army has been wiped out. Is it true that there is really an ulterior secret? After listening to the old man's explanation, all the answers seemed to be directed at Mark's eye. Indeed, at the time of the American tragedy, Marx McClown was not in the UK, and he did not know where he was going. There were not many wizards in the world who could achieve the strength of the American tragedy. Marx McClown was one of them. In addition, Marx killed thousands of British people casually this time, and his ruthless way of dealing with things is very similar to that of the mysterious wizard. The two are really easy to confuse, and even think that Marx created America, the murderer of the tragedy. Thinking of this, the British wizards here took a deep breath. The American tragedy has already collapsed to superpower like the United States. If Marx engages in a tragedy in Britain like the American tragedy, it is estimated that Britain will have to destroy the country directly. The old man took a deep look at the officers below and said, "We can't provoke such horrible people. You have to do it yourself." An officer hesitated for a while, and said, "But if such a terrifying person does not deal with it, the harm to the world will be more serious. Should we just sit back and watch?" The old man smiled coldly and said, "We are not only threatened to this kind of people, but other countries will also, so don't worry. There will be people who are more anxious than us." The officers couldn't understand the old man's words a bit, but they didn't dare to ask further. The old man put the ring on his hand and said, "This is something you can't hide, so you don't have to think about how to conceal it. But don't deliberately promote this. The direction of the matter will satisfy us." The old man put on the ring and stood up and walked straight out of the office, without any intention of staying. The remaining officers looked at each other, a little thoughtful, while others frowned tightly. However, they knew very well in their hearts that in the next period of time, Britain and even the whole world would be enveloped in an atmosphere of terror. The root is from the wizard. The annihilation of thousands of British government troops naturally cannot hide from British society. After all, there are thousands of lives here. The relatives and friends of soldiers are related to each other. If a person dies, it will spread all around, and how about thousands of people? Seeking flowers. The British government did not announce the fact that it had sent troops to attack diagonally in the Wizarding World. For the Wizarding World, the government has always refused to disclose the relevant information. This time it was an army that killed thousands of people. How could such a scandal be effected? The British government recognizes it. The most important point is that the British government has no good reason to explain this matter. The British government did not engage in wars with other countries during this period, and did not start any mysterious research. How can thousands of soldiers who died for no reason explain to the people? The answer is that it is difficult to explain. Of course, the British government will not fail to explain, but the reasons for the explanation are all weird and loopholes. In the end, even the remains of the British were not found. Everything in it immediately angered the British people. Britain claims to be a democratic country. The so-called democratic concept has penetrated into the hearts of the British people. In the past, as long as the British government did not explain clearly or violated the interests of the people were protesting and marching. This time, such a big event happened. As a matter of fact, the people have no suspense that large-scale demonstrations broke out on the streets of London. The largest demonstration in London broke out in the past century. In order to protest against the malicious concealment of the incident by the British government, hundreds of thousands of British people held up signs in front of Buckingham Palace and shouted slogans with loudspeakers to return the United Kingdom a fair and just society. The British government is naturally overwhelmed by this incident, but it can't think of a good way to deal with it. It can only be spent with the people. Anyway, the incident gradually disappeared after time passed. But the most active among them are the British media. Chapter 1084 The Exposure of the Wizard. They are representatives of justice in the United Kingdom. How can they not join in the fun in the face of such a revelation? The media has a great advantage over the people, one of which is its wide channels and well-informed information. According to in-depth digging by the media, some details of this incident slowly surfaced in people's sight, and a term appeared in the minds of the British people. Wizard. This is simply a legendary existence for ordinary people. Mull's concept usually thinks that wizards are evil. This is why the existence of wizards must be hidden. This is closely related to Mull's concept. As soon as the word wizard appeared in the sight of the people, it immediately caused a huge panic among the people. 310. Is there really a wizard in the world? Originally, wizards were evil in their hearts. Now the British government has thousands of soldiers killed by wizards. This brings not only panic, but also extreme fear. Soon, this incident was also linked to the American tragedy. The American tragedy is now known to the whole world. 2 cities were slaughtered and the American government was destroyed. It can be said that the United States was destroyed by more than half. And the cause of all this is the wizard. Is it possible that this British wizard has some connection with the wizard who caused the American tragedy? Once this idea appeared, it spread to the whole of Britain like a plague. Cool Tiger, the voices against wizards in the UK are getting louder and louder. Some people even clamored to form an international alliance to eliminate all wizards in the world. The wizards must no longer survive in this world. Wizard. This name has become synonymous with the ultimate evil. In the wizarding world, public opinion is constantly changing. The wizarding world has been in chaos for too long. Since Voldemort disrupted the wizarding world at the beginning, The entire wizarding world has actually been quietly changing, and this change is precisely the distrust of the British Ministry of Magic, which gave birth to chaotic areas, and Rolling Alley is one of the most representative ones. Although Voldemort's temporary incubation gave the British Ministry of Magic a breathing opportunity, but the British Ministry did not seize this opportunity to strengthen its rule over the wizarding world. On the contrary, the British Ministry of Magic is in a process of daydreaming, deceiving itself to believe that Voldemort has been defeated, and the wizarding world and the ministry will continue to maintain peace for a long time. Plus cool, Tiger. These psychological cloud knights were fully manifested at Hogwarts. Even if Voldemort was resurrected, the British Ministry of Magic was still reluctant to face the facts. This was one of the manifestations. Therefore, although the British Ministry of Magic nominally rules the wizarding world has long been filthy, and the Ministry of Magic has planted many seeds of instability. Although the wizarding world seems to be unified, it is actually toe-minded. Later events aggravated this phenomenon. The conflict between the Marx family and the British Ministry of Magic made the ministry even more powerless to control the wizarding world, and various forces appeared in every corner of the wizarding world. The destruction of the headquarters of the British Ministry of Magic was the culmination of chaos, and the entire wizarding world fell into a state of unmanagement that has continued to this day. The Marx family annihilated the British Ministry of Magic and became the most powerful force in the British wizarding world. But it will take a lot of time for the Marx family to truly master the wizarding world. This is a good illustration of all this. But even in such a chaotic wizarding world, they are essentially a wizard. The British government's act of sending troops to attack Diagon Alley also aroused the anger of the wizards. The wizards of Diagon Alley and Rolling Alley rarely joined forces, but this was still unable to resist the British government army's attack. When the wizards were angry and desperate at the same time, under the leadership of Marx McClown, the Marx family successfully defeated the British government forces and defended the dignity of the wizards. The night is full of goodwill. The public opinion of Marx and the Marx family has also undergone tremendous changes. From the beginning of disagreement with the Marx family to the current praise, it can be described as a huge change. The changes in the attitudes of the various forces in the wizarding world towards the Marx family have naturally made it easier for the Marx family to lead the wizarding world, but it only shortens the time spent in it, and does not mean that the Marx family can take over immediately and quickly. The entire wizarding world. The water in the wizarding world is too deep, so deep that even the current Marx family needs a lot of effort to deal with it properly. Marx McClown is well aware of this problem, but Marx McClown still sent the Marx family's elite subordinates and the tyrannical combat power of the vampire family to take over the various forces in the wizarding world. Marx McClown knew that he had to pay a corresponding price for killing thousands of British government troops, but it was still unknown when this price would come. Therefore, Marx McClown must ensure that when this price comes, he has the strength to withstand this price, not to mention that Mlin is still hiding in this world in an unknown corner. In order to ensure that she can deal with various hidden crises, Marx can only improve the strength of the Marx family as much as possible, and the British wizarding world is one of the channels that can greatly enhance the combat power of the Marx family. As Marx thought, the process of taking over the wizarding world by the Marx family was not very smooth. After a round of bargaining, some wizard teams with less power were still willing to accept the management of the Marx family 3.1, but the powerful wizard power did not for sure. Some cling together and want to get huge profits, while others are ambiguous, unwilling to take refuge or fall out, just want to delay time. And even some radical wizard powers will tear their face against the Marx family. There are also quite a few wizard powers clamoring for the re-establishment of the British Ministry of Magic against Marx and the Marx family. Therefore, Marx can only be trapped in the British wizarding world, dealing with all kinds of matters, trying to take over the British wizarding world in the shortest time. Chapter 1085. And at that moment, the whole world was slowly swept by a storm, that is, the The Wizarding Storm. The tragedy in the United States has been proved, and the incident of the British military team has also been proved to be done by wizards, and all the evidence points to the leader of the Marx family in the British wizarding world, Marx-I. The British government suffered a loss in Marx-I's hands, and knew the horror of the wizard, so it did not act rashly, but it was constantly brewing secretly, wanting to find outside power to fight against Marx-I's rule. The whole world was affected by two things. High-level governments of various countries also appeared panic, and various anti-witcher remarks, and their attitudes towards their own wizards or the Ministry of Magic were completely changed. A corner of the Palace of Versailles, Paris, France. A blonde man hurriedly walked into the office holding a document. Inside the office sat a refined woman in a neat suit and staring at the documents on the desktop. When the woman heard the sound of the man entering the door, she didn't look up, and said, "Well, did the 11 countries in Britain give you any information?" The man nodded with a wry smile, put a document in front of the woman, and said, "I sent it to us just now, please have a look." The woman paused, put aside her work, and said, "It's about wizards again." The man nodded and said, "Otherwise, there is still any information worthy of the British Intelligence Agency. We all know that wizards are available all over the world, but they have been hiding the other side of the world." Unexpectedly, the wizard finally couldn't help but jump out to us. Constitutes such a big threat. The woman carefully flipped through the files in her hand and frowned. Marx McClown. Men said, "McClowns, this man named Marx-I is the leader of the most powerful force in the British wizarding world today. It is estimated that it will not take long for him to unify the British wizarding world and become the master of the British wizarding world." The woman let go of the file and said, "Is there any problem with this? This Marx-I doesn't look like that." The man smiled bitterly. "You don't know that the British wizarding world is recognized as one of the most powerful wizarding worlds in the world, and the British Ministry of Magic, which previously ruled the British wizarding world, was overthrown and defeated by this man named Marx McClown." The woman said, "This Marx-I sounds pretty amazing, but it doesn't help us a lot. We have nothing to do with the British wizarding world. We haven't even dealt with the French wizarding world." The man said, "But what if I tell you that this man is the most likely person to cause the tragedy in the United States?" The woman's face suddenly tightened, and she lost her voice. "What?" The man finally showed a surprised expression when he saw the woman, and smiled with satisfaction. "Judging from the traces before Marx-I, it is indeed very likely that he was the one who caused the tragedy in the United States, and in terms of strength, he also has such strength. Besides, he executed thousands of British soldiers not long ago." The woman took a deep breath, as if she didn't expect to be so terrifying with Marx-I's strength, and said, "We are so close to Britain, will we become his next target?" The man shrugged and said, "I don't know. The only thing I can be sure of is that if he wants to do something to us, we can't resist it." The woman gritted her teeth and said, "This kind of terrifying wizard living in the world is really too worrying. We can't let such a person exist." The man said, "So we must take action immediately, otherwise it is very likely that we will be the next America." The woman stood up and said, "I'm going to see the president right now. The nations of the world must unite, or the world will be destroyed in the hands of these wizards." Things like this are happening all over the world. The tragedy in the United States and the incident of the British Army have made various countries realize the horror of wizards, and Marx-I has become the target of public criticism and has been listed as the #1 dangerous target by various countries. At the same time as the world is changing, a mysterious figure set foot on the land of Britain, with the breath of returning from the United States on his body, and his face is elegant. If anyone who does not know sees it, he will think it is a typical British gentleman. But if people who are affected by the American tragedy see it, they will inevitably be shocked and terrified, because the person who really caused the American tragedy is him, Merlin. Marx's house outside London, England. At this time, the Marx family had established a huge castle complex, among which people came and went, and countless powerful wizards patrolled the Marx family castle complex. After this period of time, the Marx family's strength has expanded. The Marx family's hands and feet have spread throughout the wizarding world, and it can even be said that the wizarding world has been initially brought into its palm. Of course, all this must be attributed to Marx McClown. If it weren't for Marx McClown's strong shot in diagonally to annihilate the British invading government forces, I am afraid that until now, the Marx family has not been able to bring the wizarding world into the palm of the hand. Marx fan Marx Yuan and his wife also officially retired behind the scenes and handed over the power of the Marx family to Marx McClown. Now Marx McClown has far surpassed them in terms of strength and prestige. It can be said that Marx McClown's reputation alone is greater than that of the Marx family, and it is only natural for them to hand over the Marx family's real power. As for the vampire family, Lilith and others have officially sworn allegiance to the Marx family. In the past, the cooperation between Lilith and Marx I was mutually beneficial. Marx I helped Lilith solve Merlin's hidden dangers. As a reward, Lilith would lead the vampires to help Marx I counterattack the Ministry of Magic. Now that the British Ministry of Magic has been annihilated, it is not surprising that Lilith and Marx I parted ways. But in the course of the battle, Lilith was also gradually attracted by Marx I's personal charm, and she understood a truth deeply. That is, the revival of the vampire family cannot do without Marx I. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 1086. This is very embarrassing. And if the vampire family wants to rise in a real sense, they can't leave Marx I. So Lilith, a shrewd leader, immediately realized what she was supposed to do, and immediately announced her allegiance to Marx I and the Marx family, and firmly bound the vampire family and the Marx family. If the Marx family wants to become the leader of the wizarding world, the vampire family will naturally rise. But now Marx I was sitting in the conference room of the Marx family headquarters, listening to the report given to him. Most of the current wizarding world has been accepted by the Marx family. Even wizards who are unwilling to surrender to the Marx family will die, flee, or be forcibly expelled from the country. Marx I has initially stabilized the situation in the wizarding world. Marx McClown waved his hand and signaled Lilith and other Marx family's men to leave. The Marx family's current momentum is flourishing, and there is nothing Marx McClown is particularly worrying about. As for some meticulous work, it is not something Marx McClown has to manage. Lilith could see that Marx McClown had something in her heart at this time, and hurriedly greeted the elite subordinates of the Marx family and the elite of the vampire clan to leave, while she stayed at the end, whispering, "Marx McClown, what are you still worried about? There is nothing worth worrying about in the entire British wizarding world, right?" Marx McClown glanced at Lilith and said, "There is really nothing worthy of my concern in the British wizarding world, but it doesn't mean that there is none in the world." Lilith was taken aback, and said, "You mean the wizard who caused the American tragedy?" Many public opinions now point to Marx McClown, who believes that the tragedy in the United States was caused by Marx McClown. After all, there are not many people in the wizarding world who can have such strength, and Marx McClown is one of them. But Lilith can be sure that that wizard must not be Marx I, but someone else. And this person may be Lilith's nightmare scary wizard. Lilith didn't say the name of the wizard. This name was taboo for her and the whole family of vampires. They didn't want to mention that person and the humiliating history at all, which is simply a great shame to their vampires. Lilith sighed softly and said, "Don't think about it so much, maybe it's because we think too much." With that, Lilith shook her head and left. There was only Marx McClown left in the entire conference room. Marx McClown gently opened the pile of documents in front of him, and he naturally knew who Lilith was thinking of. Because even Marx McClown deeply doubted whether all of this was the masterpiece of that terrifying wizard. If it really was, there must be a big conspiracy in it. Merlin, why did it cause the tragedy in America? Marx McClown took a deep breath. In Marx McClown's current life, No one can put such pressure on Marx McClown. Even Dumbledore and Voldemort just made Marx McClown feel jealous. That's it. But this Merlin is indeed the one who puts great pressure on Marx McClown's heart. This old demon who has survived for hundreds of years must have his unknown side. He was able to hide among the vampires, nourish himself with a huge group of people, and escape Marx's chase when he was weakest. All of these showed that Merlin was not simple. Not to mention that if it was really the American tragedy that Merlin single-handedly contributed to, then Merlin is indeed a man of unfathomable horror. Even if it is the current Marxi, he dare not pack a ticket and say that he will be able to draw with Merlin, because his knowledge of Merlin is too little. But Merlin is definitely much stronger than his own imagination. Marx McClown opened up the division system, and now the fastest way to increase his strength is the division system. In addition, he has defeated so many enemies during this period, but he has not used his potential points. Now the potential points should give Marxi a surprise. Marxi first cleared up the potential points. After deducting the upgraded potential points, he first killed 2 Hogwarts giants to get 100,000 potential points, and killed Dumbledore to get another 100,000 potential points. He was in Azkaban before. The defeated British elite wizards gained 62,400, which adds up to just 450,000 potential points. In addition, Marxi easily annihilated the British government army not long ago and obtained 30,000 potential points. The total number of potential points is 480,000. This number of potential points is not a small number for Marxi. Marx McClown nodded in satisfaction. The 480,000 potential points were enough for Marx McClown to upgrade many skills. However, Marxi has no plans to upgrade for the time being, because according to Marxi's previous upgrade requirements, it is speculated that if Marxi wants to upgrade to level 9 magic or mental power or body, any one of them needs a full 500,000 potential points. And Marx McClown's current magical power, mental power, and body are only at level 7, and he has not even reached level 8, making this huge potential point embarrassing. And Marx McClown couldn't decide which one to upgrade. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future, and Marx McClown has to guard against Merlin, so he wants to wait until the key points to use these potential points. Marx McClown slowly stood up and looked at the window outside Marx's house. It is now noon when the sun is hanging high in the sky. Marx's house is like this round of sun, hanging high in the sky, officially in command. Good the whole world. Little Lord. A figure appeared behind Marx McClown. It was Marx McClown's uncle, Marx Jan. Although Marx McClown has taken charge of the entire Marx family and the wizarding world, given that Marx McClown is not too old, and the couple still alive, Marx Jan is still used to calling Marx McClown the young master. Marx McClown said, "What's wrong?" Marx Jan said, "There is one thing I forgot to report, and it is not suitable to ask you at the meeting just now." Marx McClown turned around and said, "What is it? You can talk about it." Chapter 1087. I have decided. This article is updated by vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Marx Gian paused and said, "It's the British government. Since the last time you killed thousands of British government troops, the British government asked us to give a reasonable explanation, even threatening us in the name of a break. Look, what should we do?" Marx McClown squinted his eyes slightly and said, "The British government? Such young people dare to jump. What do you think we should do?" Marx Gian Dao, according to the young master, your personality must not easily bow to the British government, but I must remind you a few words. Now many people in the outside world suspect that you, the young master, caused the tragedy in the United States. Many governments and the Ministry of Magic hate you to the bone. If we are still in a stalemate with the British government, we will probably attract the wind and cause unnecessary trouble. Marx Gian glanced at Marx McClown cautiously. There was no change in Marx McClown's expression, as if he had not heard Marx Gian's words. Marx Gian swallowed and bit his scalp and continued, "Moreover, the British government and us both exist in England. It will not be good for anyone if there is a fight. After all, we wizards can never occupy the Mull world. And Mulls cannot annihilate our wizards." Marx McClown slowly nodded 627, and said, "Uncle Gian, what you said is quite right. Logically speaking, we should not continue to confront the British government." Marx Gian was overjoyed and nodded again and again. "McClown's, young master, you really understand things. You deserve to be the helm of our Marx family." Marx McClown turned her head, but her voice slowly turned cold. "But I don't want to make peace with them. Since they dare to invade Diagon Alley, the meaning is equivalent to declaring war on our wizard. If we pretend nothing happened, Diagon the Lane incident just continues to happen." Marx Gian said anxiously, "But we have also killed thousands of British soldiers." Marx McClown interrupted Marx Gian and said, "Okay, I have decided, so don't talk too much. Since the British government wants to find fault, it will not help us to give in." Hearing Marx McClown's resolute words, Marx Gian nodded his head dejectedly and said, "I see." Parliament Hall, Buckingham Palace, London, England. There are only a few dozen people in the huge Parliament Hall, which is in sharp contrast with the hundreds of seats present. But no one dares to underestimate these dozens of people. The people here are all British parliamentarians, and they are the most respected part of the parliamentarians, but they are the people who stand at the highest level in Britain. This group of British MPs in the highest position had a gloomy expression at this time, sitting on their seats, looking at the man in the middle of the Parliament Hall. That man is not a British Member of Parliament, and his status seems to be less dignified, but he is the First Minister of the Queen of England. He represents the will of the Queen of England, and no one dares to despise him. After all, the Queen of England's name is there. Everyone, you should all know what happened. The First Minister of the Queen of England did not look good at this time, standing in the middle with a gloomy face. The gangsters in the wizarding world, since they don't obey the jurisdiction of our British government, they can just kill them directly. There is nothing to say. A member of the council said coldly, "McClowns, I have long seen those spooky people not pleasing to my eyes. Since I am still killing my soldiers from the British Empire this time, it seems that they are determined to rebel. Can we continue to indulge them?" The first words of the two councillors immediately aroused the anger of these councillors. The gentleman's demeanour of the past has long since disappeared, and he cursed the wizarding world and the Marx family. The Queen's retainer slowly knocked on the wooden table in front of him, and the surrounding area immediately became quiet, afraid to speak any more. The Queen's vassal said, "The Queen's meaning is also very clear. I just wanted to slowly intervene in their wizarding world in order to weaken the power of the wizarding world. Who knows that the Diao people are not enlightened, and the power they use is really daunting. Such people continue to exist in the UK and are a huge threat to the entire country and the entire nation." When the congressmen heard that the Queen's attitude was not much different from them, they also suppressed their feelings. They knew that the Queen's servants would not easily forgive the wizarding world and the Marx family if they said such words. The Queen's vassal continued, "Moreover, Marx McClown, the lord of the Marx family, is now the single-handed cause of the tragedy in the United States. Such extremely dangerous characters are not allowed. The Queen's meaning is to send troops to conquer the wizardry Marx family. It is bound to eradicate the Marx family." The congressmen nodded their heads, and they seemed to agree with the Queen's retainers. The Queen's retainers said, however, the Queen only put forward what she meant. "Actually, it depends on the choice of your parliament. You can meet to discuss this matter. I will be here, listening to the side." With that, the Queen's retainer sat aside and stopped talking. Britain is now a constitutional monarchy. Although the Queen's power is still very large, it is, relatively speaking, regarding such major issues related to national security, she can only express her own opinions. It is this group of parliamentarians and the British Prime Minister who really make the decision, especially the members of these parliamentarians. The Queen's representative Shishiran sat aside, seemingly casually playing with his fingers, but in fact he had already pricked his ears to listen to the discussions of the congressman. A congressman hesitated and stood up and said, "Everyone, let me express my opinion first. Although the wizarding world has killed so many of our soldiers, in all fairness, we are indeed invading the diagonal lane of the wizarding world. They see us as there is nothing wrong with the enemy." Before the congressman had finished speaking, a congressman patted the table and stood up and said, "What do you mean? Is it because we are at a loss if our people are killed now?" Chapter 1088 Mole and Wizard War. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Another congressman shouted angrily, "Anyway, even if we enter Diagon Alley, we are at a loss, but the account of killing so many brave soldiers of us can't be offset by anything." The Queen's representative sitting on the side looked at the first congressman with a gloomy expression, as if he might get into trouble any time. The first congressman gritted his teeth and said, "We are wrong first. Is there a problem with their counterattack? Just like if the French army suddenly appeared on our coast of England, wouldn't we directly kill them?" "Okay, don't talk about it anymore. If your remarks spread, the people will definitely say how there are such traitors among our members, and we will reconsider your status as a member." A seemingly older congressman spoke slowly and directly ended the argument. The congressman who was arguing for the wizard was ashamed. Before he could speak again, 2 police officers stepped forward and dragged the congressman out. The 2 MPs who were arguing for the British soldiers quickly bowed their hands to the elderly MPs and complimented. "The President of Parliament is really wise and martial. I admire it." The head of the council slowly nodded and said, "Continue to discuss freely, I will listen to your opinions." Some congressmen sighed and bowed their heads. They were all congressmen who wanted to argue for wizards, but with examples of lessons learned before them, they didn't know how tragic the outcome of arguing for wizards would be. It is said to be free discussion, but the matter has already been concluded. A member of parliament stood up and said, "I suggest that Congress send troops to the wizarding world to strangle this group of evil people. Their existence not only threatens the safety of the people, but also threatens the safety of our royal family. They should not be killed." "Absolutely, we will never have peace." Immediately another congressman stood up and said, "I agree that Marx I, the leader of the wizarding world, is the biggest suspect in the American tragedy. He dared to do such a thing to the United States, and he is not at all merciful to us in the United Kingdom. In the face of such an extremely dangerous task, if he does not take the initiative, he will wait for death. The United States is the best example." Members stood up, talking about the evil of wizards in the wizarding world and the harm to the people, as if they were all warriors who were dedicated to the people and the country and the people, and they could desperately and indignantly complain for the people. The head of parliament also stretched his brows and nodded lightly. The Queen's representative on one side also looked at the excited MPs with a smile. Now the public opinion is finally what they think. The president of the parliament stood up slowly, and the other members immediately closed their mouths and stared at the president. I saw the president of parliament walk to the center of the conference room and said, "Everyone, there is actually no room for maneuver on this matter. Thousands of our soldiers beheaded and killed by wizards in the wizarding world have spread throughout the world. Governments of all countries are paying attention to our country. After all, the impact of the tragedy in the United States is known to the world, and our tolerance for wizards has become the world, the focus of attention." Having said this, the President of Parliament paused for a moment, and looked around. Most of the members looked at the President in excitement, but there were also a small number of members who bowed their heads and sighed silently in their positions. The head of Parliament said, "We must have zero tolerance for wizards, and we can no longer let this group of terrifying humans exist in the world. Even if they still exist, they must be under effective government supervision." Agree. McClowns. The Chief of Parliament is wise. A group of British MPs screamed in excitement, as if they were supporting their own leader. Undoubtedly, the words of the President of Parliament completely stunned them. The Chief of Parliament smiled and said, "Okay, now we will start voting to determine who will send troops to the Wizarding World." As he said, the head of Parliament raised his hand. His eyes also squinted into the parliamentary seat. Most of the parliamentarians immediately raised their hands, shouting excitedly the slogan of "Long live the British government and long live the British royal family." Find flowers. Middle dot. Another small group of congressmen hesitated, and finally stood up and raised their hands reluctantly. Under this momentum, they were already involuntarily, and no one wanted to be deprived of their status as congressmen like the previous congressman. The President of Parliament picked up the gavel in front of him, hammered it lightly on the table, and said with a smile, "By all votes, the government declares war on the Wizarding World." The Queen representative on one side also stood up with applause and smiled. "Okay, I believe Her Majesty the Queen will be very satisfied with this result, and I have a word of advice. Wizards are not always easy to solve. You must do something with them. Do your best and you can't leave half of your energy. The President of Parliament nodded with a smile, and said, "I understand. Say hello to Her Majesty the Queen. We will not let Her Majesty down." The Queen's representative nodded slightly and left the meeting room. He had already got the answer he wanted. The Parliament chief turned his head and said coldly, "How many soldiers are in active service in our country, and what is the state of weapons and equipment?" The parliamentarians below all looked serious. They knew that a large storm was about to break out in Britain, and the scale of the war would far exceed their expectations. Half an hour later, the head of Parliament walked out of the Congress Hall. Behind him was a group of congressmen who looked excited or were serious. These parliamentarians have already discussed the next policy from the Congress just now. What they have to do now is to return to their constituency and mobilize the people in the constituency to prepare for the next war. The Chief of Parliament turned a corner with a gloomy expression and walked into an office, and this office is where the Prime Minister's office is located. "Mr. Prime Minister, have you finished reading it?" Chapter 1089 Do It to Hogwarts. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. The President of Parliament closed the office door and said slowly. The British Prime Minister was sitting on a soft office chair and nodded solemnly. He had already learned from the surveillance video what happened in the Parliament just now, and he also knew what he was going to do next. The Prime Minister lightly pressed a button on the desktop, making a crisp ding sound, and then the Prime Minister sat in his seat silently, without speaking for a while, as if thinking about something. The President of Parliament also sat aside. Neither of them spoke, waiting for something quietly. Before long, a burly man in military uniform pushed open the office door, and he could clearly see the numerous badges on the man's body, and even the 5-star seal on his shoulder. It was the Minister of the British Ministry of Defence, 330. The Prime Minister glanced at the Minister of Defence and said lightly, "Please sit down." The Minister sat down on a chair, looked at the head of Parliament, and then at the Prime Minister. He hesitated and said, "Did the results come out?" The Prime Minister nodded and said, "The meaning of Parliament and the Queen has been very clear, to send troops to the Wizarding World." The Minister's expression became very solemn, and said, "The combat power of the Wizard G. Marks family is amazing. Are you sure you want to send troops? Even if we use all our troops in the UK, I am not sure that we can solve the Wizard G. Marks family." The head of Parliament said coldly, "The Congress decides whether to send troops or not. Whether you can win is a matter for your Ministry of National Defence to consider. Don't make a mistake." Minister's face condensed and nodded lightly, without refuting. The Prime Minister said, "Because of the tragedy in the United States, governments all over the world hate wizards. In addition, the biggest suspect in the American tragedy was in the United Kingdom, and he killed so many soldiers to provoke the government, and the Wizarding World in our country can be called the strongest gathering place for wizards in the world. For various reasons, our country treats wizards. The attitude of the world is too far-reaching to the world." The Minister and the head of Parliament both nodded their heads. They did not deny this, and it was also a fact. There was nothing to say. The Prime Minister continued, if we let go of the wizarding community, governments around the world will be extremely dissatisfied with us, and even attack them in groups, thinking that we and wizards are in the same group. So we have only one choice, and that is to deal with wizards and gain the recognition of the international community. In this way, even if we lose, other countries will help us on the basis of the truth. The minister nodded. He already understood what the Prime Minister meant. They couldn't retreat in this war, and they could only fight the wizards to the death. The most important thing was that they were not necessarily defeated in this war. The American tragedy occurred in the United States because the government did not pay attention to this matter at all, and wanted to solve the evil wizard through the simplest and most crude method, which finally led to the nuclear explosion in Washington. If the government mobilizes all the troops and fights against the wizards, no one can say victory or defeat. After all, wizards have top wizarding power, and humans also have various high-tech weapons, all kinds of powerful bombs, which are no inferior to wizards. The Prime Minister turned to the minister and asked, how much power does our country have to fight now? The minister said as many as possible. The total force is 230,000. It can only use the army to deal with wizards. The army has about 120,000 troops. It has about 5,000 tanks and armored vehicles, 300 Air Force main fighters, and various ground missiles. Rockets are countless. The head of parliament said, there are not a few wizards, and it is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of wizards in our country. But not all wizards are amazing in combat power. There are only tens of thousands of elite wizards. Well, these are the power of wizards. The Prime Minister exhaled and said, if this is the case, it would be okay. But with an army of thousands of wizards, with 120,000 modernized troops, supplemented by various high-tech weapons, our chance of winning against thousands of wizards is not low. The head of the council said, I have a suggestion. Both the Prime Minister and the Minister looked at the head of Parliament and wondered, what suggestion? The Chief of Parliament smiled faintly and said, I have investigated the wizarding world. There are many important places in the wizarding world, such as Gringotts, the Bank of Wizards, such as Azkaban, the Prison of Wizards, etc. And a place called Hogwarts is a school in the wizarding world. Both the Prime Minister and Minister heard that the President deliberately emphasized this place called Hogwarts, and the Prime Minister couldn't help asking, is there any problem with this Hogwarts? The head of Parliament said, of course, Hogwarts is the most famous magic school in the wizarding world in the UK. It can be said that it has cultivated many powerful and excellent top wizards. Even if you say that 99% of elite wizards come from Hogwarts, there is no problem. And what we mainly deal with is the most powerful elite wizard in the wizarding world. The minister clapped his hands and said, I understand. You want to attack Hogwarts first. There are teachers of elite wizards in the wizarding world, juniors and younger sisters. If Hogwarts is captured by us, it will inevitably lead to elite wizards in the wizarding world. Our military spirit has changed dramatically. This is our opportunity. The head of Parliament smiled and nodded. He also meant the same, and the Prime Minister understood. This proposal of the President of Parliament is very good. Just follow this proposal. You will immediately organize an army and prepare for war. Obviously, the Prime Minister's last sentence was addressed to the Minister of Defense. When the Minister received the order, he stood up and experienced a military salute respectfully and hurriedly went out to prepare. The Parliament arched his hands and said, then I hope we will win this time. The whole of Britain became agitated, and the British government's attitude toward the wizarding world spread all over the world, of course, including the entire British society. The whole world knew the British government's attitude. Chapter 1090, The Day of War, The Time of Destruction. This article is updated by vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. It is naturally a very good thing for the mole world. After all, a government finally jumped out to fight the evil wizard in their hearts. This is a very moral-boosting thing. The British became even more embarrassed because of this incident. What is the matter is that the whole society has become very impetuous, excited, and even arrogant. Major cities in the UK have held demonstrations of varying degrees, all expressing the evil of wizards and the threat to them. Because of the impact of the American tragedy, many people have very poor impressions of wizards, and can even be said to be disgusting and disgusting. Therefore, the attitude of the British government aroused the passion of all the people. They all felt that this was a sign of the imminent rise of mankind, and it was indeed to kill all evil wizards. The major military districts of the United Kingdom are also operating, and the various armies, battalions and brigades are also assembled. In just a few days, you can frequently see British warplanes circling continuously in the sky, and all kinds of warships gathered in the Strait of England. The wizarding world was frightened by the actions of the British government. In the long history, wizards and the Mole regime have not never fought. It can even be said that there have been a lot of battles. The war between wizards and moles was very tragic, and frequently, in previous wars, wizards did have the upper hand, and moles' power was not an opponent of wizards at all. However, since the wizards fell into peace, moles' technology has continued to improve, and the scale of the war has also continued to increase, even worse than the war between wizards. And now that the wizard and mole haven't played against each other for a long time, and the wizarding world has been in chaos for a long time, the Marx family has just mastered the wizarding world, and it doesn't give the wizards much confidence. Coupled with the fact that Diagon Alley and Rolling Alley joined forces to fight the British government forces with heavy casualties, this series of events cast a heavy shadow in the hearts of British wizards. Many wizards feel that if they are in peacetime, the wizard will naturally have the upper hand between the wizard and the mole, but it is really against the government agencies. Compared with the mole government and the wizard army, the wizard is not comparable to the technologically advanced hemp melon. The thick dark clouds that enveloped the hearts of wizards in the British wizarding world were constantly brewing, and Marx I naturally knew these things. But Marx McClown couldn't do anything. The Marx family was in power in the wizarding world for such a short time. Not only was its foundation unstable, it might even be in danger of overturning at any time. Plus, such a regime of the Marx family simply cannot bring any confidence to the wizards in the wizarding world. Even if the Marx family defeated thousands of British troops in Diagon Alley before, it was useless. No matter what Marx McClown did at this time, he couldn't calm down the restlessness in the wizard's heart. There was only one way to calm down the anxiety in their hearts. That is to defeat the British government forces. At this time, Marx McClown was also secretly gathering all the power that the Marx family could use. The countless members of the Marx family, the elites of the vampire family, and the powerful wizards newly admitted by the Marx family gathered near the Marx family and listened at any time. Marx McClown ordered a counterattack against the British government forces. Marx McClown knew clearly in his heart that the British government forces could not threaten their Marx family at all, and it could even be said that he couldn't even threaten them even for a single cloud night. Therefore, the day when the British government troops sent troops, it was the time when the British government fell. But Marx I knew that this was useless. Many wizards still had no confidence in their Marx family and Marx I. In the end, they had to wait until the day Marx I took action to annihilate the British government forces before they would let go of their uneasy hearts and truly convinced Marx. The Marx family headed by McClown. However, Marx McClown hadn't grasped where the British government troops would attack first. So they gathered the Marx family's troops near Marx's house and waited for the British government forces' dynamics. At this time, the British government forces had gathered in secret and moved quietly in the direction of Hogwarts. They had long received orders from the high level of the British government. The purpose of attacking first was Hogwarts, a famous wizarding school in Britain. Although the British government army has tens of thousands of people, the British government is also very smart. It spent more than 10,000 troops to create an illusion that the army is ready near London, making the Marx family think that the main force of the British government is still stationed near London. In fact, nearly 100,000 British government forces have quietly appeared near Hogwarts. The British Air Force is also ready to launch a powerful airstrike at Hogwarts. In the Strait of England, dozens of missiles on the first class of warships are also ready, and they can be launched at the touch of a button. This is the powerful combat power of the Mole Army, the coordinated operations of the various arms, the coordinated combat of sea, land and air, and the tactics of combat are many times superior to the Wizarding War. At this time Hogwarts was shrouded in a drizzle, and only a few 357 people hurried past the wide school road, all in a hurry, which formed a sharp contrast with the lively campus of the past. A senior boy with eyes looked at the drizzle outside the window, with a frowning face, and a bright lightning bolt on his forehead. It was Harry. "Harry, what are you doing? It's rare to take a break today. Why are you still in the classroom?" Ron walked over with a grin. Harry looked at the sky outside and said, "Oh. The Wizarding World is like this now. Do you think I am in the mood to rest?" Ron was taken aback, and said, "This is not something we can intervene. Hasn't Marx McClown already jumped over the Dragon's Gate? He will also be carrying it when the sky is falling. Don't worry about our little people." When Ron talked about Mark's eye, there was a rare expression of jealousy on his face. Although Marx McClown was excellent when he was studying before, in Ron's eyes, Marx McClown was just a little bit better than him. Chapter 1091 Hogwarts destruction is imminent. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ However, Marx-I is already the leader of the Wizarding World, and an unattainable figure for Ron. For such a Marx-I, Ron can no longer be jealous. Harry smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect Mr. Marx to be so powerful. Now he has become the home of the Marx family, and even the leader of the Wizarding World." Ron shrugged and said, "Others have other people's lives, so don't think about it so much. We only have ordinary people's lives. Then accept our fate. Now Voldemort is dead. You and me are ordinary people." When talking about this, Ron was still a little bit happy, thinking that Harry, who was once so powerful, was just like him, and he immediately found a psychological balance. "What are you doing here?" A tall blonde woman walked into the classroom, and it was Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry and Ron, and said, "I'm talking about Marx-I again." Harry smiled bitterly and nodded, and said, "Isn't Mr. Marx going to go to war with the British government forces? Although I am not worried that Mr. Marx's strength will not be able to fight the British government forces, but if Marx McClown destroys the British government forces, the American tragedy maybe it will be implemented on Mr. Marx. I definitely don't believe Mr. Marx is the one who committed the American tragedy." Hermione nodded and said, "I don't believe it either. But many people in the world think so. There are not many wizards in the world who can do this kind of thing. Marx-I is one of them. It is really hard to justify this matter." Ron scratched his ears and said, "You are really mediocre people. What is the use of thinking about these things? It's better to live a good life. Those things are thought by those powerful people." Both Harry and Hermione gave Ron an angry look, and didn't want to talk to Ron again. At this moment, Hogwarts suddenly sounded a sharp alarm. The harsh sirens spread throughout the campus, and many Hogwarts students walked out of the dormitory dissatisfied, all clamoring, not knowing why the campus sounded the piercing alarm. This alert was set up by McGonagall after Marx-I left Hogwarts, because the Marx-I incident made McGonagall feel that Hogwarts was not safe either. This insecurity is not only from the outside, but even the inside is full of threats. That's why a wake-up call came out. As long as there is an emergency at Hogwarts, the alarm will be sounded immediately, so that the entire Hogwarts people receive the danger signal at the first time. The three of Harry immediately understood that Hogwarts was in danger and ran outside anxiously. At this time, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Sprout, and other Hogwarts professors, regardless of the light rain, gathered their classmates on the school road, as if to lead people to the position of the cathedral. Harry rushed to McGonagall and said, "Professor McGonagall, what happened?" As soon as McGonagall saw it was Harry, he hurriedly said, "The Mole army appeared near Hogwarts. The first thing they wanted to attack was our Hogwarts. Can you contact Markseye, hurry up and ask for help?" Hearing McGonagall's initiative to ask for help in Markseye, the faces of Harry's trio became a little weird, but at this time it was too late to care about these issues. Hermione hurriedly said, "I will contact Markseye. You and McGonagall the professor organizes the defense together." Harry and Ron nodded again and again, and they were considered seniors, and it was time for them to stand up and organize to defend the classmates, and Harry was still considered a well-known senior. McGonagall didn't care about them anymore. She had to organize Hogwarts professors to launch counterattacks at any time, so that the British government army could not get close to Hogwarts so easily. Harry and Ron also took action, summoning the more powerful Hogwarts classmates to organize a retreat. Among them, many of them were former Markseye classmates. As the former supporters of Markseye, they can do something for Markseye this time. Strength is what they want in their hearts. More than 10 kilometers away from Hogwarts, nearly 100,000 British Army lurks, countless tanks and armored vehicles are hidden in the grass, and the dark muzzles and artillery ports are pointed directly in the direction of Hogwarts. Prepare to expel the scorching fire. The Commander-in-Chief of the British Army is the British 5-star General, Cross. At this time, Cross was constantly observing the surrounding situation with a telescope, and whispered, "Did you say that the clutter found our existence?" A man in a black robe said coldly, "The awareness of our wizards is not something you moles can understand. If this position is guarded by Hogwarts, it is estimated that our position has already been discovered." The wizard was the person who provided intelligence in the British government army. It can also be said that he is a traitor in the wizarding world. Cross said, "Brown, if Hogwarts spotted us, wouldn't we be very dangerous?" Boron sneered coldly and said, "What's the danger? The current Hogwarts is not the previous Hogwarts. There is no strong enough weight in it. Now I guess they are panicking. I advise you to attack early, lest they invite soldiers to rescue, and the night is long and dreamy." Cross pondered for a moment and said, "I understand." Speaking, Cross turned his head and whispered a few words to a soldier next to him. Zaunuos said, "Notify the Air Force and Navy, and immediately launch an attack." With the order of Cross, the British Air Force and Navy immediately took action. Dozens of warships on the English Strait turned on the rocket launchers and missile launchers on Class A. In less than a minute, hundreds of missiles and rockets lifted off at the same time, carrying countless flames in the direction of Hogwarts. At the same time, the airports across the UK are constantly taking off fighters and bombers. Hundreds of fighters fly into the sky and drive towards Hogwarts with tens of thousands of bombs. Chapter 1092. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Over Hogwarts, countless missiles and rockets dragging flames appeared in the sky, and even brought a huge shadow to Hogwarts. Hogwarts and the panicked students were all gathered together and sat in the Hogwarts Hall. The professors at Hogwarts were also panicked. As professors, they were indeed extraordinary in their ability and had seen many disturbances. But even so, they had never fought against muggles, and they didn't know enough about muggles. Suddenly, they were attacked by the government of Ying and couldn't think of any defense. At this time, Harry organized a large group of Marks McClown classmates to maintain the order of Hogwarts Hall. They were all seniors who had been taught by Marks McClown. At this time, only these students could stand up and take charge. Take a huge responsibility. Harry glanced at the restless classmates in the hall, and was sure that no other classmates had missed the rest of Hogwarts. He was a little relieved, and turned to McGonagall next to him. "Professor, now we should how to do?" As the Speaker of Hogwarts, McGonagall forcibly maintained his composure. Hermione went to Mark's eye for help. 353. We have to cope with all changes. I heard that the Mole government's army is also amazing. Must not underestimate the Mole army. Harry frowned slightly. McGonagall's words were indeed correct. But Harry could obviously feel that McGonagall had a panic in his heart. What he asked was not the same thing as McGonagall's answer. This made Harley's even more stressed. McGonagall couldn't rely on it anymore, and Marks McClown couldn't support it for a while. What could Harry do now? No, everyone, look at the sky. A sharp voice suddenly sounded. It was a junior, screaming at the top of Hogwarts Hall. The Hogwarts Hall is engulfed by a curse, which can show various appearances, and at this time, the top of the Hogwarts Hall is showing normal weather. However, in this drizzle-shrouded weather, countless black spots shining with fire appeared in the sky, and they were flying in the direction of Hogwarts quickly. What is that? It looks so beautiful. Some unidentified girls still screamed, thinking it was a very beautiful thing. Of course, most of the people present knew that it was a Mole weapon. Although they didn't know what this weapon was, it was definitely not an ordinary weapon. As someone who lives in moles, Harry certainly understands what these gorgeous things on his head are. They are rockets and missiles. Each one is enough to blow them to pieces. Harry used his best to shout loudly, "Professor McGonagall, open Hogwarts' protective net." Harry's voice overwhelmed most of the sounds in the hall, making it very abrupt. Plus, McGonagall was also frightened by Harry's shout, but McGonagall deserved to be McGonagall, and he still had some reaction power, so he immediately pulled out his wand and waved it violently. A dazzling spell flew straight into the Hogwarts sky, and a translucent mask suddenly opened in the Hogwarts high sky. It was Hogwarts' School Guardian spell. Now only McGonagall, the actual speaker of Hogwarts, can open the ultimate defensive cover of Hogwarts. The professors and students around Hogwarts looked at each other, not knowing why Harry was so excited that McGonagall opened the defensive cover spell, but in the next second, they would understand why. Hundreds of rockets and missiles descended at the same time, heavily bombarding this translucent defensive cover. Boom! 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 The violent roar suddenly erupted from the heights of Hogwarts, and the powerful explosive force continued to tear the Hogwarts defensive cover. Although this layer of defensive cover is very strong, even a strong person like Dumbledore will have to bombard for a long time before it can tear this layer of defense cover. However, hundreds of missiles and rockets are not a joke. In terms of power, they are definitely not inferior to the spell bombardment of powerful people like Dumbledore. Seeing that this Hogwarts defensive cover was constantly deformed in the fierce gunfire, and even many places had begun to collapse, it seemed that it would not be able to withstand this degree of offensive. Hogwarts professors and classmates turned pale when they watched the protective shield in the sky appear so miserable, especially the girls who said just now that these gorgeous fireworks are beautiful are really ignorant and fearless. If they know that the beautiful fireworks they look like have such a terrifying destructive power, they dare not repeat the words just now. However, many people also reacted. Fortunately, Harry just yelled for McGonagall to open the Hogwarts protective cover, otherwise they would definitely have killed and injured countless people under this kind of shelling. McGonagall was also frightened for a while, but fortunately she had listened to Harry's cry in time, otherwise Hogwarts would have such horrible casualties that McGonagall could not bear the responsibility at all. McGonagall didn't have time to ask why Harry knew these things were so lethal. Instead, he asked, "Harry, what can we do now?" It can be seen that McGonagall is also the Six Gods and no Masters, so he can only ask Harry, who has given great help just now, what to do next. Where did Harry know what to do now? He was just a student, and he might not be as good as McGonagall. It's just that Harry knows more because he lives in the Mole world. If Mark's eye were there, he must know what to do. Harry still missed Mark's eye's existence at this time. Harry shook his head abruptly. It was not the time to think about it. Now that there is no Mark's eye, he can only figure out a solution by himself. Chapter 1093, Hogwarts Air Force. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ At this time, the protective cover on the top of Hogwarts had been damaged in many places, and even large empty holes had been exposed in many places. Plus, the protective shield did not even survive the first round of bombing. The only good news was that the protective shield on the top of the Hogwarts Hall looked quite sturdy and showed no signs of breaking for a while. But the rest of Hogwarts has been bombarded by bombs to varying degrees, and flames of war and gunpowder continue to rise from around Hogwarts. What should I do? I don't want to die here, I want to return home. Help! Who can save us, Professor? What should we do? Let's run now, otherwise there will be no chance. I heard that moles and they kill people without blinking, especially when they kill us wizards. The people in Hogwarts Hall were panicking, and many of the lower grade Hogwarts students were so scared that they wanted to escape. This was not a good sign. Harry pondered for a while, thinking about what he would do if Marks McClown were there, and how could he arouse the resistance of the professors and classmates. Harry suddenly said loudly, "Classmates, professors, our wizarding community has been standing in the world for thousands of years, and the Mole government has only a mere hundreds of years. Why do they want to eradicate our wizards? We have weapons, and we also have them in our hands. If we back down, they will kill us. If we stand up, we still have a chance." Harry's words immediately aroused the enthusiasm of Marks McClown's classmates, and they raised their wands and screamed. These Marks McClown's classmates are all trained by Marks McClown, who have blind worship and trust in Marks McClown. They firmly believe that Marks McClown will rescue them soon, so they are not worried about their own safety. Some Hogwarts professors also secretly clenched their magic wands. They themselves are powerful wizards who have experienced many battles, but there are too many students here, and it is not easy to give them space. After listening to Harry's words, these professors also understood that if they didn't rise up and resist, there would be a dead end. Snape, Flitwick and other Hogwarts veteran wizards had drawn out their wands and stood silently on Harry's side, expressing their attitude. Only some of the younger students are still anxious. But with so many professors and senior elder sisters who have come forward, their hearts are a little more settled. McGonagall also said, "Today is the most dangerous day since our Hogwarts school was founded. We must persevere. The Marks family will definitely support us. We must defend our Hogwarts Millennium Honor to the death. Swear to the death. Swear to the death. Swear to the death." Many Hogwarts professors and students shouted, as the most famous magic school in England, they have 10,000 reasons to stay here. Snape walked up to Harry and glared at Harry coldly, but compared to his usual gaze, the glaring was much gentler, and said, "Resistance is resistance. But we also need to know that the group of moles are how to attack. Now only you are most familiar with moles." McGonagall nodded and said, "McClowns, knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle. We need more information." Harry took a deep breath and said, "I don't know what to do with the Mole army. It was an air attack by Mole missile rockets just now, and the effect was not good, so I think they will send planes to accurately attack us in the next wave." Snape frowned and said, "What is a missile rocket, and what is an airplane?" Harry said, "There is no time to explain. Anyway, they will send flying attackers over their next wave. We must find a way to deal with it." McGonagall said, "That's air combat. This is easy to handle. We use flying broomsticks to fight them. I don't believe that moles can fight us in air combat." Harry nodded. The wizard's air combat capability is very powerful. Although mole fighters are not vegetarian, there is always something to do. Find flowers. Mrs. Hodge stepped out resolutely and said, "I am a professor of flight class. Let me lead the team." McGonagall hesitated and said, "Mrs. Hodge, you have to be careful. This is not an ordinary Quidditch game. It will definitely be very dangerous." Mrs. Hodge smiled faintly and said, "Hogwarts is kind to me, and now it is my turn to pay Hogwarts back." Speaking of Mrs. Hodge, She turned to Hogwarts classmates and said, "Now I will choose some people to accompany me in the battle. Is anyone not willing?" Many Hogwarts classmates stepped forward and said, "We are willing to play with Mrs. Hodge." Mrs. Hodge selected many Quidditch masters among her classmates, and Harry was also included. After all, Harry is one of the main players of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This war is not a joke. If you select some people who can't use flying broomsticks, well, just go to death. In a short while, Mrs. Hodge has selected more than 50 people, which can be regarded as the initial formation of Hogwarts Air Defense Force. These are all powerful Quidditch players from various academies, and there is no doubt about their ability to fight in the air. "They are coming," Harry said with a serious expression. He had heard the violent breakthrough sound from high in the sky, and hundreds of fighters roared over. Mrs. Hodge took a deep breath and said, "Go, fight for Hogwarts." With that, Mrs. Hodge took the lead to ride the flying broomstick and flew towards Hogwarts high air. Harry also rode on the flying broomstick, and the number of fighters can be seen with the naked eye alone. There are more than 50 wizards who have not graduated against hundreds of fighters, which can only be described by the disparity in strength. Chapter 1094 Blood Spilled in the Sky. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ But Harry didn't hesitate, stepped onto the broomstick, and went straight up into the sky, his eyes full of indignation when he looked at the fighters in the distance. Ron and Hermione on the ground looked worriedly at Harry in the sky. Ron said uncomfortably, "Will there be anything wrong with Harry?" Hermione said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Harry has gone through so many things and nothing happened. How could something happen now?" Ron's lips moved slightly, and he didn't say anything in the end. He also hoped that Harry wouldn't have any trouble. After all, Harry was one of his few friends. Mrs. Hodge led Harry and other Hogwarts students, riding a flying broomstick in the high air of Hogwarts, watching the Ying Country fighter planes approaching in the distance. In the eyes of his March 20th, these are the existence of some steel birds. They still don't know how powerful these fighters are. Harry didn't know much about it, but Harry knew that the fighter was not as easy to deal with as they thought. "Coming," Mrs. Hodge said solemnly. She also sensed the threat of these fighters to them. However, they are already Hogwarts' best Quidditch users. If they don't stand up to protect Hogwarts, the government forces of the Ying Country can bomb them casually. Harry said, "Everyone, be careful. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. There are too many enemies. If we fight hard, we have absolutely no chance of winning." The students around Hogwarts also nodded. They are naturally aware of this. They are just more powerful Quidditch people in a magic school. How can they be comparable to the air force of the Ying government? In just a few seconds, countless Yingo fighters with steel shells have clearly appeared in front of them, and the pilots of Yingo fighters also noticed more than 50 figures in the sky above Hogwarts. Alert! Alert! An unknown wizard appeared in front, waiting for the command of the headquarters. A British pilot immediately reported the situation here to the British Air Force Command. Initiate an offensive, and none of them can be let go. The bombing forces continue to carry out precision bombing in accordance with their original missions, and must accurately bomb the people in the school. The British Air Force Command immediately issued an instruction. Dozens of British fighters immediately left the fleet and rushed straight to the location where Madam Hodge and other Hogwarts wizards were located. These were fighters in the Royal Air Force of the Kingdom of Ying and were responsible for air combat. Plus, some of the larger bombers left quietly, and the raider had already locked the Hogwarts building on the ground. "Kill!" Mrs. Hodge roared. They couldn't tell what a fighter and a bomber were, so they couldn't do anything to stop the bomber. They could only start a fight with the fighter that was coming in front of them. Madam Hodge held the wand high, and a group of hot flames suddenly appeared on the wand. Madam Hodge was also regarded as an elite among wizards, and the power of the spell could not be underestimated. Mrs. Hodge had locked on one of the British fighter planes. With a heavy wave of her magic wand, the flames cut through the sky like a meteor, and hit a fighter plane directly. Boom! Countless sparks erupted from the entire fighter plane, and a tumble in the air suddenly burst open, sending out a violent explosion. Originally, Mrs. Hodges' attack could not achieve this effect, but the original fighter was in high-speed movement and collided with the equally powerful spell, which led to this big explosion. Mrs. Hodge solved a British fighter jet as soon as she shot it. It undoubtedly aroused the confidence of Harry and other Hogwarts students. They used their skillful Quidditch technique, wielding a magic wand and blasting in the direction of the fighter plane. The British fighter planes were also shocked by the death of their teammates, and at the same time they increased their speed. The fighter planes moving at high speed could not be hit by ordinary wizard spells. Except for Mrs. Hodge's initial attack, the rest of Hogwarts had no results. Mrs. Hodge was no exception, constantly turning around in the fighter group, but never shot down any fighter. After the British fighter planes were surprised at the beginning, they also immediately began to counterattack. The machine guns and artillery mounted on the fighter planes sprayed out hot flames, forming a life-king firepower net in the high altitude. Hogwarts classmates could not form any combat effectiveness at all in front of this kind of firepower net, not to mention that they were just relatively good Quidditch students, and Quidditch was not a sport of air combat at all. A Hogwarts classmate suddenly screamed. Dozens of high-speed bullets shot through the classmate's body without warning, and a bowl of blood holes suddenly shredded the poor man's body. He only had time to let out a scream, and the blood spilled into the sky. Soon, a few more classmates were moved too fast, and the trajectory of the British fighters' bullets and artillery did not have any trajectory. They were directly shot through and planted high in the sky by the hot bullets, or they were directly bombarded by artillery into blood mist. Looking at the current situation, Harry couldn't help biting his lip. Only then did he discover the fundamental difference between their combat effectiveness and the British Army. With their students, they couldn't resist the elite Ying National Air Force. Mrs. Hodge also saw their inferiority. 4.2. They were just over 50 people. If this goes on, and it doesn't take a long time, I'm afraid they will all be killed here. Suddenly a row of scorching bullets swept across the sky, and she was about to sweep Mrs. Hodge's body, but Hodgeff escaped a round of artillery and couldn't avoid it. Harry didn't have time to think about it. He rushed forward with the flying broomstick, and a blazing curse shot straight at the fighter. Just as the gunfire of the fighter plane was about to reach Mrs. Hodge, Harry's curse hit the fighter plane's nose. Chapter 1095. The last lesson. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ A group of exploding flames suddenly erupted from the driver's seat of the fighter plane. Taking advantage of this gap, Harry rushed in front of Mrs. Hodge and pounced Mrs. Hodge to the other side. A row of bullets only swept Mrs. Hodge's broomstick, but also swept all the tails of Mrs. Hodge's broomstick. The smoke of gunpowder came out. The fighter plane hit by Harry was constantly rolling high in the air. Although it did not explode, it also lost control and fell to the ground. There was a cold sweat on Mrs. Hodge's back, and if Harry hadn't reacted in time, she might have been swept into a hornet's nest by now. Harry gritted his teeth and said, "Mrs. Hodge, we can't beat it at all. We should retreat quickly, or everyone will die here." Mrs. Hodge looked at the surrounding situation, and the students of Hogwarts had become a mess, and they were constantly shuttled through the group of fighter planes without any rules. Had it not been for the fire from the British fighters for fear of injuring their own people, I am afraid the Hogwarts students would have been killed. Despite this, the remaining students are only 11 or 30, but less than 5 minutes after the battle, more than a dozen students have been killed under British artillery fire. Madam Hodge sighed and said, "Retreat." The current situation is very unfavorable for them. Although they still want to protect the sky above Hogwarts, they will all be destroyed here in a few seconds. They have no choice but to retreat. Mrs. Hodge's flying broom was a little damaged after being swept by a bullet, and Harry could only cover Mrs. Hodge to retreat. Hogwarts classmates are also vying to retreat. There is no tactics at all. If the wizards were more flexible in the air compared to the fighters of the Ying country, I am afraid that this kind of unstructured retreat would have been annihilated long ago. However, The fighter planes of the young country did not let the retreating wizards go. The tracking missiles on the plane soared out of sparks and shot towards the retreating classmate Hogwarts. How could Hogwarts classmates avoid these tracking missiles? Suddenly, a dozen or 20 Hogwarts classmates were hit by the missile, and blood was splashed on the spot. There were only a dozen people who could return to the ground smoothly. You must know that it took only 10 minutes from when they lifted off to come back. The death toll has reached more than 3/5. Mrs. Hodge was also very sad to see such a tragedy. If she hadn't led the team, I'm afraid these children would not have to die, but because of the attack that caused them to be killed, Mrs. Hodge was naturally sad. Plus, Harry also sighed, originally thinking of being able to resist, but the difference in strength was so great that it was impossible to resist at all. At this time, Harry couldn't help thinking that it would be good if Mark's eye were there. They didn't need to make such sacrifices. Mark's eye would surely be able to relieve the crisis. Hogwarts classmates were also secretly frightened when they saw Harry, who was seriously injured, and even more frightened of the British Army outside, and flinched and hid in the hall. I didn't expect the Muggles and their air power to be so powerful. We underestimated them. Madam Hodge shook her head with a pale face, still not able to accept this fact. McGonagall sighed, walked over to Harry, and said, "The protective shield can no longer hold up. Many places have collapsed." "Can you still do it, Harry?" Since Dumbledore was gone and never returned, McGonagall has always been the backbone of Hogwarts, but McGonagall has no courage after all, and he has no idea in this critical situation. Harry shook his head helplessly. He wasn't Mark's eye. What could he do? At this time, the protective shield on top of Hogwarts had collapsed into a disastrous state. Although the protective shield could withstand high strength, it could no longer withstand the indiscriminate bombing of the British Army. A large area of the protective shield on top of Hogwarts collapsed, exposing the castle building of Hogwarts. The British bomber bombs dropped one after another, and castles were shattered amidst the fireworks. Numerous stone chips and smoke were flying in the air. Fire and gunpowder had enveloped Hogwarts. McGonagall's face was pale. "Is Hogwarts going to perish like this?" Snape said coldly. "Even if we die, we have to play Hogwarts style. I suggest leading everyone to rush out. We will just wait for death in vain when we stay here." Hearing Snape's words, McGonagall's face trembled even more. Snape's statement was indeed correct. "How do you think Hogwarts is a dead end now? It's better to rush out and fight a vigorous battle for Hogwarts' last war rectification." But if this were the case, Hogwarts would really be over. As long as there is still a glimmer of hope, McGonagall is unwilling to make such a choice. Harry also understands what McGonagall is thinking and stays silent. 337. At this time, the bombing of British bombers had also ended, and many parts of Hogwarts had been razed to the ground, braving flames. But it was also fortunate that the hall where Harry and the others were located was the place where the magic shield had the strongest protection, so they were temporarily not affected. But it is only temporary, and sooner or later the most severe situation will still appear in front of them. McGonagall took a deep breath, looked at the direction of Hogwarts Gate, and said, "The Mole Army has arrived at Hogwarts, and the defense cover at the gate has completely failed." Snape renewed the wand in his hand and said, "Let's attack. We can't lose face for Hogwarts in the final battle." Flitwick, Mrs. Hodge and other Hogwarts professors also showed decisive expressions. They were prepared to die. As Hogwarts professors, they would definitely fight to the death for Hogwarts. Harry sighed. He knew what McGonagall was worried about. Chapter 1096. Who is it? This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ But in the current situation, they have no choice or retreat. This is their only choice. Harry mentioned the wand and said coldly, "Professor McGonagall, there is no time to hesitate. It is now the last moment." Slytherin, most of Gryffindor's classmates also took up their magic wands and plucked up the courage to step forward and stood firmly behind Harry. Ravenclaw and Chipach's classmates also stood up one after another after Harry, At this moment they also cheered up their courage and decided to fight for Hogwarts. McGonagall sighed. She also knew that she had no choice now, but she had to fight hard and make the final struggle. Suddenly a figure rushed over. It was Hermione, and Hermione ran over with an anxious look. "I have notified Marks McClown and he will support him soon." But no one paid any attention to Hermione's words. For them, Marks McClown's support was too far away, and it could even be said that there was no meaning to expect. Hermione said anxiously, "Don't worry, everyone, with Mark's strength, it is only a matter of minutes to support us. As long as we stabilize the situation, Hogwarts can continue to survive." Harry sighed and said, "It is only a matter of minutes for the Ying government army to annihilate us, so we can't help but wait." Mrs. Hodge also nodded and said, "McClowns, with the fighting power of the government of Ying, we can't resist it at all. The only fight to the death is a ray of life." McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick and other Hogwarts professors also nodded. Hogwarts is now in a desperate situation. They have no way, only one way to go, and that is to fight to the death. McGonagall sighed and said, "Hermione, I know you believe in Marks McClown very much, but now the time is indeed out of time, so there is no other way." Hermione looked at the people anxiously, trying to say something, but couldn't speak. Being able to contact Mark's to come and support is a hope that Hermione wants to give everyone, who knows that the situation is too severe now. Even the name of Mark's cannot give everyone peace of mind. McGonagall waved his wand vigorously, and said, "All Hogwarts people listen, let me go out and fight for Hogwarts glory." With that said, McGonagall waved vigorously, leading everyone in Hogwarts towards the gate. At this time, a large group of British soldiers also appeared at the gate of Hogwarts. These people were armed with various weapons, holding powerful guns in their hands, and rushed directly into the Hogwarts School Road, unobstructed. On the other side, the Hogwarts army led by McGonagall also stepped forward, constantly pressing on the British army. The two were about to meet each other when the earth-shattering battle broke out. A lonely figure suddenly appeared on a castle in Hogwarts, faintly looking at the approaching British army, with indifferent eyes as if watching the move. "A huge army of ants is average. There is a wizard there." A soldier in the British army immediately spotted the wizard standing above the castle. Dozens of British soldiers set up rocket launchers and sniper rifles without saying anything, and aimed at that figure. Dozens of rockets shot past, and dozens of sniper bullets tilted over. But these missiles, after the bullets are launched, just stagnate in front of the figure, and cannot make any progress at all. Less than half a second later, the missiles and bullets that originally had powerful impact slowly lost their effects, and fell straight to the ground without even detonating them. The situation was very strange. What is that? Why our artillery bullets are useless at all? It shouldn't. The intelligence has already said that the real powerful combat power in the wizarding world is on the side of the Marks family. Hogwarts should not have a powerful wizard. Don't be afraid, everyone. Wizards are also human. I don't believe they are not afraid of guns. Keep firing. The British soldiers deserved to be the royal army of the Kingdom of Ying. After a period of panic, they immediately recovered their calm. They raised their guns and squeezed the trigger. The bullets shot at the figure like a torrent of steel. This time the bullets and shells directly penetrated the spot where the Black Shadow was, and even blasted the roof of the entire castle to shreds. No matter how you look at the Black Shadow's owner, it is impossible to survive. Cross was in the British camp, holding a binoculars to look at the location of the Black Shadow, and asked: "What about that person? Is he dead?" A sniper next to Cross glanced through the sniper scope and said, "It's gone. It's probably too dead to die." The staff officer next to Cross also nodded and said, "Wizards are also humans. It is impossible to survive under this kind of firepower." Cross just slightly relaxed and said, "Don't be afraid, Keep pushing forward. Today, we must take this school. As soon as Cross spoke, a familiar dark figure suddenly appeared in front of Cross. Cross was stunned. Why is this person's figure so similar to the black figure on the roof? You are the commander of the Ying government army. The man smiled faintly at Cross, as if he was an old friend who hadn't seen Li Dihao for many years. But behind the entire smile, Cross felt a sullen chill. The soldiers next to Cross were so scared that they immediately raised their submachine guns and were about to shoot at the man, but saw the man's palm slightly lifted, and the surrounding soldiers froze, and their bodies could not move at all. Cross looked at the man in front of him in horror, and stuttered a little. "Are you Marx I?" In Cross' impression, only Marx McClown, the leader of the Marx family, had this extraordinary strength. Otherwise their government would not suspect that Marx McClown was the wizard who caused the tragedy in the United States. Chapter 1097. It's him. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ But when the name Marx I came into this person's ears, the smile on this person's face slowly disappeared, replaced by an icy look, saying, "Remember, my name is Melin. Marx I only, it's just a poor worm who will die in my hands." Cross pupils shrank suddenly. He never thought that there was such a terrifying wizard besides Marx McClown. But he didn't have time to think too much, because Merlin hid a finger against his forehead, and at the same time, Cross' fragile skull made a crisp sound, bursting into a bright red blood night. Merlin sneered coldly, and the British soldiers surrounding Cross were also stiff. Although there was no apparent problem, their hearts had been exploded by the strong pressure, and their bodies had already dispersed. Commander Cross was killed. "Come here and kill this wicked wizard," a British staff officer yelled loudly, but in the next second a deep chill instantly enveloped the British staff. Merlin waved his magic wand lightly, and the British staff member flew up and exploded into a pool of blood in the air. Some of the nearby British soldiers were also blasted away without any accident. 333 burst all over. There was a panic in the British army. The killing of Cross had a great impact on them. However, even if the commander was killed in the British army, there were various emergency plans. So although the impact was there, it was a short time. Saying is nothing. Some special forces in the British Army immediately took action. Under the command of the squad leader, they aimed the front sight of the heavy sniper rifle at Merlin in the center of the British Army. Merlin narrowed his eyes, and an inexplicable counterattack burst out from it. A dozen heavy bullets bounced back, hitting the sniper scope of the sniper rifle and shot into the brain of the British Special Forces through the sniper scope. Merlin strode out, and the British soldiers around him, without exception, were bombed one by one, but the moment they flew, they all lived and died, and they couldn't die again. Not far away, inside Hogwarts, McGonagall, Harry and other Hogwarts professors and students looked at this shocking picture from a distance, feeling a little at a loss. Originally they had come here with the determination to die, but who knew what they had come here to see was that the British Army was killed and abandoned by a wizard. The psychological fluctuations were too great. McGonagall said in surprise, "Is that Marx I? How could there be such a powerful wizard?" Snape said coldly, "It's not Marx I. Although I can't see what this wizard looks like here, even if Marx I wants to deal with the British Army, he will not resort to such a cruel killing method." Those British soldiers who were attacked, all of them died of extreme cruelty. Harry also nodded and said, "I also think that Mr. Marx has fought with many people before. Even if Mr. Marx wants to kill the enemy, he will be simply and neatly, and he will not use such a cruel way of killing." Snape pondered for a while and said, "Anyway, he is also a member of the wizard. It is quite rare to stand up for us at this time." McGonagall smiled comfortably, and said, "I was worried that we would fight to the death. Who knew that such a powerful wizard jumped out?" My heart was finally let go. Hermione on one side frowned tightly and said, "But how come a wizard comparable to Marx I's strength suddenly appears here, and it looks strange? Will this—" McGonagall interrupted Hermione's words and said, "Needless to say, there are a lot of people in the wizarding world. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and it is not strange that a powerful Beth wizard suddenly appears. Hermione narrowed her mouth and did not answer any more, but she frowned deeply as she watched the killing figure in the distance. At this moment, while Merlin raised his hand and overturned, a tank was lifted directly into the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. These tanks exploded a large burst of sparks after a bang. The gunpowder inside was detonated due to the splashing of the sparks and the strong impact force, and the whole tanks were blown up. The British soldiers also discovered that this wizard was not the same as the wizard they had contact with, and the combat effectiveness was simply terrifying. The most important thing is that the thermal weapons they are proud of cannot cause any harm to this murderous god. Fighting against such a horrible person is just sending death. Merlin closed his eyes slightly, his wand kept flipping, and the inexplicable magical power kept surging. All nearby soldiers, tanks and armored vehicles kept flying, bursting, and splashing blood. The entrance of Hogwarts School has become a slaughterhouse. Merlin is using his favorite method to slaughter these people who appear. This is also how Merlin gets pleasure. Die, die, die all for me. Merlin opened his eyes abruptly and burst into laughter. The arrogant laughter spread throughout Hogwarts, making people shudder. The bodies of all the British soldiers in a large area burst open, and countless flesh and blood spattered out. Such a scene immediately reminiscent of the tragedy in the United States that happened not long ago. Hermione screamed and took a few steps back. Not only Hermione, but Hogwarts professors and students also discovered the wizard's unusualness. From the means of killing, the way of killing, and Merlin's crazy laughter, they are almost certain that Merlin is definitely not a good wizard. Harry trembled and said, "Is he the perpetrator of the tragedy in America?" Harry had never believed that Marks McClown was the wizard who caused the tragedy in America, but there has been no evidence to prove Marks McClown's innocence. But when Merlin appeared and used this method to kill in the British Army, Harry immediately thought of this. Chapter 1098 Cruel Torture. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _. It is very likely that the one who appeared in front of them to deal with the British Army was the murderer of the tragedy in America. McGonagall, Snape, Mrs. Hodge and other Hogwarts professors also turned pale, and they thought of this too. If the wizard that appeared was really the one who caused the tragedy in the United States, then why did he come to the country of Ying and why did he come to Hogwarts? Merlin laughed wildly. In his hands, any British soldier was just ants, and he killed ants at will. The blood radiating from the dead British soldiers rushed to Merlin's side and was absorbed by Merlin. Merlin looked like a madman, very terrifying. Dozens of helicopters driving Gatling machine guns appeared in midair. British soldiers on board controlled Gatling to pour out a powerful torrent of bullets, sweeping straight across the area where Merlin was, and the ground was broken into countless stones. Chips, billowing smoke rose up. However, Merlin, who was in it, raised a hand. An invisible protective shield was blocked in front of him. Countless bullets shot on it. Only ripples appeared, and then fell to the ground to form a thick pile of thick bullet shells. Merlin smiled coldly as he watched dozens of helicopters pouring firepower, suddenly flipped his palm, and dozens of powerful magic powers shot out immediately, hitting the helicopters. Plus, boom, boom, boom. Dozens of helicopters did not have any accidents, all of them exploded brilliant sparks in the air. Seeing that dozens of helicopters did not have any resistance, they were all destroyed by Merlin at the same time. Even if they were stupid, the British soldiers should have seen the fact that the man in front of them was not easy for them to deal with. This is a demon from hell, and it is impossible to challenge a terrifying demon with human strength. Flee, we can't kill this demon. I don't know where there was a voice of extreme fear, which immediately became the fuse that overwhelmed the entire British Army. Countless British troops retreated in horror. Now, for them, whether they can escape is not the most important thing, but must run faster than those around them. Run. Can't stay any longer. If you don't want to be killed by the devil, don't talk to me, get out. Don't pull me back. I still have dozens of relatives in my family. I don't want to die either. My mother is still waiting for me to go back." One by one British soldiers had taken off their camouflage as elite troops, revealing their most primitive nature one by one. They are not cold-faced and merciless weapons of killing. They are just flesh and blood people, facing death. They instinctively exposed their timidity. A British soldier who just wanted to pull his comrade-in-arms into his heart was kicked by his comrade-in-arms, and the whole person fell backward. Although the soldier quickly stood on his heels, it was such a postponement that the British soldiers behind him covered him like a tide, pulling his body back one by one, like a zombie. Faced with such a large crowd, this British soldier could not do any resistance at all. He could only watch as he was getting further and further away from the direction of escape, while his body was constantly approaching in the direction of the devil. "No, I don't want to die. My mother is waiting for me to go back. I can't die for anything." The British soldier showed hatred in his eyes and slammed the trigger of the gun in his hand. At this time, he couldn't take care of so much. There was a thought in his heart, and he tried his best to escape at all costs. The bullets poured out suddenly, shot into the bodies of dozens of British soldiers, spattering lumps of blood. These poor British soldiers desperately wanted to escape the killing of the Merlin demon, but they did not expect that they would end up with their colleagues' guns. Under the mouth, a large piece of space appeared in front of the British soldier who shot. Just when he was ecstatic to run and escape, an irresistible force suddenly lifted him high. It was the magic that Merlin had exploded. No, do not want. The British soldier's body was suspended in the air, floating high in the sky, and his eyes were about to stare. He was almost able to escape, and returned to his home to be reunited with his mother, just a little bit. However, because of a little distance, he would never see his dearest relatives again, and could only make a muffled sound on the land of Hogwarts, exploding countless blood mist, and was quickly sucked into Merlin's body. The same thing broke out in various places. Some people were lifted up to the mid-air explosion and died, and some died in the random guns of their colleagues. They did not know why their colleagues shot themselves at them, and some did not even die. Carefully fell to the ground, and was trampled into meat sauce by the companions behind. But no matter how these people died, their hearts were filled with immense regret. Those who could have lived through the second half of their lives well, and even have a wonderful life, are now dying one by one on an unfamiliar land, and without any ability to resist. They can only die like an ant. Boom 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 boom. On the way of the British soldiers fleeing, some of the remaining hand grenades, artillery shells and gunpowder were also detonated in a panic, exploding the nearby British soldiers to flesh and blood. The main force of the British Army's elite troops fled around like falling dogs. Merlin slaughtered the British soldiers frantically. Fortunately, Merlin was immersed in the pleasure of this frenzied killing, and did not use a large-scale attack curse, otherwise the British soldiers would not be enough for Merlin to slaughter in 1 second. All the professors and students inside Hogwarts looked at the situation in front of them, their expressions slowly changed, and they realized the cruelty of Merlin's killing. Don't talk about ordinary muggles, even they can't see Merlin's atrocities. Chapter 1099. The next victim is Hogwarts. This article is updated by middle. Vomiting blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ What kind of savior is this to save them? It is simply a murderous demon. McGonagall trembled and said, "Who is that person? How could there be such a terrifying wizard?" Snape took a deep breath, his face also pale, and said, "It's too much. Too much. How can there be such an excessive wizard? It would be fine for those soldiers to fight back. Why are they slaughtered like this? This kind of cruelty, even if compared to the Dark Lord Voldemort, is even worse. It's too late." Harry, Ron, Hermione and others were even more scared to speak. It's not that they haven't seen a dead person, but it's the first time they have seen such a bloody scene. Faced with this situation, they can't even say a word. "I'll come out." McGonagall waved his wand heavily and said angrily, "We can't let this wizard continue to wreak havoc like this. Even if the British soldiers are our enemies, we should not use such brutal means to kill them." Snape glanced at McGonagall. He knew that McGonagall, who was righteous, would never tolerate this happening, and would even make impulsive choices, but Hogwarts could no longer withstand any incorrect choices! Snape was trying to hold McGonagall to prevent McGonagall from making an impulsive choice. Who knew that McGonagall suddenly grabbed Snape's arm and looked at Snape in horror. Snape was cold all over. He also felt what McGonagall felt, not just them. Everyone felt a bitter, extreme cold from the heart. In the distance, Merlin had already set his sights on Hogwarts. Just slaughtering this group of muggles, who could no longer resist, could not provoke the killing in Merlin's heart. So Merlin set his target on Hogwarts. It's all wizards. Merlin sneered. Although it's not as fat as an adult wizard, it's better than the number. It's a great meal. Snape shouted hoarsely. Everyone defends. McGonagall, Mrs. Hodge, Flitwick and other Hogwarts professors also screamed out loud and waved their wands abruptly. The students such as Harry, Ron, and Hermione were too late to react, so they could only wave their wands to do their last part to protect Hogwarts. They already knew in their hearts that the wizard who defeated the British soldiers was not their savior at all, but the most terrifying demon in the world. The magic of all Hogwarts professors and students shrouded in Hogwarts Hall, and the surging magic power formed an indestructible magic shield. Merlin looked at Hogwarts with a sneer. A magic wand appeared in his hand, and an extremely powerful spell instantly popped out and shot straight in the direction of Hogwarts. Originally, the school guarding curse over Hogwarts had already been broken in the previous attack, and now it has been directly pierced, and a powerful curse suddenly descended on Hogwarts. Boom! The whole ground trembled suddenly. A terrifying wave of explosions bombarded the Hogwarts campus, castles collapsed, and even a deep hole appeared on the ground. Merlin is just a curse. Half of the Hogwarts campus has been destroyed. McGonagall and the others were not far from the center of the explosion. Fortunately, they responded promptly and used the entire school's power to form a protective shield to protect the nearby area, so they were not injured in the explosion. But they also felt a deep despair from Merlin's shot, and Merlin's strength has exceeded their imagination. It can even be said that it is not something they can deal with at all. Facing an opponent like Merlin, they can't even raise the courage to resist. McGonagall looked at the destroyed half of the Hogwarts campus in horror. There was really everything that had been completely destroyed. There was nothing left or left. This was a devastating attack, and it was not something they could bear. McGonagall shivered and said, "It's terrible, this person is terrible, who can resist such a terrifying opponent?" Find flowers Harry was also horrified and speechless. Even Voldemort couldn't do this so easily, right? This person has surpassed Voldemort's level and has become a more terrifying existence. And this kind of person is actually the enemy they are about to face. There is simply no more desperate news than this. Snape sighed. This situation was beyond the range they could handle, and they weren't the opponent of this demon at all. If Merlin had just released the spell directly at them, even the strength of the entire school could not be resisted. The strength gap was really too big. Even if Dumbledore was on the scene, Snape didn't think Dumbledore could turn the tide. To put it bluntly, even Dumbledore could not be the opponent of the demon in front of him, let alone just them. Today, if nothing happens, it is almost impossible for them to survive. Merlin has become a shadow in the hearts of everyone at Hogwarts, lingering on the suffocating feeling. Merlin also gave up the behavior of continuing to chase and kill British soldiers, which just made him feel bored. So Merlin slowly came to the Hogwarts Hall and looked at everyone in Hogwarts lightly. The attitude in his eyes made people feel that he was just appreciating the fear on the face of the person about to be killed by him. McGonagall mustered up the courage forcibly, and she should take charge of Hogwarts affairs when Dumbledore is away. This was taken for granted, but before McGonagall could stand up, Snape had already stepped out, looking at Merlin with cold eyes, but everyone could see the composure that Snape had forcibly maintained. Snape said, You should be the wizard who caused the tragedy in America, right? Chapter 1100, Marks McClown and Merlin. This article is updated by Vomiting Blood. Like to remember to bookmark this site _ Merlin looked at Snape indifferently and said, "Where is Marks-Eye?" Marks-Eye came out of Hogwarts, right? Merlin's words immediately set off stormy waves in the hearts of everyone. This terrifying wizard actually came to Marks-Eye. What does he have to do with Marks-Eye? Snape didn't expect Merlin to ignore him, but directly asked Marks-Eye's whereabouts. Plus, Snape had no choice but to answer. Marks McClown is no longer a Hogwarts person. Let's find Marks McClown and go elsewhere. But as soon as Snape's voice fell, his whole body trembled suddenly, and he flew up and hit the ground heavily, and a blood hole with a big mouth appeared on his shoulder. Merlin looked at Snape indifferently, and said, "What do I ask and what to answer? Don't say 383 other nonsense. I will ask again. Where is Marks-Eye?" Snape spit out a mouthful of blood, his chest widened, and there was a panic in his eyes looking at Merlin. He really didn't have the strength to fight back in front of Merlin. Just when Snape was about to answer, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in Snape's ear, and said, "You should go to the Marks family to find me." "Why are you here at Hogwarts?" A slender figure appeared in front of everyone at Hogwarts. This person was so familiar to them. This person is what Hogwarts once called a stain, but it is also a lingering brilliance of Hogwarts. "Marks McClown, you are here." Hermione couldn't help screaming in surprise, staring at the figure that appeared. Marks-Eye, the most familiar name in the hearts of all Hogwarts people, full of legendary experience, unfathomable strength, can be called the greatest pride since Hogwarts was founded. Snape, McGonagall, Harry, Ron, and many others all looked at Marks-Eye that suddenly appeared with complicated eyes. This man who used to be their student, companion, and friend, did not expect to appear again so dazzling. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the man in front of him who also remembered him deeply. If it weren't for this man, I'm afraid he was still lurking in the vampire clan. How could he break the seal ahead of time and improve his strength to this level? Marks-Eye, as the most legendary existence of Hogwarts, can even be called the most powerful wizard in Hogwarts history. Now it is the leader of the wizarding world in the Ying country and is synonymous with extremely powerful in Ying country. Merlin, on the other hand, is an old monster that has survived for hundreds of years. There must be a hidden secret behind it. The terrifying strength has created the tragedy in the United States with one hand, and his cold personality is evident. There is no way to see which one is strong and which is weak between the two. It can only be said that the combat effectiveness of both is amazing, and the battle between the two is bound to be earth-shattering. Merlin slowly put down his magic wand and said with a faint smile, "Marks McClown, we finally meet again." As soon as Merlin said this, everyone suddenly mentioned that this terrifying wizard actually knew Marks McClown, and it seemed that the relationship between the two was not shallow. Marks McClown gave Merlin a faint look, and said, "I didn't expect that. I hadn't looked for you yet, but you came here." Merlin kept watching Marks-Eye with his eyes, as if the whole world only had Marks-Eye worth a glance, and said, "Why, do you still have the courage to find me?" Marks McClown smiled faintly. "Do you think I am the wizards you killed in the United States? Don't think that you can kill a few wizards and feel that you are very powerful. The wizarding world of Ying and the wizarding world of the United States cannot be compared at all." Marks McClown's words set off stormy waves in everyone's minds. Almost everyone believed that the tragedy in America was caused by Marks McClown. But what did Marks McClown mean when he said this? Could it be that this incident had nothing to do with Marks McClown, but was caused by the wizard in front of him? Merlin's next words immediately confirmed the thoughts in everyone's minds, and only listened to Merlin said, "If it's like what you said, it's fine." The wizards in the US wizarding world really make people unable to lift the spirit to kill. This feeling is really true. It's too bad. The hearts of all the people present froze, and the eyes of Merlin were full of fear. Merlin's words have proved that the tragedy in the United States was indeed caused by Merlin, and that he did such a thing, And Merlin actually said that the wizarding world of the United States was not enough to kill. We must know that although the wizarding world of the US is not comparable to the wizarding world of Ying, it is also extraordinary in the world. The existence of the top 3 steadily ranked in Merlin's mouth is so unbearable, it is simply hateful. Finger. The British soldiers who were defeated not far away naturally heard Merlin's words, and all the fears in their hearts rose to several levels. It's no wonder that Merlin didn't slaughter the British soldiers at all. It turned out that Merlin had done more damaging things a long time ago. In contrast, killing some British soldiers seemed nothing. Marks McClown took a deep breath and said, "Merlin, you are really a freak. You should have been a person who died hundreds of years ago. Even if you live to the present, you are still so arrogant. It seems I must tell you are not your time anymore." The expressions of McGonagall, Snape, Mrs. Hodge, and Professor Hogwarts of Harry, Ron, Hermione, etc. changed. They clearly heard Marks McClown call that scary wizard by the name. It was Merlin. What? How can that be? McGonagall screamed. 4.8 Marks McClown, you are not mistaken, he is called Merlin, and he has lived for hundreds of years. You can talk nonsense. Snape looked at Marks McClown's back in shock. Although he had already guessed some results, Snape still couldn't believe the meaning of Marks McClown's words and said, "Marks McClown, is this true?" Before Marks I could answer, Merlin laughed loudly and said, "McClowns, I am the Merlin you often talk about. I am not dead at all. I have always lived well.